Chapter 26. On the bank of Sunyang River, a small boat docked on the shore is swaying in the water. Jiang Wang was lying on the straw mat in the cabin, dreaming of beating up Lin Ping'an and ruling the world. Haha, Zhang Feng, what time is it now? I drank too much last night. Jiang Wang yawned and opened his sleepy eyes. Two huge, snow-white, round fruits emitting a bright white light suddenly swayed in front of his eyes. Jiang Wang was stunned, thinking he was dreaming, and subconsciously reached out to grab those two round spots. Snap, you little BD, you even dare to eat your aunt's tofu. After getting hit on the head, Jiang Wang touched the big bump on his head and looked at the person who came with a resentful look on his face. The woman in front of me was wearing a hot red dress with a slit close to her hips, revealing her snow-white thighs. She had a slim figure and exuded alluring charm. Her gentle smile was full of coquettishness. I have to say that the Jiang family's bloodline is really good looking. The men are handsome and the women are charming, they can make a living just by their faces. The identity of the future body overlaps with the memory of the original body, and Jiang Wang has accepted the fact that he has an aunt. Aunt, you're back. How did you find me? Jiang Wang scratched his head, still a little sleepy. Zhang Yingxiu pointed at the two huge lumps on her chest and said complainingly. You are still talking, kid. I went back to the mansion and couldn't wait for you to come back. My identity makes it difficult for me to arrange people to look for you openly, so I had to rely on the family's secret method to find your whereabouts. Zhang Yingxiu couldn't stand the harassment from the young master of Heavenly Sword Sect, so she turned him into a human stick in anger. But the Heavenly Sword Sect has always been on good terms with the royal family and is the leader of many sects in the northern border, so they insisted that the Jiang family give an explanation. The Jiang family naturally refused, and the two sides were on the verge of war. At this time, the supervisor, who was rarely seen in a century, came forward to mediate the turmoil, and made the Jiang family compensate the Heavenly Sword Sect for hundreds of spirit beasts and elixirs, and apologize to the young master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This result was acceptable, but Zhang Yingxiu was so angry that she refused to apologize, so she fled Kyoto, and the matter was thus revealed. However, Zhang Yingxiu often returned to Kyoto to visit Jiang Wang and Jiang Xing secretly. With the growth of her own strength and the Jiang family's secret infiltration over the years, the power of Heavenly Sword Sect gradually faded and gradually lost its leadership position. As a result, Zhang Yingxiu became more and more arrogant and returned home more and more frequently. Jiang Wang scratched his cheek and explained embarrassedly. Hey, I drank a little too much with my friends last night and accidentally slept here. Where are my friends? I asked them to go back home first, and he is still here. Zhang Yingxiu pointed at Zhang Qingtian who was sitting on the shore reading a book. Lord Zheng, you haven't left yet. Jiang Wang jumped off the boat and asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I was waiting to say goodbye to you. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me. Now I have new insights after reading again. Zhang Qingtian closed the book and bowed respectfully. After this farewell, I will go back and settle Mother Song's affairs. I will come back to see you on the day of the investigation in Beijing. Jiang Wang nodded and clasped his fists in return. Then I wish Brother Zheng a safe journey. Hearing that Jiang Wang changed his name, Zhang Qingtian smiled happily and wrote in the air. A little bit of vast righteousness chi, 1,000 miles of pleasant wind. A gust of wind appeared under his feet, and Zhang Qingtian really galloped away as if he was walking on the blue clouds. Rubbing her delicate chin, Zhang Yingxiu said with a smile. Okay, our young master Zhang will also be able to win people's hearts. I wonder what kind of friends you have, a Confucian scholar and a musician. Can't we make some more important friends? Aunt, don't you know what happened last night? What happened last night? I just entered Kyoto this morning. Oh, I don't know, it's okay, it's nothing. By the way, little aunt, what rank are you now? Zhang Yingxiu pinched her sexy waist, raised her chin and said proudly. Alas, it's not very high, just a perfect 3rd grade. I guess I can only be the first among my peers. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up, she is worthy of being the little aunt. If the 3rd grade is perfected and the secret method of supreme bone is added, she should be able to fight against the 2nd grade. Why didn't I hear that the little aunt is so awesome in the original book? By the way, where's Singer? Why didn't he hang out with you? He still asked the question that gave Jiang Wang the most headache to answer. He rubbed his temples, thinking that his aunt loved Jiang Xing the most, so he could only delay. He was taken out of town by his father for training. Let's talk about the details when we get home. It's time for lunch. Inside the Jiang residence, there were cracking sounds of whipping and bursts of wailing. Jiang Yingxu raised the whip and whipped Jiang Wang's butt. Good boy, you have grown wings, haven't you? You dare to poach your brother Supreme Bone when you are 4th grade. When you become 3rd grade, you will poach my brother. There has never been any fratricide in the Jiang family. I am so angry. Jiang Yingxu threw away the broken 9th whip and picked up a new one to continue whipping. Jiang Wang's Xian Qi was locked, so he could only use his physical body to resist. To be honest, after these several Supreme Bone transformations, he really didn't feel anything except the physical pain. But in order to let his aunt vent her anger, he had to pretend to be in excruciating pain. And he wants to be someone's lapdog. You can't blame me. If we leave him alone, it will harm our family. You still dare to be stubborn. If he likes you, just tie him up and let him play with you. Why are you forcing him? Don't you know that this child is stubborn? What did my sister-in-law say back then? She asked you to support each other. Is this what you did? After breaking another whip, Zhang Feng tried to persuade him bravely. Auntie, please show some mercy. The palace has announced that the emperor will be present in a few days, and the young master has to attend. And Zhang Lei sent a message saying that the second young master has made great progress recently and has reached the 7th grade. Jiang Yingxu threw away the whip and cursed in a tender voice. You know shit. Zhang Xing is not cut out for martial arts. He should just stay honest and eat the money his ancestors gave him, take drugs and get into 5th grade, and he can live a long life. How can you live your life if you ruin him? Everyone was speechless. Jiang Yingxu really saw through the essence at a glance. Children who are ambitious should be disciplined well, and those who are not ambitious should just live their lives obediently. And you, why are you trying to show off by taking part in the imperial examination? Aren't you afraid that those who are jealous of our Jiang family will kill you? Throughout history, how many families have produced generals and ministers at the same time? Aren't you afraid that your achievements will overshadow your master? It was actually normal for Jiang Yingxu to say this. Jiang Wuxian did not tell her about his plan in advance, and now she still thought that the Jiang family was the same as it was 20 years ago. It's okay, aunt. I don't want to be a prime minister. I just want to be a civil servant and help my father build some connections. You know nothing. How can a warrior like you handle the minds of those corrupt scholars? No, I have to follow you when you go out in the future, otherwise you might get slaughtered one day. No, auntie. I'm already in the 4th grade. Who can kill me? If you follow me, who wouldn't be scared? What if someone cuts you into pieces? Jiang Yingxu glared at him, and scared Jiang Wang so much that he swallowed back the words. Can I follow you secretly? Stop talking nonsense. How come you suddenly have your aperture opening? I've never seen you read a book before. How can you cheat on the written test? Who did you ask to copy it? Jiang Wang climbed up from the bench, pulled up his trousers, and looked up at the sky with a sad look on his face. Alas, everyone laughs at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not seeing through me. And, for 10 years, I have been studying hard in secret. Now that I have shown my talent, it is time to make Kyoto tremble for me. Hehe, you're so pretentious, even more pretentious than your father. Jiang Wang. This little ant is even less civilized than Jiang Wuxian. They are really a family. Chapter 27. Yunyan, I hope you can use your piano skills to help me open up an intelligence network in Kyoto. Jiang Wang sat in the seat of the head of Jiang Wuxian's family and said this to Yunyan, who was sitting below him. You Li Ling usually come into contact with a lot of people. If you have something to do, you can go to the places of dignitaries to perform. It will be more convenient to obtain some information. I will let Lai Fu arrange the relevant stealth secrets and elixirs to win over people for you. I understand, Master. If you can give Yunyan a chance to be reborn, I will definitely not let you down. Yunyan nodded and said firmly. In training Yunyan, Jiang Wang mainly values her piano skills and the deceptive nature of her identity. With her level of music theory, it is not impossible for her to perform in a palace someday. You are all wanderers, unwilling to accept your fate. You can rely on my poems to make your mark on 5th grade, which shows that our inner ideals are the same. Today I appoint you as the head of Lingyan Pavilion, responsible for the Jiang family's external intelligence gathering. You can secretly mobilize the Black Scale Guards to cooperate with you. Be careful and focus on self-protection. 2 days later. Young master, there's news from the palace, informing you that you'll be entering the palace for an examination today. Are you sure you want to wear this outfit? Lai Fu asked, holding up a black Zhongshan suit in his hand. Yeah, just wear this, it's well made, give it to me. Jiang Wang put on his custom-made Zhongshan suit and looked at himself in the mirror with great satisfaction. The Zhongshan suit highlights Jiang Wang's spirit. Jiang Wang, who does not wear a hair tie or a crown according to the image of a military officer, is particularly suitable for the Zhongshan suit. The family emblem flying bear pattern is tattooed on the left chest, and the light gold wire edging is hidden in the cuffs, which is luxurious yet low-key. Wow, this dress you designed is pretty good. It's suitable for nighttime travel and it's convenient to move around without the hem. When will you get me one? Zhang Yingxiu circled around Jiang Wang several times and said enviously. It's just a small thing. I'll design you a lady's outfit later. Jiang Wang agreed to his aunt's request casually, causing Zhang Yingxiu to rub her nephew's head happily. I had a gift for you, but you made me so angry a few days ago that I forgot about it. It is not appropriate to bring a weapon to see the emperor today. I will give it to you when you return triumphantly. Waving goodbye to everyone in Zhang Mansion, Jiang Wang rode to the palace alone. After all, it was a palace examination, and no attendants or relatives could accompany him. Zhang Yingxiu saw that her nephew had walked far away and clapped her hands in a cool manner. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu came to her side and saluted, "Aunt, please give me your orders. My nephew is taking the imperial examination today. He might be bullied by those ignorant people. If he passes, it's fine. But if he fails, humph. Arrange 500 6th grade warriors to lurk with me at the palace gate. Anyone who makes King Zhang unhappy will be killed by me. I want to tell Kyoto that I am back." Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu were sweating coldly. They could only agree first, praying in their hearts that no one would be so blind as to provoke the young master. There are thousands of people bustling in front of the palace gate today. Some came alone on horseback like Jiang Wang, some came with 3 or 5 good friends, and some dignitaries came with their servants in carriages. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, you are finally here." Several people wearing Confucian robes but with strong physiques, who were obviously descendants of military officers, came to Jiang Wang excitedly. "Young Master Zhang, you must make a splash today and give these nerds a slap in the face." A man with a dark face and a big beard said in a loud voice. Who are you?" "Hey, young Master Zhang, they say the more you read, the dumber you become. How come you forgot about us?" "I'm Haoshan, the grandson of the Duke of Zhenqiu. The tall one is Lao Zhao, the youngest son of the king of Zhenbei. That one is Xiao Wang, the son of the general of cavalry. The short and fat two are Sun Dalong and Sun Diqiang, the sons of General Sunday." Shen Haoshan introduced the people present one by one, except for a young girl who was blocked behind them. Jiang Wang pointed at the girl who was skinny and small compared to the other generals and asked in confusion, "Who is she and why is she hanging out with you guys?" Shen Haoshan stood in front of the girl with a nervous look on his face, and said anxiously, "Young Master Zhang, please don't worry about it. This is my sister Shen Bingli. My old man said that if anyone touches my sister, I will break my legs first. Please don't hurt me, young Master Zhang." Jiang Wang was speechless. The original body had a really bad reputation. All the girls at home avoided him. However, Shen Bingli seemed timid, but her eyes were always looking at him through the back of Shen Haoshan. "I have to say that she is indeed a beauty, with a high ponytail and a plain and slender face, which is very different from ordinary women." Shen Haoshan became even more nervous when he saw Jiang Wang staring at his sister. He heard that this BD was already at the 4th grade, which was 1st grade and supreme bone higher than him. He would definitely not be his opponent if they really fought, so he quickly changed the subject. "Master Zhang, you see, among us military officers, there are only a few of us who can participate in the palace examination. You should know that there are 500 places for this palace examination, and we have too few people." Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and asked if he could stop looking like he was on guard against thieves. "Come on, it's great to have so many people. Use your brains to think about how many books you have read. I'm surprised there's anyone other than me. Young Master Zhang, please stop looking down on me. My father always punishes me by making me copy books when I get drunk. I have read a lot of books over the years." Jiang Wang was surprised. This idiot looked dumb. How could he pass the written test by copying a few books? You know, the written test is not easy. So he asked tentatively. How often does your dad get drunk? Oh, not much, maybe 8 times a week, 2 on one particular day. Oh, no wonder. A few people chatted and laughed in front of the palace gate to get familiar with each other, and soon the palace gate opened. The eunuch in a dragon robe walked out of the palace gate and shouted shrilly. Your Majesty has decreed. The palace examination is now open, candidates may enter the palace. Jiang Wang and several others walked towards the palace gate in a lively manner. The candidates were clearly divided into 4 factions. Needless to say, there is the military generals faction. The other 3 factions include the spontaneous groups of poor students, students from major academies, and the descendants of civil officials. The 4 parties had clear ambitions, as if they intended to let the descendants of civil servants advance first. Jiang Wang doesn't want to spoil them. In terms of power and scoundrels, no one here can compare to him. Let's go first. At Jiang Wang's command, Shen Haoshan became excited and followed behind him arrogantly. The 2 groups of people quickly stuck together, and the descendants of the civil officials glared at Jiang Wang and others. Just before entering the palace gate, a student in a purple Confucian robe stopped Jiang Wang. Hey, isn't this young Master Jiang? How come you don't know the rules? Glancing at the person who spoke, Jiang Wang instantly found the person's identity in his memory. Shui Yongda, the son of the Minister of Revenue, who became a villain in Kyoto along with himself. Mr. Shui, what rules are these? I've never heard of them. Jiang Wang scratched his ears and said with disdain. It seems that young Master Jiang has not read much. The palace examination to enter the palace has always been given priority to the elders. People like us started studying a few days earlier than you, so we should be the elders. Shui Yongda shook his fan, thinking that he made a lot of sense. Oh, it seems the rules are not clearly defined. I'm sorry. But I think we should change the rules today. Whoever has the bigger fist goes first. After saying that, Jiang Wang exuded his pressure, and Shen Haoshan and the others wisely resonated and cooperated with him, and an invincible aura swept the whole place. The people led by Shui Yongda subconsciously emitted vast righteousness chi to resist, hoping to use their numerical advantage to suppress Jiang Wang. Snort! Jiang Wang snorted coldly, and Supreme Bone glowed slightly to increase its strength. The pressure suddenly increased greatly, breaking the resistance of Shui Yongda and others in one fell swoop. Shui Yongda's face turned pale and he was shocked and took 2 steps back. After all, it was just a competition of momentum and it would not hurt his foundation. I set the rules, who else would not obey them? The whole place was silent, no one dared to make a noise. Jiang Wang turned around and led several military officers into the palace. A bright red scarf seemed to be fluttering in front of his dark zhongshan suit. Chapter 28. Mr. Jiang, so handsome, so cool. Shen Haoshan laughed and put his arm around Jiang Wang's shoulders, scaring Sun Dalong and others into a cold sweat. Jiang Wang didn't really care about this kind of behavior. They were all from the military, so they didn't care about it that much. Besides, he was the grandson of the Duke of Zhenqiu. No matter how evil he was, he would not offend the old man because of such a small matter. As soon as he entered the palace, the eunuch who had announced the decree came over and whispered. Master Jiang, Master Lu asked me to tell you to be careful about the question from the right Prime Minister. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and the eunuch in the dragon robe had disappeared. There are indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the palace, and such skills are truly extraordinary. Dixuan's imperial examination interview is divided into 3 tests in front of the palace. The chief examiners for the 3 tests were Right Prime Minister Wei Yuan, Left Prime Minister Ye Lingqian and Empress Ji Lingyu. The 3 people will ask different questions based on their own preferences, which will not be told to others before the exam begins, and only others can know it at the time of the palace examination. Unfortunately, the chief examiner of the first test was the Right Prime Minister Wei Yuan. In the main hall of Wendao Palace, low desks are neatly arranged. Each student chose their exam seat according to the order in which they entered the hall. Jiang Wang chose the middle seat without hesitation, and Shen Haoshan and others sat around him. As soon as he sat down, Shen Haoshan felt uneasy as if there were nails in his seat. Yu Shu stood up and counted the number of candidates, then quietly poked Jiang Wang. Master Jiang, there are 500 people coming in. How about we beat them up first to reduce the number of competitors? Jiang Wang was speechless, pressed his hand, asked Shen Haoshan to sit down, and said righteously. This is an examination room. How can you ignore the rules and hit someone? Am I the kind of person who bullies the weak? Shen Haoshan and the others were stunned, and then they thought of Jiang Wang's behavior in the written test, and they nodded their heads like pounding garlic. Even Shen Bingley agreed and smiled slightly. A bright smile appeared on his heroic face, which made Jiang Wang look at him a few more times unconsciously. Well, candidates, please be quiet. Eunuch Lu arrived at some point and spoke up to maintain order. The supervisor sent someone to tell me that yesterday's astrology showed that a dragon will appear in today's palace examination. His Majesty has orally ordered that the winner of the palace examination can be promoted directly to the 4th grade, which will be awarded by His Majesty personally. When the candidates heard this, the whole crowd was shocked. To be promoted to a 4th grade official was an unprecedented treatment. Generally, the top scorers in the imperial examinations would start from the 6th grade. For example, they would be arranged to be an organizer of the Kokushiuan case library, an official recording the court meetings, etc. This was the only time that someone was promoted to a 4th grade official right away. Different from those who were discussing enthusiastically, there was one person in the crowd who kept his head down, not daring to look towards the center of the hall. When he heard about the reward for the top scholar, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this person is Lin Pinggan, who has suffered a lot and has cast a shadow on Jiang Wang. With the instruction of the supervisor and the tacit approval of the Empress, Lin Pinggan inexplicably received a notice from Chu Kaiwei yesterday that he could take part in the palace examination. Although I don't know why, it is obviously more beneficial for him to take part in the palace examination. Especially since Chu Kaiwei revealed the questions of the palace examination to him, he had full confidence in today's palace examination. Just watch, Jiang Wang, Lin Pinggan, will defeat all the students and win the first place today. The reward from the Empress will just be mine. He secretly glanced at Jiang Wang and saw that he didn't notice. Lin Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed his excitement. At this time, Jiang Wang was thinking that due to his interference, the imperial examination was different from the original. Normally, Lin Pinggan should have been arranged to shine, win the first place and be promoted to 6th grade, and then be promoted to the historian who revised the Dixuan Chronicle. It was because he became a historian that he discovered the secrets from 20 years ago, and he followed the clues and got involved in a lot of trouble. Now that the rewards have changed, will things still develop in the same way? Dear students, the imperial examination has officially begun. Eunuch Lu turned and left after announcing the rewards. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang understood that this imperial examination might not be that simple. After a while, a sense of solemn oppression rose in the hall. Wei Yuan, the right prime minister, wearing a purple-red Kailan robe, had stood at the entrance of the Wendao Palace. Dear candidates, I am Wei Yuan, the right prime minister. Today I will be presiding over the first question of the palace examination for you. Wei Yuan slowly walked to the front of the stage and stood still. His cold eyes swept over every student, and no one interfered with their stare. Jiang Wang looked at Wei Yuan with interest. In the original novel, Wei Yuan was affectionately called Lin Pinggan's biological father. He had cleared countless obstacles for Lin Pinggan. Although he was a eunuch, he liked to adopt adopted sons. The night watchman Yang Jinluo, Lin Pinggan, and others were all his adopted sons. Wei Yuan opened the book in his hand, with a righteous spirit rising up in his eyes. He raised his head slightly, as if looking at Jiang Wang in the crowd. Where is Jiang Wang, the son of Jiang Wuxian? Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows slightly, but still stood up and said, Jiang Wang is here. Wei Yuan looked at Jiang Wang, who was in the field at this time. Seeing that he was wearing a black Zhongshan suit embroidered with family patterns, he felt disgusted. Jiang Wang, why don't you wear a Confucian robe to take the exam? As a Confucian scholar, you should pay attention to your words, actions, and clothing. Jiang Wang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Wei Yuan. There were so many people present, many of whom were wearing casual clothes and silk, so why did he call out only him? May I ask the right Prime Minister whether there are any rules for the palace examination that prohibit wearing clothes other than Confucian robes to participate in the examination? Wei Yuan looked calm as he faced Jiang Wang's question. Of course not. This is just a request I made to you alone. Then why are you targeting me alone? The right Prime Minister stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Because you only have the literary talent of a scholar, but not the moral character of a scholar, I am here to correct your words and deeds on behalf of your teacher. Jiang Wang understood what was going on. Sure enough, they were targeting him because of the previous manifesto. Later that day, he heard that Wei Daru and Wei Yuan were both attacked by the manifesto, but judging from Wei Yuan's expression today, he did not seem to be injured. Generally, the dignitaries who can read and write in Dixuan will seek guidance from a Confucian or Taoist teacher. For example, Shen Haoshan and Shen Bingli follow the great Confucian scholar Li Yun. Coincidentally, Jiang Wang's teacher had only taught him for a few days when he was kicked out of the house by Jiang Wang. If a student has no moral integrity, the right prime minister can correct him, but what about a teacher who has no moral integrity? As soon as these words were spoken, the students present fell silent, and no one dared to comment or agree. There are so many university students, numerous colleges, and countless great scholars. Are they all really virtuous? It is impossible. It is just that under the high pressure, no students dare to stand up and resist. Absurdity, sharp-tongued. Wei Yuan kept his emotions under control and just uttered a sarcastic remark. Jiang Wang, come forward and sit in the seat closest to me. Wei Yuan pointed to the nearest desk in front of him and said. This position can be said to be the worst position in the entire examination room. It is facing the invigilator. That is to say, those who answer questions here have to face the direct gaze of the Prime Minister, the left and right Prime Minister, and the Empress. Therefore, no one will take the initiative to choose this position. Only a poor student entered the room last and had no choice but to choose this position. May I ask the right Prime Minister? The seats are chosen freely according to the order in which one enters the palace. Why are they designated only for me? Jiang Wang's voice gradually became colder, and Shen Haoshan and others were worried about him. The right Prime Minister was quite direct and looked at Jiang Wang. The examination hall is to prevent cheating. You are of noble status and have followers. I will let you sit in the front row to avoid causing controversy among other students. Besides, you used your force to intimidate others and entered the palace first. Why can't I let you sit here? Wei Yuan was very direct and targeted. The meaning is very simple. Even though your poems have been passed down through the ages, that doesn't mean you can handle the imperial examination. They are afraid that you can bribe others or use force to coerce them, so they make you sit in the front row just to keep an eye on you. It is obvious that Wei Yuan's hostility has been made public. Understood. Jiang Wang nodded, realizing that today's events might be a trap set by the right Prime Minister, waiting for him to lose his temper on the spot. But what does it matter? Even if I get angry, what does it matter? Jiang Xing hasn't poisoned my father, my aunt is also in Kyoto, and the relationship between my father and the 8 forbidden guards is delicate. Even if I get angry and my Jiang family rebels, what does it matter? Shaking off Shen Haoshan's hand that was trying to comfort him, Jiang Wang slowly walked to the desk at the front row. The poor student had already packed up his things and ran away. I'm afraid if I stay a moment longer, I'll die in the examination room. Jiang Wang came to the desk, and just when all the candidates thought that the domineering Jiang Wang was going to give in. Bang! A huge noise exploded. The desk in front of Jiang Wang was kicked away. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Is Jiang Wang really that tough? Including Wei Yuan, he didn't expect that he would give Jiang Wang a cold shoulder, but he dared to do this. Jiang Wang! You are outrageous! Where are the guards? Fork him out of the examination room. Soon, as Wei Yuan roared, armored palace guards rushed into the hall. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, his profound energy agitated, and his clenched fists had already urged Supreme Bone to secretly reach the 3rd grade strength. He was prepared to attack immediately and take advantage of Rudeo's weak position in close combat to kill Wei Yuan first. Shen Haoshan and the others were also in a state of confusion for a moment, and subconsciously stood up to stop the guards to buy time for Jiang Wang. It seemed that the palace examination hall was about to become a place of killing and bloodshed. A loud shout was heard. Everyone, wait a minute. Your Majesty has ordered that all seating arrangements be made in the order in which students enter the palace, and all students are free to choose their own seats. The right Prime Minister disrupted the rules of the examination room and was fined 1 year's salary as a warning. Zhou Xian Jiang Chan hurried into the palace and prevented a large-scale palace fight. I accept your order. The right Prime Minister was tactful and sent the guards away as if he had expected it. He lowered his head and said nothing more. Jiang Wang also restrained his mysterious energy, fortunately he was careful. There is no direct exposure of the news that Supreme Bone can already make itself superior. Is this all a trap set for myself? Dear candidates, the examination continues. Yelingchen looked at Wei Yuan, frowned slightly, and reminded him. Right Prime Minister, please ask the question. Wei Yuan raised his head, as if waking up from a dream. Slowly speak out the test questions you have prepared. But the words that were said made people sweat. When studying, one must first respect the teacher. Nothing is more important than respecting the teacher. Serving the teacher is like serving one's father. I am the right Prime Minister and also the second sage. I should be your teacher. Anyone who recites the exhortation to punish the bandits does not respect the teacher in his heart and insults the Confucian way. If he is disrespectful and unfilial, his literary heart will be broken and he will never be employed. One word, and all is quiet. Many students looked panicked, as they were all people who had secretly read Jiang Wang's exhortation to punish the bandits. In contrast, the students in the academy and the descendants of civil servants had calm eyes, as if they had expected it. The words of the second sage contained the power of the principles of heaven and earth. As soon as the words were spoken, a righteous spirit swept through the entire audience, questioning the literary mind of every student. The first to bear the brunt was Jiang Wang. Wei Yuan's righteous spirit condensed into the 4 big characters respect teachers and honor morality and imprinted them in Jiang Wang's mind, wanting to make him submit. So that's how it is. The real backup plan is waiting here. He asks for the way and destroys people's hearts. What a great sage of Confucianism and Taoism! In the sea of consciousness, Jiang Wang and Wei Yuan each condensed into a virtual shadow and stood facing each other in the void. Jiang Wang, all your knowledge today was created by the sages and elders. You don't respect the elders and insult me with vulgar words. What crime should you be punished for? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 shackles made of words imprisoned Jiang Wang's limbs and nailed him to the ruler written with the discipline for students. Jiang Wang tried to mobilize the mysterious energy to break free, but found that he could not mobilize any mysterious energy in his sea of consciousness. It seems that academic matters can only be dealt with through academic research. Jiang Wang sneered and responded indifferently. A teacher should not be the elder, but the wise. If a teacher makes a mistake, the disciple should correct him. If a teacher is immoral, the disciple should advise him. No one is without faults, and the wise should set an example for others. If you do not admit your faults, you are not worthy of being a teacher. I do not admit this sin. The righteous spirit burst out from Jiang Wang like the golden light of the red sun, burning away the ruler behind him and the shackles on his limbs. Jiang Wang landed slowly and looked directly at Wei Yuan without fear. Humph, you are stubborn. After Wei Yuan's shadow left a sarcastic remark, it gradually faded and left quietly. The torture in the sea of consciousness seemed to last for a long time, but in fact it was only a moment, and Jiang Wang woke up from his introspection. But I heard a series of cracking sounds. Looking around, Shen Haoshan, Sun Dalong, Sun Diqiang, and many poor students all looked pale, with drops of blood flowing from the corners of their lips. Master Zhang, our hearts are broken. Shen Haoshan forced himself to cheer up. Although he majored in martial Dao, the shattered mind was like a heart-wrenching pain, making this Iron Man look pale. Bingley was badly injured. She usually admired the article you wrote the most, saying that it showed the demeanor of contemporary warriors and the sourness of corrupt scholars. She was also the most seriously injured. Holding Shen Bingley carefully, Shen Haoshan's face was full of heartache. For them, this was not a life-threatening injury. But having his literary mind shattered by a sub-sage, he could forget about pursuing the Confucian and Taoist path in the future. But others were not so lucky. When Jiang Wang wrote an article that day, praising him for his fearlessness of power and outstanding literary talent, the literary spirit of those poor students was shattered. The severe cases have fainted or died, while the milder cases have lost the ability to read and study and become stupid and foolish. Jiang Wang took a deep breath. He was now burning with rage and wished he could write a few more manifestos to attack the right Prime Minister and nail him to the pillar of shame in history. But at this moment, in this situation, he can't be too impulsive. They are just people I've only met once, so why bother? Aren't you a villain? Why are you pretending to be a good guy? Jiang Wang's anger strangely disappeared. He looked directly at Wei Yuan and slowly raised his right hand. Raise a middle finger. You old man, just wait. Sooner or later, I will crush your literary heart and make you a disgrace in the history books for eternity. With the left Prime Minister constantly trying to reassure him not to fall into the trap, Jiang Wang sat back at the examination table, holding back his anger. Wei Yuan did not respond and turned and left. His plan today has been achieved, but unfortunately he did not crush Jiang Wang's literary intention, which was really unexpected. But a group of clowns who supported Wei Yuan shouted, "Jiang Wang, if you don't respect your teachers, you are not worthy of learning the knowledge of the sages. The right Prime Minister is magnanimous and has broken your literary heart with just the topic of respecting teachers. Don't embarrass yourself again and go home early. Don't make me laugh to death when I see the son of a military officer reading. Don't defile the sacred paper with your hands stained with filth and bloodshed." Chapter 29. Jiang Wang scanned the entire audience with his cold eyes. "You guys, do you really think you will never leave this examination room?" The students who were still noisy felt as if their throats were clamped. There was complete silence. Lin Pinggan secretly swallowed his saliva. He was one of the most vicious people who shouted and cursed Jiang Wang just now. I don't know whether Jiang Wang discovered it. Fear welled up in his heart, and Lin Pinggan quickly slapped himself a few times. "BD, you are the child of destiny. You will always have noble people to help you on your road to growth. This Jiang Wang is just a small stumbling block. There are the jailers, the Empress, and Kwei. Sooner or later, I will humiliate him severely." Thinking of the day when the Empress secretly summoned Lin Pinggan and invited him to join the Night Watchman, and that she valued and supported him very much, Lin Pinggan's heart was burning with joy. "I will be able to meet the current Empress soon." Kwei said, "I am the man of destiny, and I will get what I ask for." "Empress, haha, this woman will be mine sooner or later." "Jiang Wang, calm down, the exam is not over yet." A steady and cold voice came from Ye Lingchen's mouth. Ye Lingchen walked to the position of the chief examiner, wearing a dark blue Kailan official uniform, which was completely different from that of the right Prime Minister. Looking at the poor students lying scattered on the ground, Ye Lingchen said coldly, "Those with a broken literary heart are candidates who have failed the first test. Please wait outside the hall." The students, whose literary spirits were broken, supported each other in groups of 3 or 4 and walked out of the examination room silently. A feeling of sadness swept through the examination room. Jiang Wang felt a little bit reluctant because his affairs implicated others. He said he didn't care, but it went against his moral values in both his lives. "Young Master Jiang, we are all rough people. We just wanted to take the exam to try our luck. We have all read your exhortation to punish the bandits. 2 words. It's refreshing. This Wei Yuan is a piece of shit. I will definitely tell the old man to kick his hard." Shen Haoshan hugged his sister, stood up and walked out of the hall. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, don't be defeated by these corrupt scholars. Don't let us down." Sun Dalong also responded. "Master Jiang, I am from Yuzhu. I gathered the strength of the whole village to go to Beijing to take the exam. If it weren't for Master Jiang, I would have been rejected for the written test that day. I don't blame Master Jiang, I just blame this academy for classifying people into different levels and there are no books for me to read." One person spoke, and many students offered consolation. "Young Master Jiang, don't get carried away. Don't fall for this villain's scheme. Write a few more articles that will spread all over the world and help us vent our anger." "That's right, Master Jiang. You are the last hope for us poor people and military officers. You must give these college students a slap in the face. I think they are always unhappy. They play with the most beautiful women and pretend to be the worst. Why? Come on, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Wang should be a role model for our generation, a beacon for the poor and the generals." For a while, these students actually regarded Jiang Wang as their hope, the hope for their own enlightenment. Jiang Wang actually felt a little touched, which was rare. He smiled slightly, turned his back to everyone, stretched out his right hand and gave a thumbs up. "You guys wait outside the hall. It's just Wengzhen. I don't like to owe people anything. What's the point of a pedantic scholar's knowledge? I'll make you a new one." Jiang Wang dared to say this because after the pipa dance that day, he sent Zhang Qingtian and the other person directly to 5th grade. "It's just an article that is circulated around the world, and I have plenty of them." The other academy students in the hall were dismissive. What kind of boasting is Su Wengzhen making? Even the sub-saints wouldn't dare to say it. There are still more than 400 academy students left here. It's not easy to fight against you, Jiang Wang alone. What do you have to lose? When the hall returned to peace, Ye Lingchen stood in front of the stage. The cold voice spread throughout the examination room. "I am the left Prime Minister of Dixuan, the examiner of your second exam. Listen carefully. My topic is: what is education? Yelingchan added some explanation, fearing that the students might not understand. You can also answer what education is or how education should be conducted. Write your answers on paper. Hand in the paper in 1 hour. Clang. As a bell rang, the second exam officially began. The students suddenly woke up from their dream. The first test was so magical that they almost forgot that they needed to write down the answers themselves. But intentionally or unintentionally, most of the students and even Yelingchan unconsciously set their eyes on Jiang Wang. After all, his words just now were so intense and he acted so pretentiously. They wanted to see if Jiang Wang could write another shocking article. As time passed, Jiang Wang kept his arms folded and did not write. He was also thinking about the question, what is education, which was closely related to the first question asked by the right Prime Minister. How to answer? Only then can we suppress the right Prime Minister and wash away the literary pain he left for the poor students. The time of an incense stick passed quickly, and many students had already started writing. But Jiang Wang was the only one who still folded his arms and did not start writing. Many students sneered in their hearts, thinking that Jiang Wang could produce some article that would become famous all over the world. It turned out that I couldn't write even a single word. I am still worried that Jiang Wang will steal my limelight. I am so stupid. Why would I be afraid of a warrior? Lin Ping'an shook his head and looked at the few words of answer written on the paper, feeling very satisfied. In education, teachers should be respected as fathers. Respect the teachers who came before me and be close to my teachers. Respecting teachers comes first and learning comes later. Anyone who is older than me and started learning before me is my teacher. People with higher status than me naturally know more than me. The whole article is full of flattering nonsense, repeating over and over again that teachers are superior to me and I am inferior to them, and that teachers are more important than fathers. Indeed, if this article were given to Wei Yuan to judge, it would surely pass the palace examination. However, another stick of incense passed. 1 hour is divided into 8 incense sticks, and now a quarter of it has passed. This made many people believe that Jiang Wang was just a name with no real ability at all. Only. Just when everyone believed that even Yelingchan had lost hope in Jiang Wang picked up the pen. Then, he slowly wrote on the paper. In an instant, Jiang Wang mobilized the righteous energy in his body, and golden light condensed at the tip of his pen. What is education? Establishing virtue comes first, studying comes later, there is no discrimination in education. The words emerged, and Jiang Wang wrote fluently and smoothly, writing the beginning of the article what he wanted to express in one go. In an instant. Just after Jiang Wang wrote these 16 words. Above the sky. A terrifying black cloud formed in an instant. Covering the entire Dechuan Kyoto. Boom. 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 There were a few sudden loud thunderclaps. As if showing contempt. Like a disaster is coming. The huge bell in the Kyoshi Academy vibrated, and the gold and iron materials actually emitted a series of mournful sounds. Such a celestial phenomenon instantly caused a sensation among all parties. In the palace, the Empress walked out of the study and stared at the celestial phenomenon with an extremely heavy expression. Eunuch Lu, go and ask the supervisor to come over. She spoke, and although her expression was calm, her eyes were filled with worry. Celestial phenomenon is beyond words. Why would such a celestial phenomenon appear in Kyoto? She was very worried that this might be a sign of disaster. She was an emperor, and a unique woman to be emperor. If a disaster happened, it would pose a huge challenge to her rule. Right Prime Minister, do you know where this celestial phenomenon came from? She looked at Wei Yuan, who had an indifferent expression in the hall, and her tone became more solemn. Your Majesty, I don't know. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Throughout the history of the Great Xian, the supervisor has never predicted a disaster. At the same time, the whole Kyoto was in an uproar. The common people were in a state of panic. The child burst into tears. What's worse, some of them even prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the imperial palace, praying for peace in the world. In the Bailu Academy, the great scholar Wei woke up from his sleep. I accidentally fell off the recliner. Yesterday I held a banquet and invited the great scholars of the academy to drink. I asked them who wrote the masterpiece Pipa Scene that was famous all over the world, but no one admitted it, so everyone got drunk. I was catching up on some sleep today, but unexpectedly I was awakened by the terrifying celestial phenomenon. What's going on? Celestial phenomenon, Could it be that what we did behind the scenes has displeased the gods? Wei Daru looked at the celestial phenomenon, his heart filled with worry. If that was the case, he would have to prepare to flee Kyoto. Inside the town duke's office, the elderly Duke Zhenqiu and his son Shenlian looked up at the sky together, their eyes full of confusion. Father! Is this a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? There was a deep fear in the turbid eyes of the Duke of Zhenqiu. I don't know. If we must talk about the famine in the north and the barbarians who are ready to make trouble. The demon lord of the myriad monsters country in the south is about to break through. And there are undercurrents hidden beneath the surface of Kyoto. And the Jiang family. Jiang Wang, who hasn't taken action in 20 years, and his son who rises with the wind. The situation in Kyoto is about to change. Is the Red Sheep disaster from 20 years ago going to happen again? When Shenlian heard about the Red Sheep disaster, he was so surprised that he almost spoke out of turn. If we repeat the fate of the Red Sheep, should we choose a side in Zhenqiu Mansion? After all, 20 years ago. Shenlian, be careful with your words. Shenlian was startled and quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they arrived in the study of the Imperial Empress. Xinzia from the Imperial Observatory appears. Xinzia pays respect to His Majesty. Xinzia paid her respects to the Empress, thinking that this was the most respectful courtesy. He began to speak the message from the supervisor. Your Majesty, this celestial phenomenon is a sign of innovation. We must overthrow the old with the force of thunder and build the new. Establish a new school. The Empress's expression changed slightly. Innovate and establish new schools of thought. For hundreds of years, no school of thought other than Confucianism has been established. Now a new school of thought has been established, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. Pass the order down and find out the source of the new learning. Don't disturb the Sir. I will treat him as a national hero. As soon as these words were spoken, the right Prime Minister's expression obviously darkened. If the Empress attaches importance to new learning, then how should these Confucian officials who believe in old learning deal with it? Everything will be known only after the specific content of the new learning is revealed. However, at this moment, a beam of light. It suddenly rose from the direction of Wendao Palace. Boom! The light is like a pillar. Straight into the sky. Clear the sky of gloom. The sound was also deafening. What's going on? In an instant, the Empress opened her eyes wide and looked at Wendao Palace in surprise. The Confucian and Taoist phenomena originated from the palace examination room. The supervisor predicted that a dragon would appear today. So this dragon is the founder of the new school. Right, Prime Minister, follow me to the Wendao Palace to see which prodigy did this. Wei Yuan's face looked a little heavy at the moment, and he had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This beam of light was tolerant and peaceful, and seemed quite similar to what a certain dandy admired. Outside the palace, Zhang Yingxiu took Zhang Feng and Zhang Yu to hide in a tea house. The entire tea house was filled with black scale guards dressed in black and wearing weapons at their waists. The shop owner and the waiter were so frightened that they huddled behind the counter. They no longer even knew the difference between up and down, and they sat on a stool together, trembling. Zhang Feng, Zhang Yu, who do you think caused this strange phenomenon? Zhang Yingxiu looked at the beam of light rising into the sky and pondered for a moment. If another dragon appears in Kyoto and leads a new trend in Confucianism, I don't know whether it will be good or bad for my Jiang family. Jiang Wang's plan. Auntie, this must have been done by the young master. Ever since Jiang Wang created a vision of poetry in the yard and caused snow to fall from the sky, Zhang Feng had developed an unconditional trust in him. Oh, that's funny. I don't know that brat Jiang Wang. He never studied hard since he was young. If I could pass the written test, my father's grave would be smoking, and he even founded a new school. Zhang Yingxiu naturally didn't believe it at all. Zhang Feng didn't dare to contradict this lady. But he was secretly delighted in his heart. It turned out that Zhang Yu and I were right to choose the eldest young master back then. From today onwards, the whole world will know that my Jiang family has a talented child. And at the same time, Wendao Palace. A scene appeared that shocked everyone. There was a strong wind in the examination room. All the examinees had frowned brows and were unable to write at all. A terrifying pressure suppressed them tightly and did not allow anyone to cause trouble when the new students appeared. And the examination center. Jiang Wang's paintings are filled with continuous golden light, which entangles each other and finally converges into a beam of light that pierces the sky. The light shot up into the sky. The light was earth-shaking. This light will sweep away all darkness and corruption. It was as if the God in the darkness was going to bring new life to Dixuan. A vast amount of righteousness gushes out from Jiang Wang's pen, making him look like a saint. And all this, Jiang Wang was unaware. At this moment, his whole mind was immersed in the article, his forehead was slightly sweaty, and he was thinking about the direction of new learning. When Yelingchan asked what education was, he replied that moral cultivation comes first, and studying comes second, and that there is no discrimination in education. This answer is based on Confucius theory, and also contains the connotation of the mythical Jijiao. But this is far from enough to establish a new school of thought. The key is how to do it. There have been countless successful experiences on how to do this in previous lives, but it may not be possible to implement it in today's Dixuan. If we can't find the direction of what to do, establishing a new school will be a castle in the air, and he is the only one who understands it. So, after a moment of silence, with the help of the clear thinking brought by the righteous spirit, Jiang Wang wrote the sequel to the article. Confucius said, "When three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. Therefore, the disciple does not have to be inferior to the teacher, and the teacher does not have to be better than the disciple. There are different levels of learning, and different specializations in different fields. That's all. However, the Dixuan Academy only teaches reading, respects teachers, and treats everyone equally. And I think that colleges should teach students according to their aptitude. If you open a new school and set up a new academy, and put it in my charge, I will set up 3 halls, namely, the Jing'ai, Zishi, and Pajun, to teach the knowledge of Mingdi, Daong, and Bingfa. Let all students in the world learn and gain something in the college." Chapter 30. At this moment, Jiang Wang transformed all his anger into talent, combined with Dixuan's situation and his previous life, and came up with his own plan. The basis of Jiang Wang's approach is actually the Suhu teaching method of his previous life, except that some Dixuan characteristics have been added. He planned to divide the college into 3 halls so that students with different needs could choose different halls. If you want to study the basic theories of classics, you can choose the Jingyi class, first learn about virtue and then the classics. This is the Mingdi study. The Governing Affairs Hall is mainly used to learn practical knowledge such as farming, water conservancy, astronomy, calendar, and calculation, which belongs to the category of applied learning. In the Zishi Hall, each person is responsible for one thing and also takes charge of another thing. Any student can find the direction of his or her interest in this hall. As for the last fast Po Jun, it actually contains some selfish motives of Jiang Wang. Po Jun is the 7th star of the Big Dipper, also known as the Big Dipper's 7 killing stars, and is in charge of killing, destruction, and disaster. He separated military affairs from the governance hall, combined them with the practice of mysterious energy and military formations, and established a separate hall. He planned to use the template of the Whampoa Military Academy in his previous life as a foundation to secretly train talents for the Jiang family. The generals who walk out of the Pajun Academy will form a teacher-student relationship with Jiang Wang, and will lead the way of killing and destruction for the Jiang family in the future. Jiang Wang's move is actually the system of dividing elective subjects into compulsory subjects in the previous life. There is no difference in family background or status. You can become a civil official and study the classics with me. There may be a poor student among your classmates who studies the classics during the day and takes an elective course on postpartum care for sows at night. This is the true way of teaching. If the college only knows how to study and respect teachers, what will come out are nothing more than some corrupt scholars who only have Confucianism and Taoism. The pen and ink fell. Every word on the rice paper sparkled with golden light, causing terrifying visions. Such a horrifying sight stunned everyone present. No matter whether it was the candidates present, the left prime minister on the stage, or even the generals and poor men waiting outside the door. They couldn't imagine that Jiang Wang could cause such a terrifying phenomenon in heaven and earth. Even though Jiang Wang had previously made a manifesto that spread throughout the world, the vision he created could not be compared to what is happening now. Taking the Great Xian capital as the standard, this strange phenomenon can be seen within a radius of 1,000 miles. This vision caused heaven and earth to shake. This new learning will change the course of traditional Confucianism and Taoism. This is an article that will be passed down through the ages. Every word is a pearl, the article will last forever, and the world will recognize it. Only articles that exist only in legends and have the power to change the world can be called immortal. This is a realm above Chuan Tianxia. Who on earth is Jiang Wang? Is he the reincarnation of a Confucian sage? At this moment, all the students were stunned. Some pointed at Jiang Wang with shock on their faces, some couldn't believe it, and some were jealous. They wanted to see what the new learning written by Jiang Wang was, but they found that they could only see the 4 words "establish virtue first," and the content behind it emitted a golden light and could not be read directly. However, the most shocked were the students waiting outside the palace gate. I can actually see it. I can also see Zhang Xiao's new learning. Wangzhen, my Wangzhen is back, ha ha ha. In the square outside the palace gate, the students who were eliminated due to their broken literary minds were so happy that they seemed to be crazy. Education is for all, this is the real education. Saint Kong said that education is for all, why do some people look down on us? A disciple need not be inferior to his teacher. Yes, is the right Prime Minister better than me? Does he understand geography? Does he know how many times a year the rice can be harvested south of the Yangtze River? Mr. Jiang has shaped our literary minds and opened up new learning. I will respect Mr. Jiang's knowledge and call him my teacher. Call him Ginger Semi-Saint. No, if you are a master, you should call him Zhang Yafu. Father Zhang, please accept our greetings. The students outside the palace gate knelt down together and bowed to Jiang Wang in the examination room from a distance. Shen Haoshen's face was filled with embarrassment. Since everyone else had bowed, he couldn't help but bow as well. It would be better to faint than to let Jiang Wang gain a lifetime's fame for no reason. The Queen Ji Lingyu and Wei Yuan finally arrived at the scene. An article for the ages. Why is it an article that will be passed down through the ages? What on earth did he write about? Wei Yuan could never have imagined that the new learning was established by Jiang Wang and was established through the ages by articles. Using the methods of the second sage, Wei Yuan overcame the restriction of establishing virtue first and saw the content of the new learning. A moment. His face changed drastically. This new school of thought will subvert the foundations of traditional Confucianism and shake the very foundations of the academy system. This is definitely a heresy. Click. A crisp sound came from Wei Yuan's body. His literary mind was broken. He called the eternal articles that were recognized by heaven and earth as heresy. How could his literary mind not be broken? Snort. Wei Yuan forcibly used the power of the sub-sage to patch up the cracks in Wen Xin. Somehow, the luck of the entire Daxuan Confucianism has decreased. All the Confucian and Taoist students felt as if there was a layer of haze in their hearts. In turn, Wei Yuan bowed to Ji Lingyu. Your Majesty, although this new learning is good, it is too far-reaching. I'm afraid it will cause unrest in the court. Your Majesty, I ask you. Enshrine new learning and promote old learning. The great profound sovereign room will be immortalized. After hearing this, Ji Lingyu felt heavy in her heart, but her face remained expressionless. Prime Minister Wei, are you threatening me? Wei Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. I dare not. Ji Lingyu left Wei Yuan lying on the ground and slowly walked into the examination room. She is the supreme of 9-5, so naturally she can see the new content. The so-called shaking of the foundation of the royal family was nothing more than the worry about shaking the status of traditional Confucianism. These officials are all like this. They say they are doing good for the country, but secretly they are trying to preserve their own positions first. However, I also have my reasons for having to rely on them. Prime Minister Wei is overthinking. I have never thought of promoting new learning. It is approved by heaven and earth, and it is an article that has been passed down through the ages. To ban it directly would undermine the dignity of our royal family. Just let him fend for himself. This result is already a compromise, and for Wei Yuan, it is satisfactory enough. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking the Empress, Wei Yuan stood up and left. He still has a lot of things to deal with. An academic war may be about to begin. Above the sky, the light dispelled the dark clouds, like the rising sun bringing warmth to the people of Kyoto. A dark shadow undulated into the tea house and knelt in front of Zhang Yingxiu. Great joy! I received news from the palace that the young master's writings will be remembered for ages, and his new school of thought has caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. What did you say? Is this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by Wang Er? Zhang Yingxiu's tender voice exploded. Her face was filled with astonishment. Can't accept this fact. Zhang Feng looked as if he had expected it, as he had already discovered the young master's extraordinary qualities. It seems that the young master has not received much education, yet he is able to speak so casually. I am only slightly inferior to the young master, so maybe I can write a few national poems for fun. Auntie, it's absolutely true. Hiss. Zhang Yingxia was shaking with excitement. Good good good. My Zhang family has finally produced a capable minister who can govern the world. There is a scholar in my Zhang family now. Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to call me a shrew. I'll let Wang write an article to scold them to death. Zhang Yingxia could no longer hold back, she even wanted to rush into the palace, pull Jiang Wang out, and take a good look at what was going on in his head. Now this terrifying vision that swept across Kyoto for thousands of miles was actually done by Jiang Wang. How could she not be shocked? The Empress valued civil affairs over military affairs, and the Jiang family's strength gradually declined. Despite the internal and external troubles, he was close to the royal family, kept away from military officers, and promoted corrupt scholars. The military generals are not united, and what happened 20 years ago is still unclear, so there is not much hope for the eldest brother's plan. The fact that Jiang Wang had the talent to be a civil official was tantamount to giving the Jiang family another choice. The most important thing. In the past, no matter what I did, I would be insulted behind my back by those literati. They cursed without using any curse words and even sang songs. When Wang becomes a great scholar, I'll see who can scold me better. In Bailu Academy, Wei Daru also learned the news. So it turns out that those things were not done against us. Phew, thank God. Then I suddenly realized that this strange phenomenon was caused by Jiang Wang. Suddenly, Wei Daru felt his heart was hollowed out. An article that will last for centuries, a talent that will last for centuries. I actually went to offend a genius of all time. Puff. Wei Daru spat out a mouthful of blood and fell headfirst onto the Kong. And Zhu Sheng from the National Academy next door. It was a rare occasion that he swore. Damn it, this idiot Wei Shen. I missed out on a talent that will be remembered for the ages. Zhu Sheng looked at the new learning that was still printed on the sky. I cursed 100 times in my heart. He did not follow the path of a Confucian official, so Jiang Wang's new learning did not have much impact on him. Zhu Sheng advocated that one should study wholeheartedly, uphold the principles of heaven and eliminate human desires. Isn't Jiang Wang advocating a variety of learning, tolerance, enlightenment, and education for all? Being able to accept a disciple with such saintly talent, what's the harm in changing one's own ideas? After all, it's all about studying. I think this scripture meaning vegetarian restaurant is quite good. I wonder if I can become the head vegetarian? And in the Duke Zhenqiuo's mansion. Master, the news is absolutely true. It is indeed a masterpiece made by Jiang Wang of the Jiang family. Really? A light flashed in the chaotic eyes of the Duke of Zhenqiuo. What a unicorn boy you are! You have been pretending to be a dandy for so many years. I didn't expect that he would secretly study. He has also achieved 4th grade great accomplishment in martial Dao. What kind of monster did Jiang Wuxian give birth to? Does he want to be good at both civil and military affairs? Thinking of this, the old man, the Duke of Zhenqiuo, kicked his son to the ground. Look at others, then look at yourself. Why don't you give birth to a son like this? Shen Lian touched his butt that was kicked and hurt, mumbling to himself. You didn't give me any intelligence, so why are you blaming me? From today on, everyone in Kyoto is shocked and excited. No one could have imagined that a wicked young man like Jiang Wang could actually start a new school of thought and write articles that will be remembered for generations. It's incredible. Some people couldn't help but murmur the poems that Jiang Wang wrote before the imperial examination. When the great rock rises with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Even if it comes down when the wind dies down, it can still stir up the ocean water. People always see me as different, and they sneer when they hear my big words. Suanfu still fears the younger generation, and a man should not look down on the young. All of a sudden, everyone realized that Jiang Wang was not as dissolute as he appeared to be. He is actually the dormant rock. As long as the east wind helps him one day, he will soar into the sky. Many people who had been bullied by Jiang Wang's predecessor gradually came to their senses. Did I really go too far at that time, and was young Master Jiang correcting me? And inside the palace, in the examination room of Wendao Palace, Lin Pinggan was stunned. Shouldn't this be my own script? Why did you overturn the table when I haven't even finished answering the question? What's going on? Is this reasonable anymore? How can you play like this? No one can beat this. You must be a saint. It must be saint. The Prime Minister asked a question, what is education? You are the one who created a new subject. Is it so worthless? New student. Lin Pinggan kept mumbling to himself, and for the first time he began to doubt the claim that he was the child of destiny. If he is the son of destiny, then what is Jiang Wang? Is he a natural saint? Today, a new school was born in my Dixuan, which is cause for celebration. Jiang Wang is indeed the Kailan son of the Jiang family. I am very happy. Pass the message down. Jiang Wuxian has taught his son well. He will add a future saint to our great Xian. A reward of 3,000 taels of silver and 2 sets of second-grade official uniforms. Ji Lingyu waved his hand and rewarded the Jiang family with some rewards. To be honest, this reward is too little for an article that will be remembered for generations, especially one that talks about education and opens up new disciplines. But there were no more rewards to be given above that. Could the essays produced in the imperial examinations be used to promote military generals to higher positions? His achievements are so great that they frighten his master. Ji Lingyu walked up to the stage calmly and sat down on the dragon throne. Under the phoenix crown and bridal robe, she has a dignified look, a good-looking face, and exquisite makeup, making her look like a fairy. Left Prime Minister, how many people have passed the second round of the test? Ye Lingchan woke up from his shock. He ordered people to collect the test papers of the candidates, and after a while, selected 9 from them. It was handed over to Ji Lingyu together with Jiang Wang's article. Your Majesty, these 9 articles are of the best quality. I dare not judge the writings of the past. Ji Lingyu looked at the 10 articles in her hand. I was enlightened by Jiang Wang Kaisensai's approach to scholarship. This will indeed be beneficial to our Dixuan, but the candidate to lead the Sansai must be carefully considered. Hand over the approved article to Eunuch Lu. The eliminated students left the hall unwillingly. The eunuchs cleared out all the desks in the venue, leaving only 10 tables. My dear ministers, since you have passed the first 2 levels of the palace examination, you are already my subjects. But they are all ministers, and this palace examination will also determine the top 3 winners. The ancient article is very good, but that is the topic of the second test. I still need to compare it again. Ji Lingyu's gaze turned to Lin Pingyan among the 10 people. There was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Hearing about the recompetition, Jiang Wang understood. Ji Lingyu really wanted to push Lin Pingyan to the top. Since he had already made an immortal contribution, this third test was actually not necessary. If we take the third test now, I'm afraid other candidates won't dare to compete with me. This is indeed the case. Hearing that the third test would still proceed as normal, several students except Lin Pingyan looked bitter. What are you still competing for? Are you still trying to let him write an article that will be remembered for generations? Please stop torturing us, Wangzhen can't bear it anymore. Lin Pinggan's hope was rekindled. Ji Lingyu's third question had been revealed to him a few days ago. He has looked up a lot of documents in the past few days and discussed it with his younger brother Lin Xinian and other great scholars from Bailu Academy. There is already a satisfactory answer. Even if I am not as good as Jiang Wang in writing, doesn't the Empress help him through the back door? Chapter 31. Inside the Wendao Palace, on a high platform, Ji Lingyu sat upright on the dragon throne. The students in the audience lined up in a row, with Jiang Wang sitting on the far right, which was the last one. The autumn harvest is approaching, which is the season for the harvest of my people. However, the northern barbarians will certainly come south to plunder every autumn, plundering our northern villages and cities. The people are living in poverty, which worries me greatly. Ji Lingyu held his forehead with one hand, seeming to be very sympathetic to the plight of the people in the northern border. But Jiang Wang knew that there were reasons for this situation. The reason has to do with Jiang Wuxian. Decades ago, Jiang Wuxian went north to fight against the barbarians and guarded the Dixuan Hanbone Pass. For 3 years, the barbarians were unable to move south to graze, and the soldiers no longer had to be on guard with bows and arrows drawn at night. Because Jiang Wuxian was there, the Hanggu Pass remained unbroken for 3 years. The northern barbarians had not gone south for the autumn harvest for 3 years, and famine broke out in their own territory. The corpses of barbarian civilians and mounts covered the entire ice field. The barbarians had no choice but to resort to cannibalism, and as a result, a monster was born. The current barbarian king. A guy who is of mixed blood, but his barbarian bloodline completely obscures his humanity. 3 years later, second grade reached its peak. Jiang Wuxian had no choice but to launch a northern expedition, hoping to destroy the barbarians while they were still weak. In front of Hang Pass, hundreds of thousands of barbarians were killed, forcing the barbarian king to come out to fight. As expected, the barbarian king was not provoked. He mobilized all his clan members and marched south to Hang Pass. This battle could have brought decades of peace to the north for Dixuan, but in Kyoto, Jiang Wang's wife died of an inexplicable illness after giving birth to their second son. Jiang Wang received 13 golden orders from the late emperor, and withdrew the troops sent by the 13 states of Dixuan to reinforce the troops. He also summoned Jiang Wang to the capital to meet the emperor. Thus, the war in the north came to an end, and the barbarians got a chance to catch their breath. After the empress came to power, all kinds of bizarre operations began to happen again. Because she was afraid of Jiang Wang's prestige in the northern army, the empress cut the army by 800,000. Only 100,000 permanent troops were left at Hang Pass, and as for the barbarian invasion in autumn, the northern border sects would cooperate in resisting it. From then on, Hang Pass was lost every year, and the king of Zhenbei had no choice but to retreat again and again. The people in the north have been living in misery since then. A doggerel poem was also circulated among the people: women remarry once a year, 9 out of 10 houses are empty, girls get married at the age of 14, and boys must make military achievements at the age of 15. Jiang Wang sneered in his heart. The empress is jealous of talented people and pretends to care about the people. My dear ministers, my question is very simple. It is worrying about the country. Poems, essays, and songs are all fine. I can't wait too long, 2 sticks of incense will do. The topic of the third final exam has been decided: worry about the country. Please answer it. With the loud announcement from Munich LU, the third test began. The topic of worrying about the country is too easy for Jiang Wang. There are too many outstanding poets in history who wrote poems expressing their concern for the country and the people. He originally wanted to compose a poem to easily win the imperial examination, but he didn't expect that Lin Ping'an would take action first. In just less than an incense stick of time, Lin Ping'an wrote a poem with a wave of his hand. While other students were still pondering how to help His Majesty share his worries. On Lin Ping'an's rice paper, little spots of light bloomed, and a hint of fragrance emanated from the ink. The fragrance of ink and books, this is a strange phenomenon of the fragrance of ink and books. Who is this person who wrote a poem that can protect the country so quickly? Wow, that's amazing. Although not as fast as Master Jiang, it's too fast. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Lin Ping'an smiled proudly with his hands in his pockets. As expected, I was still the protagonist of the script. Just a casual move shocked the whole audience. Ji Lingyu was sitting on the dragon throne, filled with joy but showing no emotion on the surface. As expected of the man she chose, every move he made was extraordinary. It's just that his status is too low. If he were the son of a minister, he would definitely be taken into the harem as a male concubine. Lin Ping'an was enjoying Ji Lingyu's admiring look, wishing he could become the lover of a king one day. Then wouldn't the world be within easy reach? It was a pity for the woman named Li Muir. Since she returned to Kyoto, she was somehow arranged to live in Jiang Wang's mansion, which made him miss a chance to have a romantic relationship. Lord Lin, since you have already finished your poem, why don't you show it to me? Ji Lingyu looked at Lin Ping'an with an unstoppable smile in her eyes. Lin Ping'an stood up and handed the rice paper that smelled of ink to Eunuch Lu, who then passed it to Ji Lingyu. No matter how much the Empress values Lin Ping'an, the rules of the palace cannot be broken. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach the Empress within 3 steps. Ji Lingyu also practices martial Dao. How could she not see what Lin Ping'an wrote on the high platform? Nowadays, his behavior is just to show that he is respectful to others. Opening the rice paper in his hand, each word jumped into Ji Lingyu's eyes. Satisfied, he closed the paper and nodded. Lin Ping'an's answer is very much to my liking. As an official, you should be like Lin Ping'an in his poem, sharing my worries. Lin Ping'an stood up with a smile and saluted as a student. I am very glad that your majesty likes it. Students believe that ministers should be responsible for such important matters as worrying about the country. It is the duty of a minister to share the worries of his sovereign. I worry about the development of the country, the invasion of barbarians, and whether the people can have enough food to eat. These are your majesty's concerns, and they are also my concerns. Lin Ping'an's words caused everyone present to nod their heads repeatedly. To put it bluntly, every candidate present wanted to share the Empress's worries. Oh, except Jiang Wang. In Dixuan, serving the country is serving the king. If you want to do something for the country and the people, you need to please the Empress first and get her approval. Otherwise it would just be a common man expressing his feelings in vain. However, Jiang Wang always felt upset. He had heard his father describe life in the north. The people there are living in misery, and this can't be described with just 4 words. Cold weather causes the soil to freeze, becoming hard and compact, making it impossible to cultivate and plant. When the hoe was used, not only the soil was dug up, but also the ice. Ordinary crops simply cannot grow in frozen soil, which is why the northern barbarians have always lacked food and have been migrating south. But can the soldiers and people who stayed behind live a happy life? Food was provided by land transport, consisting of only a few simple, long-lasting hardtacks and dried meat. The water source relies on heated snow, and the weapons in your hands cannot come into direct contact with your skin. Over time, your skin will stick to the weapons. In such a desperate situation, what are they doing? Isn't it for the sake of the people and the country that we are protecting behind us? Hang Pass stands there, and the border of Dixuan is there, so the most brutal war will not be left to the inland. This is also the war buffer zone reserved in the current international situation. No country wants a war to take place within its borders. War can cause accidental casualties among civilians, destroy farmland, generate epidemics, and even pollute water sources. Post-war recovery and immigration are even more difficult. So many people are sharing the worries of the country and their families. Why do some people say that worrying about the country should be the minister's job, and that the emperor is the one who worries most about the country? No, everything is wrong. Jiang Wang's thoughts were a little messy, and he felt that inspiration was about to come out. Then, at this moment, blessing came to my heart. Jiang Wang picked up his pen and wrote a few lines of calligraphy on the rice paper. When Lin Ping'an saw Jiang Wang's answer, his heart, which had just been relieved, began to rise again. No way, this person wouldn't really write another poem that would become famous all over the world. This time there was nothing strange on the rice paper, and the ink marks were clearly visible on the paper. When eunuch Lu saw that he could clearly see the words on the rice paper, he unconsciously followed and read them out. He is so thin and frail, wearing a loose gauze hat, and he is a lone soldier in a cold and remote place thousands of miles away. Although I am in a low position, I dare not forget to worry about the country, and I have to wait until I die to settle the matter. The gods of heaven and earth support the temple, and the elders of the northern border hope for peace and prosperity. Zhang Zi's Art of War covers both the present and the past, and I read it more carefully at midnight by lamplight. Hiss! What a good poem! But why is there no vision? Eunuch Lu was a little puzzled, and looked at Jiang Wang worriedly and murmured. The candidates present also felt that the poem was indeed good, but somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, and they did not understand what Jiang Wang wanted to express because I haven't written the topic yet. Among the candidates, a student wearing pure white scholar's uniform said. At this time, Jiang Wang finally wrote the title of the poem. The morning soldiers express their feelings. The second incense stick burns out. The entire Wendao palace fell into deathly silence. Ji Lingyu opened her mouth to give an order, but found that no sound came out of her throat. What's going on? Witchcraft, poison, or some other means? Why can't I speak? Where are the guards? Protect the emperor, protect the emperor. Although Ji Lingyu has martial Dao skills, it is only the 4th grade delivered by the spirit pill. It would ensure her longevity, but if an assassin were to kill her, she would not be able to resist on her own. But they have divine weapons to protect the country. Ji Lingyu was so frightened that she was about to take out the imperial seal, but at this moment, the voice of the left prime minister broke the silence and spread into the palace. Don't panic, your majesty. This is a poetic vision. The left prime minister pushed open the door and walked into the hall, then with a wave of his hand, he lifted the empress's ban. Ji Lingyu felt his throat relax and he regained the ability to speak, and asked with some annoyance. Zhou Xiang, what kind of anomaly is this? How could it have such an effect? The left prime minister bowed, his words devoid of emotion. Your Majesty, this vision is all silence. It was triggered by Jiang Wang's poems. The poem is narrated from the perspective of a mourning soldier, describing the feelings of the northern warriors who wanted to speak up and convey their feelings to His Majesty, but received no response. Ji Lingyu's face looked a little ugly. Could it be that this poem was pointing at her? Even if she wanted to give advice, it would not be allowed. It would be disgraceful for her to lose face in front of so many people. Ji Lingyu was just about to get mad at Jiang Wang. But at this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the palace gate. Snap snap, the footsteps were in unison and loud, like the ringing of a huge bell. It is gradually approaching Wendao Palace. What's going on? This question arises in everyone's mind. Bang, the palace gate was pushed open, and more than a dozen guards, holding knives, kept retreating. Captain of the guards. What has frightened you so much? Is it the enemy that is attacking us? Where is your courage? The Empress was furious and stood up and scolded. The chief guard was sweating profusely and had already retreated into the hall. At this moment, layers of human figures appeared outside the palace gate. The captain of the guards fell to the ground with a thud. The candidates screamed and ran away in all directions. The fools hid under the tables, the wiser ones hid behind the pillars. Only the Confucian scholar in white quietly walked to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang smiled gently and looked the scholar up and down. This person is dressed in white, has red lips and white teeth, and is a little thin, but makes people want to protect him. Well, he looks like a typical pretty boy. You know a lot, kid. What's your name? The scholar in white bowed slightly and replied. I am Li Zionji, and I am a student of the great scholar Li Yan. Jiang Wang put away his frivolous look and returned the greeting. The great scholar Li Yan was one of the few great scholars that he thought was pretty good. The figure outside the door stepped into the hall, and the light finally allowed the Empress to see the person's face clearly. Ah, she was so frightened that she covered her red lips with her hands, and her pupils were trembling. Entering the room were 3 battle-hardened veterans. Why can we tell at a glance that they are veterans of hundreds of battles? Because they were covered with wounds. Knife wounds, arrow wounds, burns, bruises, and one person even dragged a 3-meter-long intestine. That's right, because they are all dead. The old soldier who died in hundreds of battles was actually standing in the Wendao Palace, standing in the imperial examination room. Behind them, the square had been cleared. 800 dead soldiers stood in neat and silent formation. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the hall. The left Prime Minister stood calmly in front of the Empress and spoke soothingly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's just a vision of poetry. It will disappear soon. I can protect you here. The Empress nodded in shock and straightened the tilted phoenix crown. Click, the 3 veterans who entered the hall knelt down in unison. They lowered their once proud heads, stared at the Empress with empty eyes, and roared hoarsely. Your Majesty, win! Following the roar of the 3 people, people outside the palace gate also roared in unison. Your Majesty, when will the attack begin? The Empress didn't quite understand and looked at the left Prime Minister in confusion. The left Prime Minister bowed and explained. Jiang Wang's poem describes the frustration of the soldiers in the northern border. They wrote that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, but they waited for a long time for news of the northern expedition. Although they are of low status, they are very concerned about the safety of the country and wait for the decision of the palace every day. But what awaited me was only gradual aging, scars accumulated day and night, and fewer comrades. So they prayed to the gods, praying for 100 battles without death, and for His Majesty to march north. I read Zhang Zi's Art of War by lamplight every night, longing for the day of the northern expedition. The left Prime Minister then slowly knelt down and asked in a sad voice. So they crawled out from the frozen soil of the north, and came to the palace with the help of poetry to ask you when our great Xian will march north. Your Majesty, when? Once these words were spoken, they also infected everyone in the hall. The guards knelt in front of the Empress with tears in their eyes. The students crawled out from under the table and knelt in the hall. Lian Zhongwang also bowed and saluted from a distance. Lin Pinggan. Forget it, let's not talk about him, the BD ran away long ago. The Empress was also infected by the lofty ambitions at this moment, and the majesty of the Emperor was slightly revealed. She sat on the dragon throne, her phoenix robe burning like fire. Her almond-shaped eyes opened wide, she waved towards the north and cried out tenderly. I approve, the northern expedition will begin today. Wow, 800 soldiers saluted in unison. Make a fist with your right hand and hit it on your heart. Give our hearts to Dixuan. Phew, a cold wind blew, and the veterans turned into dust and flew north along the cold wind. When we arrived at Hang Pass, more and more dust rose from the frozen soil. They condensed together and gradually turned into a pitch-black skeleton sword. A bang of the knife. Kill the barbarians in the north. Chapter 32. On the frozen soil of the northern border above, there are simple houses scattered around. Figures in 2s and 3s were moving between the houses. They are of sturdy build, with an average height of over 2.5 meters, with muscular bodies covered with thick body hair. The fangs in its mouth extended half an inch, and its eyes were as big as a calf's. These are the barbarians from the north. Greer was walking in the tribe. Today was the day to discuss going south to collect money. Bang, ouch! A few barbarian children were chasing each other and laughing, and accidentally bumped into Greer. The child fell to the ground and rubbed his tears in pain. A barbarian woman heard the sound, hurried out of the room, and knelt in front of Greer in panic. "My lord barbarian king, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of the child." Greer smiled and picked up the child on the ground and rubbed his head. "It's okay. The child is growing strong. It's all thanks to you. I am very happy." Before he finished speaking, a great sense of crisis swept through Greer's body. A skeleton sword emitting pitch-black smoke appeared in the sky. The sword paused slightly in the air, instantly locked onto the target, and headed straight for Greer. "King, be careful." The tribal guards rushed over to protect the emperor. Greer was still holding the child in one hand and it was too late for him to dodge. It happened in a flash. He raised his other hand and punched the skeleton sword. Boom! The skeleton sword shattered with a sound. The black smoke dissipated. The barbarian woman covered her mouth in horror. "King! Don't panic, it's just a minor injury." Greer's figure appeared in the smoke and dust, and his right arm had disappeared. His eyes were grim as he stared at the southern sky. A war poem of the human race? Such tremendous power has not been seen in many years. Even such a barren land in the north, our barbarians can no longer defend it. Either conquer or be exterminated. My fellow people, the Glire, must stand on warm land. Phew! Putting the child down, a new right arm grew out of Greer's wound. "Notify the elders to speed up the transformation of the ancestral god bloodline in my body. We don't have time to wait any longer. In order to store food for the war, this year's autumn harvest will certainly be more severe than in previous years." Dixuan, in the examination room of Wendao Palace. A bloody, thick arm fell in the center of the hall. Jilingyu was startled and her brows furrowed. The arm was broken at the root, but no blood flowed out. It fell to the ground with a sound of metal clashing. Yelingchen went forward to check, intending to pick up the remaining limbs on the ground. One hand tried to grab it, but the stump didn't move at all. Yelingchen's expression changed slightly, and he used both hands to pick up the remaining limb. His face was heavy as he respectfully presented the remains to the stage. "Your Majesty, this is the remains of a second-grade barbarian king. It has the power of poetry, and I guess it was written by Jiang Wang. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I, Dixuan, have obtained a song that can be used to kill and mobilize the power of dead soldiers." Mortal War Poems. As soon as Yelingchen finished speaking, the entire palace was shocked. Jilingyu excitedly stood up from the dragon throne and walked to the front of the stage to observe carefully. She gently stroked the barbarian king's stump, feeling the second grade's power flowing through it. The imperial seal on his body vibrated slightly, conveying a joyful emotion. Okay. This thing is truly the barbarian king's arm. I can already feel the joy of the great Xian kingdom's destiny in the imperial seal. Jiang Wang, who on earth are you to be able to write a mortal war poem? Jilingyu looked at Jiang Wang, her eyes full of admiration and entanglement. It is a pity that such a talent is the descendant of a military officer, and if he is given too much power, it will inevitably cause a serious disruption of the balance in the court. Affects the foundation of my great mystery. It's a pity to have such an incredible talent. What a pity! What a pity! Students, look at me and I look at you. They all opened their mouths in disbelief. The Mortal World War Poems, this is something that only appears in history books. There hasn't been a mortal war poem in Dixuan for nearly 100 years. The power of this battle poem lies in that it can mobilize the power of ordinary people in the world. With the guidance of Confucian scholars, they gathered the power of all living things and carried out killings far beyond their level. Although it may never be as powerful as the first time it was created, as long as you can learn it, you will have greater confidence in battles against opponents of the same level. This Jiang Wang is simply a god. The candidates looked at Jiang Wang with excitement. Li Xianji, a scholar in white, bowed respectfully to Jiang Wang. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your contribution to my human race. With this red dust war poem, my great Xian Confucian scholars have another way to defend against enemies at the border. The northern expedition will be more certain. At this moment, Jiang Wang has his eyes slightly closed, as if he is meditating. He felt that the blow from the skeleton sword brought him a tremendous amount of righteous energy. The sources of this positive energy are chaotic and unclear, but they all give a sense of red blood and a loyal heart. After it merged into his body, he developed a strong desire to fight, a desire to destroy the barbarians and pacify the northern border. Click! A sound that only Jiang Wang could hear came from inside his body. Jiang Wang opened his eyes and looked at Li Xiangji. Li Xiangji only felt a dizziness in his mind, as if he saw the vast starry sky in Jiang Wang's eyes. These eyes were so deep and silent that one could hardly look directly into them. Li Xiangji lowered his head in a hurry. His face was pale and his head was covered with sweat. Phew! With a long sigh, Jiang Wang finally got used to the sense of transcendence that came with the promotion. A half step to becoming a great scholar. His Confucian realm unexpectedly leaped to the peak of the 4th grade, the level of a half-step great Confucian scholar. It can be said that one only needs an opportunity to achieve the 3rd grade of Confucianism. When everyone in the room was filled with joy, Jiang Wang slowly walked to the front of the stage and stood right in front of Ji Lingyu. Under Ji Lingyu's confused and Zhou Lengchen's nervous gaze, Jiang Wang tapped his heart with his right hand and spoke in a firm voice. Your Majesty, I am willing to follow the army to the north. May I ask when your Majesty will send the troops? Ye Lengchen's heart skipped a beat. It's over, this little ancestor really asked this. Ji Lingyu's face suddenly looked a little ugly. I just promised the veterans of many battles to march north only to resolve the vision in poetry. But you, King Jiang, are questioning me about this hasty decision, which is really a disrespect to me. So Ji Lingyu answered unhappily. The northern expedition is a major event. How can we just start it? Then may I ask your Majesty, when shall we fight? I am willing to lead the troops and face death with equanimity. Ji Lingyu snorted coldly and said casually. Let's prepare for 3 to 5 years. The treasury is empty and the Changel ceremony is coming soon. We don't have any spare money. Jiang Wang nodded and returned to his seat in silence. He thought of the soldiers who were still suffering in the north, and the people who were about to face the barbarians coming south to exploit them. My heart hurts. I am willing to fight to the death. Why did your Majesty surrender before the fight? The barbarian king's arms have been cut off. If his father is reused, he may be able to pacify the north for Dixuan. Unfortunately, human hearts are hard to predict. What a pity that he is so jealous of talented people. Compared with peace and prosperity in the country, Ji Lingyu cares more about his throne. After Lin Ping'an was brought back in disgrace by eunuch Lu, Ji Lingyu called Zhou Lengchan and Wei Yuan to announce the final results of the imperial examination. Many outstanding talents emerged in this year's imperial examinations. I am very happy. I plan to raise everyone's rewards. Ji Lingyu opened the list of the top 10 in his hand and read from the back to the front. Zhang San from Beilu Academy, an official of 8th grade in Jizhu, Wang Wu from Beilu Academy, an official of 7th grade in Yangzhou. Jiang Wang did not expect that everyone's official position was promoted, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when the top 3 were read out, the targeting of Jiang Wang began. The 3rd place in the palace examination, Li Xiangji, is appointed as the 6th grade official of the Ministry of Works to supervise the construction of the Changel Grand Ceremony for me. Li Xiangji looked a little unhappy, but he could only grit his teeth and thank him. The Ministry of Works can be said to be ranked last among the 6 ministries of Dixuan. In the Dixuan Joa world, craftsmen are not given much importance. The Empress is mainly responsible for the repair and construction of the Imperial Palace. It is a department that plays an important role in future generations, but it has not received the support it deserves. Moreover, Li Xiangji was a scholar with a wealth of knowledge, proficient in poetry and prose, and capable of governing the country. He was assigned to the Ministry of Industry, which may have been due to his close relationship with Jiang Wang. The 2nd place in the palace examination, Lin Ping'an, was given the 5th grade position in the Ministry of Justice, in charge of the review and approval of major cases, and had the power to execute first and report later. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. It's too high. This official position is indeed too high. Lin Ping'an was born into a commoner family and he never thought that he would be directly promoted to a 5th grade official. If this happened in any of the 13 states, he would be the 2nd in command. Besides, Lin Ping'an is the night watchman's silver gong and is related to the investigation of the case. Now that he is asked to intervene in the Ministry of Justice, I wonder what the expression of the Minister of Justice Li Yan will be. Ye Lengchen looked unhappy, and secretly guessed the relationship between Lin Ping'an and the Empress. The empress seldom interfered in the internal affairs of the 6 ministries. Now she suddenly arranged for Lin Pinggan to be in, and no one knew why. Wei Yuan looked as if he had expected this. Lin Pinggan was extremely happy in his heart. The empress really treated him well. I don't know when I can have S*X with her again. Only King Jiang's reward was left to be read out. Ji Lingyu paused, as if hesitating. After a while, she asked. My 2 prime ministers, what official position do you think I should give to the number 1 scholar, Jiang Wang? It seems that the empress wants to hand over the difficult problem to the left and right prime ministers to solve. Yelingchen certainly wanted King Jiang to get a good official position, which would be a help to both him and concubine Lu. Your Majesty, I think with King Jiang's accomplishments and abilities, he can be assigned to the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Rights as a deputy minister. Yelingchen's proposal was of high quality, as Yuan Weilang was a 4th-grade official position among the 6 ministries. He is a real high-ranking official. You have to know that Zhang Wuxian is only a 2nd-grade official, and the Dexuan kingdom values civil officials over military officials. When a military officer sees a civil official, he lowers his rank to 1st grade and only gives him half of his salary. This means that Jiang Wang will catch up with Zhang Wuxian's lifelong struggle right after he finishes the imperial examination. But at this time, Wei Yuan interrupted. I think the left prime minister's proposal is not good. King Jiang is very talented and cares about the people. It should be placed in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to enrich the national treasury for your majesty and enrich the country and strengthen the people. Wei Yuan's suggestion was extremely poisonous. Normally, students who had just passed the imperial examination would not be assigned to the 2 lucrative departments, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue, so he was actually suggesting that Jiang Wang go to the Ministry of Works. As for why the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War were not proposed, it was related to the factional struggle between the 2 prime ministers. The right prime minister Wei Yuan was mainly in charge of and assisted in winning over the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Justice. That's why Yelingchen suggested that King Jiang go to the Ministry of Rights to gain real power and divide Wei Yuan's control. Yelingchen was mainly in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, which were originally in decline. He was only able to maneuver because he held the empress's financial power. The Ministry of War was not willing to side with either of the 2 and was inclined towards the Duke of Zhenqiu, so it was an object of wooing by both parties. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Wei Yuan to allow Jiang Wang, who was born a military general, to serve in the Ministry of War. It's no wonder that the empress is having a headache. Jiang Wang's destination is indeed difficult to decide. Seeing that Ji Lingyu still hadn't made a decision, Jiang Wang was also annoyed. It seems that the plan to cut off Lin Pinggan's official career in advance has failed, but fortunately there is a plan B. But the arrangement of his official position was too complicated, and he even felt troubled for the empress. Fortunately, someone can solve such a headache. Eunuch Lu came to the empress and whispered a few words. Ji Lingyu was overjoyed after hearing this and nodded with satisfaction. The first place in the palace examination, Jiang Wang, was named a member of the Imperial Academy, and was awarded a residence in Kyoto. He was allowed to open a school, practice new learning, and educate the people. It is considered as a 4th-grade official position, and the salary is better. When it came to Ji Lingyu's canonization, Jiang Wang had a face full of question marks. It seems that this reward is not impossible. The Kokushian is similar to the Hanlin Academy in the previous life. He was mainly responsible for accompanying and teaching the princes and princesses, managing the imperial examinations, and even helping the emperor draft imperial edicts, compiling history books, and training officials. Although he did not have much real power, he had a wide range of responsibilities and came into contact with many capable people and civil officials. It is very suitable for Jiang Wang, who is not here to share the empress's worries and to do bad things. Moreover, the reward of being able to open an academy was a blow to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan's face was purple and blue at the moment, and it was obvious that he was very unhappy. It was already somewhat disgusting that Ji Lingyu inserted Lin Pinggan into the Ministry of Justice under his command. Although he and the Empress are in the same boat, he even helps the Empress manage the night watchman. But smart people know that the night watchmen only obey the direct orders of the Empress. Now that he clearly knew that he hated new learning, he still gave Jiang Wang such a reward, which would inevitably cause Wei Yuan's dissatisfaction. But there was no use expressing dissatisfaction, as the Empress was about to get up and leave. My dear ministers, the land of Dexuan still needs you to protect me. Let's leave the court. I need to rest. Jilingyi waved her phoenix robe and turned to leave. The right prime minister snorted coldly and followed the empress. Yelingchan smiled at Jiang Wang, knowing that this was not the place to talk, and followed the students away. Eunuch Lu was not so particular and walked up to Jiang Wang with a smile. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Jiang Wang clasped his fists and replied happily. Very satisfied, thank you for your help, Eunuch Lu. Hey, you're welcome, Mr. Jiang. I should be the one thanking you. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and understood. But the pills still work. Eunuch Lu nodded meaningfully, his face was rosy and he looked full of energy. Congratulations, Eunuch Lu. From now on, I will call you Master Lu. Eunuch Lu laughed heartily, and his voice was no longer disguised as the shrill voice of a eunuch. That's right, what Tuo Lai Fu gave to Eunuch Lu that day was a regeneration pill. As the name suggests, the main function of the pill is to regenerate limbs for people with amputated limbs. This elixir is extremely precious. Although it is not difficult to refine, the medicinal materials are hard to find, and few people will go out of their way to refine it. Because high-level monks, such as martial artists, can directly pick up broken arms and limbs and place them on the wound to reconnect the flesh and blood. Even those above the second grade have methods to regenerate broken limbs. The same is true for other schools, they all have ways to make up for it. Only those who have been physically disabled since childhood need the help of this pill. Eunuch Lu had been searching for many years, but it was difficult to find her given his status in the palace. Since Master Lu's flaws have been repaired, then this cultivation level must be. Chapter 33. Master Lu signaled Jiang Wang to keep quiet and be careful of anyone eavesdropping. Although the two are among the best masters in the palace, they still have to remain vigilant. Young Master Jiang guessed correctly. He has indeed made some progress, but it will take time. After hearing this, Jiang Wang felt relieved. Being born with a disability would affect the practice of martial dao, this was what Jiang Wuxian told him when he was a child. The eunuchs in the palace usually have some skills, but rarely can they become masters. This is unlikely based on the number of people who have done this over the years. The reason is that the sky is incomplete and the earth is imperfect. Their physical defects make it difficult for them to break through to the third grade. Even if they manage to break through, they cannot reach the second grade realm of living dead and white flesh. Therefore, the royal family could easily ensure that the eunuchs in the palace would always be disabled to maintain peace in the harem. However, this lucky person was Eunuch Lu. As soon as he entered the palace, he showed his outstanding talent in cultivation, and his martial dao realm improved by leaps and bounds. This has long been a prodigy that various powers are fighting for. Unfortunately, he is a eunuch. But many years later, Eunuch Lu really broke through to the third grade with his perseverance and outstanding talent. It was a miracle, but that was all. Since the Empress took the throne, her cultivation has not improved at all in the past 20 years and she is always at the beginning of the third grade. He had once been in despair and thought about giving up, but the regeneration pill gave him hope. Now he is a complete man, and with this terrifying talent, no one knows how high he can reach. However, this matter must not be made public, so as not to offend the Empress. Ahem, Master Lu, congratulations then. I have an acquaintance in Manting Fang. I'll invite Mr. Lu to hang out when there's a chance. Eunuch Lu's old face turned red, as if there was a hint of desire. But I still suppressed my inner thoughts. Young Master Jiang's important matter is urgent. When I have a chance to leave the palace, I will find a way to find you. Jiang Wang smiled evilly, said goodbye and left. When he arrived at the square, he saw Li Xiangji waiting for him. As soon as he saw Jiang Wang coming out, Li Xiangji hurriedly waved and greeted him. Mr. Jiang, you finally came out. Master Shen asked me to tell you that my little sister is injured and hasn't woken up yet. They went back first and will personally go to the mansion to thank you later. Jiang Wang thought that Shen Haoshan ran very fast, and he didn't know if he was worried that he would target his sister. Seeing Li Xiangji still waiting, Jiang Wang asked. What happened to Master Li? Why don't you hurry back and tell Li Dare the good news? Li Xiangji bit his lip, a little hesitant. After a while, he made up his mind and said. Mr. Jiang, I want to join the academy you run and study with you. Jiang Wang was stunned. Is his charm so great? Is it worth it for Li Xiangji to block the palace door and come to me to sign up? Mr. Li, my academy is not even established yet, and I don't even have a teacher. What are you doing here? Li Deru is also a highly respected scholar. You will have a bright future if you follow her in cultivation. Li Xiangji became anxious when he heard this and explained with his face flushed. Master Jiang, you said that your academy teaches everyone, so you should also accept my teaching. Besides, what I'm really interested in is what you call the government hall. I have now been assigned to the Ministry of Industry. It is useless to have any complaints. My teacher once told me that the Ministry of Industry is the foundation of a country and the way to make it strong. I think what my teacher said must make sense, but I don't understand anything about it at the moment. Your academy embraces myriad manifestations, so there must be someone who can teach me the relevant knowledge. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. What Li Xiangji said was not far-fetched. His own Zhishizai attracts talented people from all walks of life and cultivates talents in engineering, finance, law, and other fields based on the scientific education methods of previous lives. With the knowledge accumulated from the previous life to university, it is possible to provide enlightenment guidance to targeted talents. For a true genius, a spark can set an entire grassland on fire. Since you really want to learn, come find me after my academy opens. Li Xiangji was delighted and expressed his gratitude by clasping his fists. I left the palace together with Li Xiangji. As soon as I went out, I saw my aunt waiting for me at the palace gate with a large group of black scale guards. The little aunt took a black scale guard mask from someone and put it on. She stood in front of everyone and saluted Jiang Wang as soon as she saw him. The black scale guard greets the young master and congratulates him on winning the first place in the imperial examination. The black scale guards all half knelt down and shouted in unison. Congratulations, young master, for winning the first prize. Jiang Wang was so embarrassed that this little ant was making trouble again. People on the street pointed at him and whispered to each other for fear of being discovered. Look, isn't that the evil young master of the Jiang family? That's who he is. How did he become the #1 scholar in the imperial examination? Cheating, hey. Be careful what you say. I heard from the students in the academy that Jiang Wang's win was not glorious. The real first place should be Lin Pinggan and Lin Yunluo. SHH, don't let him hear it. It is said that this Jiang Wang doesn't even have an official position. The people who were chatting obviously did not realize that the difference in their cultivation levels would be heard by others even if they lowered their voices. Zhang Yingxiu's face darkened and she gave the order in a cold voice. Black scale guards, listen up. Arrest those who are slandering the young master behind his back and torture them severely. I want to see who is slandering Wang. Several people who were talking about Jiang Wang turned green in the face and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Jiang Wang walked up to Zhang Yingxiu and patted her on the back. Forget it, they are just ordinary people who heard the story from others. It's those corrupt scholars who don't want me to have a good reputation. There will always be people who can tell right from wrong. Why would they bother with these ordinary people? Zhang Yingxiu sighed, twisted her slender back, and shook off Jiang Wang's hand. Well, forget it, go home. Your aunt will celebrate for you today. My Jiang family finally has a scholar. Today the Jiang mansion is decorated with lights and colors, just like Chinese New Year. To celebrate Jiang Wang's success in the imperial examination, his family set up hundreds of banquet tables and invited the visiting guests to dine. It must be that the Jiang family mansion is big enough, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to accommodate such a grand occasion. But even so, it took 3 turns of the table to find the answer. The main thing is that a great writer has emerged among the military circle, and he is a writer with the potential to be a saint. It is really cool. These military officers were good at eating and were very sociable. They brought their whole families, young and old, to the Jiang family to have a free meal. He called it to take advantage of Wen Kuxing's good fortune, but in order to save his father's face, Jiang Wang had no choice but to receive them one by one. It was not until midnight that the Jiang family finally quieted down. In Jiang Wang's yard, several key members opened a separate table. We have some special guests tonight. Dong Yi and Yun Yin. Jiang Wang felt the pain of Shura field for the first time. The atmosphere at the dinner table was even more depressing than the palace examination. Li Muir didn't say a word the whole time, just staring at Dong Yi like a bullied wife. She had a good impression of Yun Yin, but Jiang Wang had never mentioned Dong Ai, the vixen, to her. During the dinner, she flirted and chatted with Jiang Wang, looking like a prostitute. Seeing Li Muir like this, Jiang Wang wanted Dong Yi to stop. But this vixen seemed to have grasped Jiang Wang's sore spot and became even more excessive. Look, she took advantage of having drunk 2 glasses of wine and actually put her arms around Jiang Wang's neck and got close to him. Click, click. 2 simultaneous breaking sounds were heard. Jiang Wang looked for the source of the sound with a confused look on his face. Li Muir and Zhang Yingxiu looked at Jiang Wang angrily and broke the chopsticks in their hands. You guys are doing this. The food is too fishy. I won't eat it. Yeah, I think so too. What's wrong with Lai Fu? Why did the chef cook such a terrible meal? Redo all of them for me. Lai Fu, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Yu didn't dare to breathe. They rushed to the kitchen to carry the dishes and escape from this place of trouble. The only one who could remain calm and watch all this with a smile was Yun Yin, who had experienced it all. Seeing that Jiang Wang was really embarrassed, Yun Yin tried to smooth things over. Master, the Lingyan Pavilion has been initially established today. I have asked the sisters who used to make a living together for manpower. They have been displaced over the years, and their lives have not been very smooth. Now, with the help of the young master's resources, they have returned to various tea houses, pubs, and entertainment venues. I think it won't take long to build an intelligence network for the young master. Jiang Wang let out a long sigh and pushed away Dong Yi's arms that were clinging to him. Hey, you did a great job. You must pay attention to everyone's safety. If there is any need for force, you can contact Zhang Feng and the others. When Zhang Yingxiu heard about Lingyan Pavilion, she stopped being angry and made a suggestion. Since you want to establish an intelligence network with pure women as your hidden agents, you still need to have the necessary means of self-protection. Here I have a set of female fighting techniques that I once practiced. I will compile it into a book and teach it to you later. We must make sure they master the elixir as soon as possible. My Zhang family has plenty of resources. What we want is efficiency. Yun Yin nodded to express her gratitude. Seeing that Dong Yi was disliked, Li Muir adjusted her attitude and asked. Master, what exactly is your new subject? Are you really going to start an academy? Jiang Wang drank a glass of wine and answered after a little thought. I will definitely open the academy, and the sooner the better. Since Wei Yuan and his men are deliberately fabricating rumors to slander me, it means this matter hits their sore spot. The more the enemy fears something, the more we should do it. My new learning is actually very simple, that is, to teach students in accordance with their aptitude and to develop them in an all-round way, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically and labor-wise. Everyone obviously didn't understand and asked out of curiosity. What is the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor? Well, this involves 9-year compulsory education. Let's talk about it after the college opens. It's hard to explain it in a few words. Jiang Wang still kept it a secret. Then how do you arrange the teachers for each subject? I heard that you are going to open 3 halls. Zhang Yingxiu was obviously more worried about Jiang Wang's development. Jiang Wang sighed and felt a little worried. He had already decided on the position of the head of the administrative hall, and he would take the role himself. If my father were still alive, he could actually be qualified to be the head of Pageant. It is really difficult to choose Jiang Wang, the teacher for Jing Yizai. The people who can be chosen basically all have a grudge against me, or they have different ideas. The only person I can consider is Li Yun, Li Deru, and I don't know if she can agree. Master, I wonder if I can go to your academy for classes. Dong Yi spoke coquettishly in a sweet voice, twisting her slender waist and trying to throw herself into Jiang Wang's arms again. Jiang Wang stood up directly, dodged Dong Yi's attack, and said with a smile. Yes, in fact, you can all come to my academy to be teachers. Ah! Everyone present had question marks. Jiang Wang cleared his throat and explained. The characteristic of my college is multidisciplinary electives and teaching according to students' aptitude, so that people with various specialties can learn knowledge in the college. For example, Yun Yin, you can be a music teacher, responsible for teaching students music and piano skills. Yun Yin was startled and said with some embarrassment, but my level is not high enough, far from being as good as those masters of the Qin art as my master. Jiang Wang shook his head and didn't care. I once said that a disciple does not have to be inferior to his teacher, and a teacher does not have to be better than his disciple. If you meet someone who is not as good as you need to teach him knowledge. If you meet someone who is worse than you can also learn from him and let him be your teacher. In my academy, teacher is just a title, and everyone can be called a teacher. Boom. Everyone present, like divine insight, suddenly had their thoughts clarified. Li Muir raised her hand and asked like a primary school student. Then can I also become a teacher and teaching Gu techniques? Jiang Wang nodded with a smile on his face. What a teachable boy. When everyone heard that it was okay, they immediately became active. Lai Fu held the plate and said excitedly, then can I teach others to be a butler? After all, this is the only thing I am good at. Yes, I have set up a special subject called management. Zhang Feng said, then Zhang Yu and I can go and teach people to be guards and teach them how to protect their masters. Well, this is called security science, and you two will be the lecturers. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, then glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Master, let Zhang Feng go alone to teach security science. Actually, I have always had a hobby. I like to torture prisoners. I am particularly good at this. Is there a subject for this? Ahem, that's fine. I'll set up a torture school for you. I think the people in the Ministry of Justice will like it very much. Zhang Yingxiu said excitedly, then I'll go too. I can teach everyone how to practice, teach women how to fight, and teach them how to cut a man into sticks without killing him. Well, this is also possible, defense science, anatomy. And, there are many places you can go, and you may have to take on multiple duties. Dong Yi also spoke enthusiastically, his face flushed as if he was drunk. I want to be a teacher too. I can teach everyone how to please men in bed. I really don't have this. You haven't even passed the probation period as a female driver, why are you pretending to be an experienced driver? Jiang Wang yelled in his heart but didn't dare to say it out loud. The pleasant dinner ended amid laughter and joy. Late at night, in Zhang Wuxian's study, Jiang Wang was lying on the desk, busy writing a letter home. To the Great Father, are you and your brother doing well out there? I miss you very much in Kyoto. After writing the opening, Jiang Wang clicked his chin and pondered the wording. Father, I successfully won the first place in the imperial examination and even reached the level of a half-step great scholar. What do you think? Do you think I am not your biological son? I feel like I'll get beaten for saying this, so I crossed out Jiang Wang and changed it to deserves you. My little aunt is back, and this time she's shouting that she's the third grade great completion and is invincible among her peers. Because I was afraid of disappointing her, I didn't tell her that I was practicing both Confucianism and martial arts and that I was about to break through to the third grade. Father, please come back soon. I'm afraid she'll beat me up if she finds out. This time, Jiang Wang wrote the letter mainly to inquire about the nameless sword mark on Supreme Bone, which was not recorded in his father's or family history documents. Some time ago, by chance, I discovered that my Supreme Bone was cracked, and inside it was a sword intent that contained the aura of all living things. I have never heard you talk about this before. I am afraid it is a hidden trick left by the enemy on me. I am very worried. If you know the source, please let me know as soon as possible. After finishing the serious business, Jiang Wang decided to talk about some family matters. I asked the left Prime Minister to arrange for the hostage of the Julai tribe to join our family. I think she will be of great use in the future, but she seems to have misunderstood my meaning. At this time, it is up to father to make the final decision. The girls at Manting Feng are really nice. No wonder you always liked to take me there when I was a kid. There are still too few people in your family. Why don't you come back earlier and take me to apply for a card? How is Zhang Xing? If you can't help him, just throw him out and we can have another one. After writing and revising for most of the night, Jiang Wang finally folded the letter with satisfaction when he saw that it was full. He recruited a nightingale specially trained to deliver messages, tied the letter to the nightingale's feet, and the nightingale flew into the night sky chirping. The next morning, Jiang Wang, who had slept all night in the study, was awakened by a gust of fragrant wind. Chapter 34. Smelling the fragrance, Jiang Wang opened his sleepy eyes. I saw a pair of snow-white ones coming into view, and subconsciously, I was ready to stretch out my hands to play with them. Suddenly, a familiar angry face appeared before my eyes. Zhang Yingxiu was holding a basin of water and was about to pour it out. The basin was already tilted, and cold well water was seeping out of it. I'll go! Jiang Wang screamed and quickly dodged. The mysterious energy fluctuated, leaving only a residual image on the spot. Crash! A whole basin of water was poured on the recliner in the study. Zhang Yingxiu looked at Jiang Wang in surprise, as if she had not expected him to dodge. Li Muir, who was hiding outside the door and sticking his head out to observe his aunt's actions, saw that the plan was exposed. He retracted his head and ran away, betraying his teammates. FK, Zhang Yingxiu, what are you doing? Zhang Yingxiu pretended to be surprised and said in astonishment while covering her mouth. Oh, it's Wang. Why are you lying in the study? I want to clean your father's study room. I'm going to sprinkle some water and wipe the chairs first. Look at you, why are you sleeping here? Hurry up and call someone to wipe the table thoroughly. Zhang Yingxiu was about to slip away, and Jiang Wang said unhappily. Come on, what's the point of calling a servant for just a little water? He casually gathered the mysterious energy and brushed it across the recliner, and the accumulated water on it was evaporated in an instant. Zhang Yingxiu walked over to him with a smile. He grabbed his nephew's neck. The pair of crispy lips pressed against Jiang Wang's arms, and he asked with a sweet breath. Wang, tell your aunt the truth, what is your strength? Don't talk about the surface. We are all family. I asked you what it's like when your supreme bone is fully activated. Did your father secretly teach you something? Why do you feel you have such a strong physique? As she spoke, Zhang Yingxiu poked Jiang Wang's chest with a curious look on her face. Jiang Wang calmly pulled Zhang Yingxiu's arm away and said unhappily. There's no special instruction. It's just the family-inherited martial arts set, the flying bear technique. It's only at the level of a 4th grade. Zhang Yingxiu squinted her eyes and looked him up and down. Something's wrong. There's something very wrong with you. To be honest, I felt a little bit threatened when I saw you that day. I didn't pay attention when I was eating yesterday, but now that I look at it again, the feeling is even stronger. No, tell me the truth, have you been practicing some evil skills? It's only been a short time since I last saw you, how come you've made such rapid progress? Jiang Wang rolled his eyes helplessly. Can't I just be a talented person and make great achievements through hard work? Tisk, who would believe that? Never mind you. You can't beat me anyway. By the way, I promised to give you a big gift, but I haven't fulfilled it yet. Come on, come with me today. What are you doing? I have something else to do these 2 days, and the Empress's reward hasn't come yet. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. You can come back in time for dinner if you go there quickly. So, under Zhang Yingxiu's coercion and inducement, the two of them set out of the city. Jiang Wang seems to have never left Kyoto. Now when I leave Beijing, I find that the area outside Beijing is actually very desolate. Due to the lack of transportation and productivity, those who could afford it moved to Beijing, so there were few villages around, but instead there were many refugees wandering around. It took about 2 hours for Jiang and Wang to reach a river. Zhang Yingxiu took off her coat, revealing a set of hot underwear. Her waist was slender and she looked beautiful. She pointed to the bottom of the river and said, Come on, my gift for you is down below. Underwater? Jiang Wang rubbed his nose. The lovely little ant really didn't treat him as an outsider. The two men dived into the water, and sure enough, they found an open tombstone on the riverbed at the bottom of the river. Under the tombstone is a dark passage that extends downward to an unknown depth. Entering the secret passage, the internal route was complicated. Jiang Wang followed closely behind Zhang Yingxiu, looking at the 2 sets of white legs shaking in front of him, covering his nose and almost bubbling. The secret passage first went downwards and then meandered upwards, and before long the river water slowly disappeared. Hey, every time I come here I find it incredible. I don't know who left these ruins here. Zhang Yingxiu circulated her mysterious energy to evaporate the water from her body and explained to Jiang Wang. This is my gift to you, a place passed down by our predecessors. How is it, Auntie treats you well? Jiang Wang looked at the cave in front of him with a look of joy on his face. It's actually here. Lin Pinggan's preaching place. To be precise, it is the future preaching place. In the original novel, Lin Pinggan was hunted down by the Jiang family after his rise to power. He fled to a riverside, but was knocked into the water by Jiang Wang. He was doomed to die, but he happened to discover the ruins here. I have to say, the protagonist's opportunities are so ridiculous. The entrance here is not very hidden. With Jiang Wang's character, why didn't he go into the water to search, but he couldn't find the entrance. Now, Lin Pinggan has arrived here ahead of time, and it is a good opportunity to weaken the protagonist and strengthen himself. And, how did you find this place? Zhang Yingxiu scratched her head. Oh, this place, it seems like I offended that sword sect many years ago. As soon as I left Kyoto, I was hunted. One time, I had nowhere to hide, so I jumped into the river. I didn't expect to find this place. Look, I grilled fish here before. Jiang Yingxiu came to a statue and pointed at the ashes on the ground. I had forgotten about this place because there was nothing good there. There was only the sword in the statue's hand, and I couldn't take it down. But when I came home this time, I heard that you performed very well in the imperial examinations and could write both poems and essays. I suddenly remembered this place because there is a poem here that I have never understood. Perhaps you can understand and seize this opportunity. As she spoke, Jiang Yingxiu kicked the stone tablet at the feet of the statue. A gust of mysterious energy blew past, blowing away the dust on the stone tablet and revealing the words underneath. Jiang Wang came to the stone tablet and looked at the calligraphy poem carved with sword energy, and he couldn't contain his joy in his eyes. Sure enough, this is the place, the sword immortal inheritance. This is what was written on the stone tablet. In the morning I sailed to Kanggu and in the evening I returned. In the cave, the sun and the moon are the sky. The sword in the box roars from time to time. I will never pass this on unless I meet someone like you. Pure Yang sword immortal, Lu Dongbin. Jiang Wang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hey, Wanger, do you know this person? Lu Dongbin. Is his surname Lu? I don't think I've heard of him. I've never heard of a swordsman named Lu in history. Sword Dao or sword cultivation originated from martial Dao, but has its own independent realm division. Martial Dao 3rd grade is to comprehend one's own Dao, while sword cultivation is to enter Dao with sword, and enter 3rd grade with one's sword. The sword is the Tao, the spirit, the culture, the thought, and the way of life. There are 6 levels of sword cultivation: sword skill, sword heart, sword intent, sword power, sword spirit, and sword immortal. Throughout history, there is only one person who can be called sword immortal. I have seen this person in ancient books. It is said that he has cut off the 3 desires, escaped from the heaven and left this world. I didn't expect that there would be a legacy left here. Of course, Jiang Wang couldn't have actually read this ancient book. He just put his memories from his past life into a suitable way. Jiang Yingxiu pinched her chin and asked. Escaped from this world? Then this is an existence beyond the 1st grade. But why didn't they leave any legacy behind? They only put a statue here, which is tempting, isn't it? Jiang Wang shook his head and explained. Chun Yang sword immortal follows the path of pure sword cultivation. He left a poem here, saying that he would not pass it on unless he met someone who shared the same skill with him. I guess it's because my aunt has no interest in sword Dao, so she can't inherit it. Jiang Yingxiu smiled. Jiang Wang was right. During the days she was hiding here, she tried everything, including kowtowing 3 times, dripping blood, and becoming a disciple, but nothing worked. It turned out that she was not suitable for it. She indeed preferred to solve problems with her fists or launch sneak attacks with hidden weapons rather than using a sword. Both directions are inconsistent with sword Dao. Jiang Wang is ready to try to accept the inheritance of sword immortal. If he doesn't grab the opportunity of Lin Ping'an, who knows what outrageous things will happen and it will end up in Lin Ping'an's hands. It is written on the stone tablet, I will not pass on this unless I meet someone like me. What is a like-minded person? It means someone who has the same ideals, thoughts, and ideas as you. In his previous life, he had heard a lot about the thoughts of sword wielders, such as the Wuji sword saint, the demon sealing sword soul, and the swift wind sword master. They were all old acquaintances. Wait, Wanger, are you really going to choose sword cultivation? Jiang Wang was stunned and answered as a matter of course. Of course, with such a great opportunity, why not practice swordsmanship? Jiang Yingxiu shook her head and explained patiently. It seems that your father really didn't tell you anything. Do you know why the number of sword cultivators in Dixuan has been decreasing over the years and it has gradually declined? Jiang Wang has never paid attention to this problem, but it is true that the high-quality martial artists around him basically do not use swords. As for the sects, Heavenly Sword Sect and some other sects mostly follow the path of cultivating immortals, which is different from the sword cultivation of martial Dao. He is a flying sword master, capable of long-range attacks. A swordsman should straighten the curve, forge ahead without hesitation, and follow his heart and the blade in his attitude. One sword to live, one sword to die. The sword survives, the man dies, the sword dies, the man dies. Live with honor, die with glory, my heart is like my sword, I would rather break than bend. This is the sword cultivator. But to put it bluntly, I am a die-hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wang almost sprained his waist. It's APT. I can only say it's very apartment when your grandfather taught me and your father, he said that if you choose sword Dao, you must move forward courageously. Sometimes you know that the benefits of doing this are not as good as giving up, but you still have to do it, because you can't go against your heart and you can't compromise for the sake of perfection. Actually, this is fine with me. After all, I don't want to be wronged. I will fight anyone who provokes me. But I don't like using swords. I prefer to kill enemies by any means necessary rather than just one method. And your father directly refused to cultivate his sword at that time. He meant to be the head of the family. If he wanted to revive the Jiang family, he might have to resort to some insidious and cunning means, and even do some desperate things. Sometimes you have to compromise for the sake of the overall situation. If you can't do what you want, it will hinder his spiritual heart. So he gave up. Now I am telling you this. Are you really ready to become a sword cultivator? Jiang Wang was silent. He thought about his past and present lives, and everything he had done until now. Sword cultivator? After transmigration, what you do is just to follow your heart. Do whatever I want. If it's good, then I'm a saint. If it's evil, then I'll be the world's #1 villain. So what? Why should we follow other people's principles and constraints and choose the script arranged by God? God arranged Lin Pingan to be the son of fortune, the protagonist. Do I have to obey? I can't resist. No, I choose to tear up the script and write my own. And, my whole life I have been pursuing the goal of following my heart and moving forward without hesitation. Just like this great river, which flows from the sky to the sea, it never goes against the current and never compromises. Sword cultivation is perfect for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue of pure Yang immortal shook. Countless cracks spread from the statue to the cave, as if to destroy the ruins. Zhang Yingxiu was shocked and dodged to protect Jiang Wang. A golden shadow slowly walked out of the statue. He was wearing a straw raincoat, a bamboo hat, and holding a bamboo stick, looking approachable. Ha ha ha, someone asked me about the practice of cultivation. Sword Dao is only passed on to those who are destined to be with you. I wish you had a 3-foot sword in your box, to show the injustice to people. The sound of poetry chanting rang out in the cave and then slowly disappeared. The golden shadow passed through the void in a few steps without leaving a trace. A dark blue long sword fell into Jiang Wang's hands. There are 2 words engraved in small seal script on the handshake. Zhuxiao. The sword has a scabbard with the Big Dipper engraved on it, and a yin-yang tai chi fish pattern engraved on the hilt. Jiang Wang had never seen this pattern in this world before. The sword Dao insights of Chunyang's sword immortal were transmitted to Jiang Wang's mind through the sword. In an instant, it actually resonated with the nameless sword mark on supreme bone. Infused with a vast amount of sword Dao knowledge, Jiang Wang closed his eyes and meditated as if in divine insight. A lot of obscure and incomprehensible knowledge was understood in an instant, and many martial arts that I had not deeply comprehended gained new insights. I see, so this is the Taiping sword. A sharp intention emanated from Jiang Wang. He casually drew out the sword in his hand and pointed it at the cave above his head. Vast righteousness sword chi appears. With just one sword. The caves were broken and the river flow stopped. Oh my God, what are you doing? Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 men quickly jumped out of the water, landed on the shore and watched the sword energy rising into the sky. The remaining power of the sword soared into the sky, and the sound of swords was endless. Zhang Yingxiu stared at the sword energy flying into the sky in amazement, swallowed and asked. You are? 3rd grade. Jiang Wang smiled slightly and scratched the back of his head shyly. Well. I just broke through to the 3rd grade, and thanks to Lu Ziu, Sword Dao has also entered the 1st grade of sword technique. You're already so exaggerated at the 1st level. What if you advance a few levels? Is it too late for me to change to Sword Dao now? Hehe, it's just some other opportunity. Others can't learn it. Now I am only at the 1st level of Sword Dao, there is still a long way to go. Depend on. Zhang Yingxiu got furious for some reason and punched Jiang Wang in the face with her fists. Ah, auntie, why are you hitting me? I told you to lie. You've already completed the 4th grade, right? I was bragging to you a few days ago. You're asking for a beating. Don't run. Stop right there. We're only in the 3rd grade. Do you think you can outrun me? Jiang Wang tried to escape, but Zhang Yingxiu took out a whip from somewhere and chased after Jiang Wang and whipped him. The screams continued all the way to Kyoto. In Jiang's house, Jiang Wang was lying on the bed humming. Li Muir took a bottle of ointment and applied it to Jiang Wang while trying not to laugh. Snort, that's not fair, you know? She's my elder, how can I fight back? I can't run away, and I can't fight back, what can I do? Squeak, the door was pushed open and Zhang Yingxia walked into the room with a happy face. Hey, nephew. How did you get hurt? Tell your aunt that it was that BD who bullied you, and I'm going to cut off his third leg. So shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Jiang Wang turned his head away, not wanting to pay any attention to her. The room was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Okay, stop teasing me. Hurry up and get dressed and go to the main hall. You have a visitor. Guest. Jiang Wang was puzzled. Those who were supposed to come for free meals should have eaten their meals yesterday. Judging from his aunt's serious look, the person who came must be of high status. Since there was something important to do, Jiang Wang stopped pretending and stood up from the bed. Li Muir opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Wang's naked upper body with a blushing face. Jiang Wang now has a very well-proportioned body, full of strength, strong abdominal muscles and sexy chest. The two women in the room felt a little embarrassed when they saw this. Ahem, hurry up and pack up. I'll wait for you in the front hall. Zhang Yingxu left after saying something. Li Muir blushed, glanced at Jiang Wang's abdominal muscles, and fled. Do these two need to be so shy? What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't seen this before. In the front hall, a guest had been waiting for Jiang Wang for a long time, and the tea in his cup was almost gone. Chapter 35. Hey, Zhu Sheng, what brings you here? Jiang Wang walked into the front hall and saw the visitor wearing a Confucian robe and looking very impressive. He recognized it as Zhu Sheng at a glance. Zhu Sheng chuckled, which was completely different from his previous attitude. Jiang Wang, congratulations. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were not an ordinary person. Sure enough, after just a few days of not seeing you, you became famous in Kyoto. Jiang Wang chuckled, ordered someone to refill Zhu Sheng's tea, and said politely. Saint Zhu, you are too kind. I am just lucky. A simple truth has been recognized by heaven and earth. It's still far behind Zhu Sheng's students. Zhu Sheng's face froze and he drank a sip of hot tea awkwardly. The tea was so hot that I almost threw the cup away. Ahem, that Jiang Wang. I think what we have is just a normal academic debate. Look, your Senzai theory also emphasizes studying the classics, doesn't it? It's similar to my concentration on studying and eliminating external desires. Jiang Wang interrupted. Hey Zhu Sheng, that's different. My theory is that I hope everyone in the world can read, everyone is like a dragon, and there is no distinction between the two. You said before that only students in the academy are suitable for studying, and others are too easily influenced by material desires. Zhu Sheng chuckled, sat up straight, straightened his clothes and said. My dear, I can call you that, okay. Look, your Jing Glunzai is mainly for studying book knowledge, isn't it also equivalent to the Bailu Academy? It's just that you also opened specialized study rooms for others, and accepted people with different specialties to learn the classics. I now think this is right. Before, I was a little too stubborn. Many students studied for their entire lives but couldn't even establish a reputation. Instead, he dropped out of school and went into business, becoming a wealthy man. At that time, I was wondering if my previous idea of only reading the books of sages was wrong. Letting people who can read good books read, and letting suitable people do what they are good at, will it be more conducive to promoting Confucianism? So, my friend, we are kindred spirits. We have a lot in common. I've also seen your new study. It's really good. It's exactly what I thought. Looking at Zhu Sheng's ingratiating smile, Jiang Wang suddenly understood what the old man meant. Maybe he saw that my new studies had a promising future and was preparing to defect to Jiang. You know what, it feels pretty good. Zhu Sheng, do you have something to ask me? I don't like beating around the bush. Just say it directly. Zhu Sheng pretended to be calm, stood up proudly and looked at the sky outside the window. In fact, the hands in the sleeves had already clenched into fists. My dear friend, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Your new learning is very suitable for my thoughts. When you learned something new that day, I studied it carefully and found that I had made a breakthrough in my realm. I think you have what it takes to be a saint. I think. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand and made a pause gesture. Stop, let me make it clear first, I will not be your apprentice. Okay, you can continue. Zhu Sheng's face turned red and he almost broke down. The brat doesn't play by the rules. Originally, he wanted to wait until Jiang Wang refused, then reason with him and make it clear what the benefits of having him as a teacher are. I held it back before I could even finish speaking. But luckily, there was another plan. What I mean is that I want to be the head of your study. Just the Jing Glunzai will do. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up, and he calmly pressed down his clenched toes. To be honest, he once considered inviting Zhu Sheng to be the head monk. As Zhu Sheng said, his thoughts do meet the basic needs of Jing Glunzai in certain aspects. The difference is that Jing Glunzai is for clarifying the body, establishing virtue first, studying later, and understanding the essence and function. So he always felt that Zhu Sheng could not accept it. After all, it is unlikely for a semi-saint to overturn his long-held beliefs and learn new doctrines. But what I never expected was that Zhu Sheng would come to me on his own initiative. You want to be the head monk of Jing Glunzai? It's not impossible. You just need to answer one question for me. Do you know what the most important point in my Sanzai teaching method is? Zhu Sheng thought for a moment and answered in a short while. I think it's the word point. By classifying various subjects, students no longer come to the academy to study, but to attend classes. Whether it's studying or practicing, all students can choose the courses that suit them, so as to master knowledge and apply it freely. I think this is the meaning of your name, Ming Uti Yang. Snap snap, Jiang Wang clapped and praised. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you really understand my new knowledge. Zhu Sheng, I now formally invite you to join my academy. I also hope that we can work together in the future to open up a path to heaven for students all over the world. Zhu Sheng was obviously a little excited, and didn't care about the title anymore. He patted his chest and said, President Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely teach you well. Although I am a few ranks higher than you in terms of Confucianism and Taoism, we have our own opinions in the academy. You call me Zhu Sheng, and I call you Dean. If you don't like it, you don't need to use the word holy. Just call me Xiao Zhu. Jiang Wang suddenly found that this old guy Zhu Sheng was quite pleasing to the eye. He patted Zhu Sheng on the shoulder and sighed. Master Zhu, I feel like we really didn't meet earlier. Let's go and see our future academy together. Hearing that Jiang Wang was going to visit the academy with Zhu Sheng, Zhang Yingxiu pulled Li Muir and a few others excitedly to go with them. So, the group went to visit the new academy in a mighty procession. The academy that the Empress gifted to Jiang Wang was located near the Kuashi Academy. Coincidentally, there is also Beilu Academy near Kuashi Academy. So, Jiang Wang's academy happened to be right next to Beilu Academy. The academy covers a large area, about the size of 4 or 5 football fields, which is a huge investment in Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable. The Empress did not say that she deliberately targeted Jiang Wang because he disrupted her plan. The walls of the academy are clean and the floor is spotless, and it looks like it is regularly maintained. There is a pond in the yard with fish and lotus leaves in it, which is very beautiful. A few people walked around the courtyard and admired the future college. When everyone finished the tour and were about to leave, a few people walked in from outside the door. Young Master Jiang. We heard you were here, so we came to see you. Shen Haoshan and his sister and Li Xianji walked into the academy together and said with a smile. Bingli thanks young Master Jiang for helping her that day. If young Master Jiang needs help in the future, Bingli will definitely help him. Shen Bingli bowed deeply to Jiang Wang and expressed her gratitude. Miss Shen, you are too kind. I am just doing my best to repay everyone's trust in me. It's just a matter of reshaping my literary mind. There's no need to do this. Li Xianji was still dressed elegantly in white. He waved his fan and said with a smile. Young Master Jiang is too modest. Only a saint can do something like reshaping the literary mind. It took a lot of effort for Jiang Wang to achieve this level. Bingli is not an ignorant person. Wengzhen is very important to me. I have always loved poetry and songs. To lose my literary talent is like losing my life. Shen Bingli was very stubborn and insisted on treating Jiang Wang as a junior. Jiang Wang had no choice but to accept this great gift and quickly asked Shen Bingli to stand up. Shen Haoshan felt very jealous when he saw this, as even as a brother he had never been respected so much by his sister. Feeling very unhappy, he happened to find that Zhu Sheng was also among Jiang Wang's group. so, he said in a muffled voice. Old Zhu, why are you here too? Don't you look down on us military officers? When Zhu Sheng heard that the brat dared to fire at him, he immediately puffed his beard and glared. Shen Rishan, you little brat, who are you talking about? Why can't I come? Can't I innovate and improve my thinking? I'm telling you, Shen Rishan, I was your father's teacher. I gave you this name. How dare you call me old man? Just wait, I'll let Shen Lian go home and beat you to death. Shen Haoshan instantly wilted and became timid. No, Grandpa Zhu, I was wrong. My dad has spanked me 8 times this week. If he spanks me again, I'll exceed the limit. Because Shen Haoshan didn't take good care of his sister, he was beaten by his father. Also, none of his peers had as high a level of martial Dao as Jiang Wang, nor did he have the Confucian and Taoist strength to establish a new school like Jiang Wang. He was beaten twice more. Shen Haoshan was beaten too many times by his father, so he looked through the almanac. He unexpectedly discovered that his father was in bad luck this year. No wonder he always beats me. That night, he bought several large bags of yellow paper, made a tablet for Shen Lian and burned it in the yard. As a result, he was caught on the spot by Shen Lian. He was hung from the beam with a rope and beaten all night. So this week Shen Haoshan was really scared. A happy atmosphere suddenly filled the academy. Li Zionji clasped his fists and explained his purpose. We came here to see how young Master Jiang's academy is prepared and whether he needs our help. We wanted to be the first batch of students. Shen Bingli also nodded, indicating that she would definitely help if she could. Shen Haoshan said. Although I am not convinced by your martial Dao skills, I still admit that you are the best among your peers in terms of Confucianism and Taoism. If you open a college, I will definitely come. Jiang Wang touched his chin, which was extremely smooth without a single beard. I'm a little frustrated that I don't have a beard to stroke and fix. Since everyone is here today, I think it's better to do it today than to wait for another day. The layout of the courtyard is ready, let's open the academy today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly became lively. Some discussed what they taught, and some asked what they could learn. Some are already planning where to hang their portraits to show off their saintliness. Li Muir poked Jiang Wang's waist and asked. Master, what name do you want to give our academy? We can also help promote it. Yes, Wanger, quickly give it a name so I can send someone to make a plaque for you. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, he had already thought of the name. I plan to name the college University. Everyone had a question mark look on their faces. What does university mean? University scholars are those who study advanced knowledge. University means an institution of learning that encompasses all the great classics and gathers all the schools of thought. My university is to use the cultural achievements accumulated by mankind to nourish people's wisdom and cultivate their virtues. Those who enter our university do not necessarily need to possess great knowledge. As long as they have a broad mind, an inclusive mind, a magnanimous spirit, and an invisible spirituality, they can bloom the light of culture and the sacred spirit here. Therefore, my school is named Kyoto University. Everyone in the audience was silent, all trying to understand the meaning of the word university. Zhu Sheng's eyes lit up. This boy is indeed extraordinary. The name of the academy alone contains such great philosophy. The word university can also be viewed separately. Even the word big alone contains Taoist culture. Big is one, which is the origin. It is said that one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. It's amazing. It's really amazing that he has such knowledge at such a young age. Li Zionji also came out of his thoughts, his eyes were clear, as if he had gained something. Young Master Jiang's words are so profound, I admire them. Whether you understood it or not, you could see that even the imperial examination champion and Zhu Sheng praised it. They all praised it. Of course, nephew, your knowledge is really not fake. Zhang Yingxiu patted Jiang Wang's back, making a loud slapping sound, her face full of excitement. I will send someone to make a plaque for you right now. Make it the biggest and best. My Wanger's mansion must be magnificent. No need. I heard that Jiang was going to open a school, so I specially reserved a piece of the best Jadeo wood as a gift for you. An elderly voice came from the gate of the courtyard. An old man was leaning on a cane and seemed to be walking unsteadily, but under the armpit of his other hand was a whole piece of wood as thick as his waist. Bang! The wood fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust, and the entire ground even shook. Meet the Duke of Genkuo, Grandpa. The person who came was the old man, the Duke of Genkuo. Jiang Wang chuckled and hurried over to support the Duke of Genkuo. Oh, come if you want to, why bring any gifts? Li Muir sensibly moved a chair from the room and let the Duke of Genkuo sit down comfortably. Humph, I don't like to owe favors to others. You helped my granddaughter and are willing to accept my stupid grandson into the academy. I must show my appreciation. Shen Haoshan puffed his lips and muttered. You are stupid because your biological son is not good. What can I do if I don't take after my mother? Bang! With a loud noise, Shen Haoshan dived into the pond. You little brat, do you think I'm too old to hear you? Jiang Wang was sweating coldly. He only saw a trace of the afterimage of the Duke of Genkuo's attack just now. It's too fast. This person's cultivation must be extraordinary. Ahem, but it's not as easy as you think. These 9 woods are very precious. I have a test for you. The Duke of Genkuo coughed and actually wanted to test King Jiang. These 9 pieces of wood were captured from my battles when I was young. They may not look big, but they weigh 1,000 pounds. It was named Judaimua because it contains a lot of Dao meaning. Just placing it in the study can enhance your understanding of martial Dao. It even has the ability to cure diseases and last for thousands of years. But there is also one thing that makes many people unwilling to choose it as a carrier of text. The Duke of Genkuo sat up straight and said seriously. That is, since ancient times, no one has been able to leave any words on it. It is of no use whether it be pen and ink or chisel and knife. Only things that contain the Tao can remain on it. And this is my test for you. As long as you can leave some words on it, I will give you as many pieces as you write. Chapter 36. Duke Genkuo, isn't this too much? You should know that only those above the 3rd grade can have a preliminary contact with the Tao. Although Jiang Wang has written many articles that have spread all over the world, he is still a long way from the Tao. Zhu Sheng actually spoke first and expressed support for Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang looked thoughtful. Only things that contain Tao can remain on the Judeo wood. My martial Dao has entered the 3rd grade. Now that I have a better understanding of the sword, should I be able to leave a mark on it? No, this is not enough. There is a big gap between just leaving traces and leaving words. I cannot be satisfied with just carving a simple name like Kyoto University on it. If the 9 Dao wood containing Dao rhyme were placed in a college, the students' reading comprehension ability would definitely be greatly improved. Now that it has been brought here, we cannot let the Duke of Genkuo take it away. Jiang Wang waved his hand to stop Zhu Sheng's dissuasion. Duke, you must keep your word. If I can really leave a note here, you can't deny it. The old voice of the Duke of Genkuo laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, I, Shen, have been a soldier all my life and have never broken my promise. This thing was originally a gift for you. If you can fill it with just 1 word and I can't bear to cut it, then you win. Okay, it's a deal then. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and his heart suddenly became clear. He walked to the front of Judaemu, a cold light flashed in his hand, and the Juxiao sword appeared in his hand. The sword body is surrounded by a faint glow, full of a mysterious feeling. When did young Master Jiang use the sword? Questions arose in everyone's mind, and they gathered around Jiang Wang unconsciously. Jiang Wang pointed the Juxiao sword forward and easily sank into the 9 woods. The Duke of Genkuo was startled and extremely shocked. The sword has a Dao rhyme feel. Has the ginger boy reached 3rd grade? Why is this sword intent so sharp? Could it be that I became a sword cultivator? It has been so many years since I last saw a swordsman who specialized in sword Dao and was born for the sword. Let's not worry about what the Duke of Genkuo thinks for now. Jiang Wang's sword flew in his hand, leaving sword marks on the 9 trees easily. Everyone held their breath and looked up at the 9 trees. The words Kyoto University come into view. Sure enough, the 4 words Kyoto University have enough meaning to remain on the 9 wooden signs. Jiang Wang's concept of university naturally contains the Dao rhyme of Confucianism and Taoism. However, Jiang Wang did not stop the sword in his hand. After a series of flips, 4 lines of soul-stirring words were left behind. This is the mission of Kyoto University. Set your mind on heaven and earth, to live for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, to bring peace to the world forever. Boom! The clear sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. A ball of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck the 9 trees. The 9 pieces of wood made a crisp crack sound, and cracks appeared on them. What is going on? What did young Master Jiang write? Why did the heavens get jealous and destroy the words with lightning? Li Xiangji shouted in panic and wanted to curse God. Zhu Sheng stopped him and explained to everyone. Don't panic, this is a thunder pattern phenomenon. God is helping Jiang Wang leave words on the 9 trees. Look at the cracks. I saw lightning running between the gaps between the words, burning out black marks. The words carved by Jiang Wang became clearer and more vivid. From the cracks in the 9 trees, a fragrant aroma emanated. Then, wisps of green seedlings were seen emerging from the cracks and transformed into grass and orchids. A jade-like giant tree shadow was faintly visible on the 9 trees. This is a Highland Yusha tree. Zhu Sheng couldn't help but blurt out. Orchids and jade trees are God's praise for noble children and people with both moral integrity and talent. All those who are as elegant as orchids and jade trees in literature can become the pillars of the country. But this is not the end yet. Suddenly, petals fell from the sky. The petals of peach, plum, and apricot flowers surrounded Jiang Wang like winged butterflies. Several bamboos suddenly grew out of the ground, guarding the 9 trees on both sides, emitting a faint green light. The whole courtyard was filled with a rich fragrance. Vast righteousness chi bursts out from these plants. Zhu Sheng swallowed, his voice trembling a little. Born in heaven and earth preach the Tao. This is the approval of heaven and earth. They want to help Jiang Wang achieve enlightenment. It was not as grand a vision as imagined, but rather peaceful and tranquil. The petals turned into golden light and merged into Jiang Wang's body. The uncontrollable righteous energy continued to flow and erupt in his meridians. The bamboo on the ground suddenly broke, and then it sharpened and polished itself. Remove the roots at the bottom and condense them into the tip of the brush, and use the straight part of the bamboo as the body of the brush. A completely emerald green brush appeared and fell into Jiang Wang's hand. This is a cultural treasure bestowed by heaven and earth. Wen Chang Pen. Zhu Sheng felt that his heart could no longer bear it. My dear master, why is the heaven and earth so partial to me, that they would give the Wen Chang Pen to a young man who has just embarked on the path of becoming a great scholar? These are the cultural treasures of heaven and earth, and each one is the only treasure of peerless grade. Even the master only owned 3 items back then, and a pen was not one of them. Jiang Wang was actually rewarded with a pen, which is really enviable. At this moment, Jiang Wang's consciousness has long been immersed in his mind is becoming clearer and his memory is becoming clearer. A lot of knowledge that I couldn't remember clearly from my previous life became clear, and many puzzles were answered. Even my understanding of martial Dao is growing. Snap! It was as if it was a natural progression, when the meridians and dantian in the whole body could no longer bear this vast amount of righteous energy. Jiang Wang's breakthrough became a natural process. In just a short period of less than 1 month, Jiang Wang went from being a rising star to the 3rd grade of Confucianism and Taoism. It really is like the golden-winged Great Peng, soaring 9,000 miles a day. From now on, all Confucianists and Taoists must add a suffix when referring to Jiang Wang, Jiang Deru. Not far away in the Kua Shiwen, the huge bell rang until the pendulum broke. Inside the imperial palace, Ji Lingyu was dozing off on the dragon throne. An inexplicable throbbing came from her heart. She took out the imperial seal, and saw a stream of national destiny flying out of the seal in her hand and disappearing from her sight in an instant. Ji Lingyu was shocked and was about to send someone to chase him. But he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Only the king, the sorcerers of the Sishanjian, and the immortal gate can see the national destiny. It was too late to send people after him. Who on earth took away a bit of the country's destiny from me? Ji Lingyu closed her eyes and felt it, and found that the overall national fortune of Dixuan did not decrease, it just took away what she had in her hands. That's right, the spirit of national destiny is not only possessed by the emperor. Anyone who has a significant influence and contribution to Dixuan can have national destiny. Obviously, the country's destiny has fallen to Jiang Wang. Zhu Sheng shook his head and sighed. The effect of the 9 Dao wood is really not a lie. Just to complete the test, it actually helped Dean Zhang establish the fate of future students and thus achieve the position of a great scholar. I am old. It took me most of my life to establish myself and become a great scholar. He actually finished it in less than a month. We old antiques really need to be buried. Regardless of the complaints of the Duke of Zhenqiu about the words old antique, Zhu Sheng sighed. Suddenly, there were waves coming from the ground. A humming sound came from deep underground. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Shen Haoshan hugged a big tree to steady his shaking body. The third-grade martial artist can fly in the air, and the Duke of Zhenqiu took Shen Bingli off the ground. Jiang Wang asked his aunt to take Li Muir and Li Xianji to fly, while he himself stayed on the ground with Shen Haoshan, who was hugging the tree. "Hey, brother Rishan, are you okay?" Jiang Wang asked with a smile. "Don't call me shit. Think of a solution quickly, the house is about to collapse." However, Jiang Wang did not know the source of the vibration at this time, but he vaguely felt that it was because of the 4 lines of Hengku. The roar of the earth became louder and louder, and cracks appeared on the ground in the yard. A low animal roar came from the crack, making everyone present feel nervous. The Duke of Zhenqiu was even ready to kill. But Jiang Wang felt that the things underground were connected to him by blood. In just a moment, a black shadow broke out from the ground. Just as Zhenqiu Gong was about to take action to suppress the rebellion, Zhu Sheng's voice rang out hastily. "Duke and Lord. This is the mythical beast Bixi. Bixi is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It is good at carrying heavy objects and looks like a turtle. It is a auspicious beast with the ability to control water." At this time, Bixi fell to the ground, dragging 9 pieces of wood on its back. It seemed to be in a very happy mood. It turned its round little head and looked at the wooden tablet on its back happily. The Bixi carries the steel on its back, and the great virtue carries all things. These 4 lines of poetry are worth thousands of gold, and they must not fall to the ground. I have only seen such images in ancient books. It is amazing, amazing. Bixi shook his head left and right, and after finding Jiang Wang, he ran over happily. With just a few steps, the academy was shaken. Jiang Wang hurried over to greet him, and Bixi rubbed Jiang Wang's hand affectionately. "Do you want to stay with me and help me suppress the academy?" Bixi seemed to understand Jiang Wang's words and walked to the center of the academy carrying the 9 pieces of wood. Then he shook his body, nodded his head at Jiang Wang, and turned into stone in the blink of an eye. The stone elephant Bixi carrying a steel appears. The Bixi recognizes its master and its stone body guards it. This is truly a rare sight that only happens once in 1,000 years. "No, I can't help it." Zhu Sheng waved his hand and a crack appeared in the void. Lightning and a winding river can be vaguely seen in the crack. He reached into the crack and pulled out a yellowish-brown book in the blink of an eye. This book looks very thin, but it gives people a sense of heaviness. History Book of the Years. Zhu Sheng had already demonstrated his power over the law of time, but seeing him actually take out history books from the long river of time still shocked everyone. Zhu Sheng picked up the pen and wrote and drew on the history book. Time seemed to stand still and the only thing moving was the pen in his hand. On the 20th day of the 6th month of the Chang'e year, the eldest son of the great Xianzhong family, Jiang Wang, opened a school in Kyoto and preached to the students. The name of the academy was Kyoto University. The word university was unprecedented and set a precedent in history. Later, the Duke of Zhenqiu, Shen Gilyuan, gave him 9 pieces of wood. Jiang Wang was moved and used his sword as a pen to leave the academy's purpose for running the school. It triggers the vision of words on the steel with thunder patterns, orchids and jade trees, the preaching of heaven and earth, treasures bestowed by heaven and earth, and the Bixi carrying the steel. Throughout history, no one can compare to him. I personally saw it and was very happy and fortunate. After finishing his writing, Zhu Sheng closed the history book in his hand, and while the crack was still there, he threw the book into the long river of time. History books fell into the water, causing ripples. Time has passed, and history has recognized it. President Jiang, your actions today will go down in history. Yes, Jiang Wang used the Hangua 4 sentences as the purpose of running a school. Tell future students, what are we studying for? It is to establish the heart of life for heaven and earth, to point out a great Dao for the people to follow together, to inherit the knowledge of previous saints such as Confucius and Mencius, and to open up a foundation for permanent peace for future generations. Such a grand intention sets a learning goal for all readers. It can be said that Jiang Wang has opened up a great path for future students of Kyoto University to go from establishing their own words to establishing their own destiny and becoming great scholars. All Kyoto University students who are confused and have no clear ambitions. When you see these 4 sentences by Hangua, you will feel that your heart has found its home and your heart is on the right path. If this were the case, wouldn't everyone be a great scholar? If everyone could be like a dragon, it would become a reality. How could such an unprecedented act not be recognized by heaven and earth? Jiang Wang stood in front of the stone statue of Bixi with his hands behind his back, looking at the words left on the 9 wooden tablets. Suddenly he felt something in his heart, and murmured something that shocked the entire Confucianism. From today on, I will be a great scholar of heaven and earth. Only those who are recognized by heaven and earth, accompanied by divine beasts, and have a heart for heaven and earth can be called great scholars of heaven and earth. As soon as he said this, the whole world was shocked. Suddenly, a loud bell sound from eternity rang out in the sky. The sound of the bell spread not only throughout Dixuan, but also throughout the entire continent. Inside the palace, the empress, who was discussing politics with her ministers, stood up in astonishment. The sound of this huge bell is recorded in the national history, and it was only rung when our ancestor emperor founded the country. The two prime ministers, do you know why this bell is ringing? Wei Yuan's expression was solemn, as if he had not heard the emperor's question at all. Under normal circumstances, this would be a crime of great disrespect. It was Zhou Lengchan who came to his senses first and answered. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We were startled by the sound of the bell. This time the ancient bell rang for my Confucianism. The reason is that my Confucianism has gained the first grade realm from today on. The Empress was shocked and tried hard not to lose her composure and ask further questions. There is an additional first grade? Could it be that Confucianism and Taoism also have a super grade realm? In the world of Dixuan, a first grade Confucianist is already a saint. Even the master is only a first grade and yet he is omnipotent. He can suppress the entire myriad monsters country by himself. What if there are super class people? It's impossible. Confucianism is different from other things. If a Confucianist wants to become a saint, he can never remain unknown. He will definitely do something great to change the world to become a saint. Your Majesty, it's not that there is one more super grade. To be precise, this is not one more first grade either. Instead, a new branch was added to the existing third grade realm, the Great Confucian Realm. This branch is the Great Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Ji Lingye was very confused. Since they were all third grade, why did they have to branch out into a separate branch called Great Confucian Scholar? What's so special about this Great Scholar of Heaven and Earth? Zhou Lengchan said with a wry smile. Only those who are recognized by heaven and earth, accompanied by divine beasts, and have a heart for heaven and earth can be called great scholars of heaven and earth. From now on, other great scholars only represent realms, and only the great scholars of heaven and earth represent moral qualities. The honorific title of adding the word "Ru" after the surname will no longer exist. To be more precise, it will not exist for ordinary great Confucian scholars. Becoming a great scholar of heaven and earth may become the goal that Confucianists pursue in the future. The Empress was silent, her smooth breasts rising and falling under her phoenix robe. Obviously, he was greatly shocked. Go and find out who achieved the title of Great Scholar of Heaven and Earth. You must search the entire Dixuan area to find him. Inside the Bailu Academy, the great scholar Wei also heard the loud bell sound and sat up from his recliner in astonishment. He also learned from somewhere that there was a first grade in Confucianism and Taoism. At this time, the heaven and earth had already informed all Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Who on earth has so much free time as to start a great scholarly association? You are really bored. Wei Daru, what exactly is this Daru of heaven and earth? In the classroom, a student stood up and asked a question. Wei Daru was about to answer when his face suddenly turned pale. A person without virtue, even if he has the realm of a great scholar, cannot be called a great scholar. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Wei Daru. What's wrong with you, Wei Daru? Puff puff! Wei Shen stretched out his hand to stop the students. Stop shouting, and don't call me Wei Daru anymore. Then what should I call you from now on, Wei Daru? Puff. Chapter 37. Inside Kyoto University. Jiang Wang was standing on the back of the Bixi stone statue, splitting the 9 woods with his sword. Of course, the entire 9-path wood was given to Jiang Wang by the Duke of Zhenqiu. He planned to split the 9-path wood, and the 4 words Kyoto University would still be hung outside the academy. Because I don't know where other academies hang their plagues, what the height, angle, and whether there are any time requirements. Zhu Sheng volunteered to hang a plaque for Kyoto University. The Duke of Zhenqiu sighed as he looked at the busy crowd, his heart still unable to calm down for a long time. He really didn't expect that Jiang Wang would actually win the entire 9 woods from him. Duke Zhenqiu, I have an unwelcome request. Jiang Wang came up to the Duke of Zhenqiu and gave the old man a flattering squeeze on the shoulder. His body looked like dry wood, but it could not be moved even if pinched by hand, and his bones and muscles were as strong as gold and iron. "Ha, you have taken all of my 9 daemu, what else are you not satisfied with?" Jiang Wang chuckled, pointed at Shen Haoshan and others who were watching Zhu Sheng hanging the plaque in the distance, and said meaningfully, "Are you confident in leaving the children to a teacher like me? I have never had the experience of taking on disciples." The Duke of Zhenqiu glanced at Jiang Wang with his cloudy eyes and then looked at Zhu Sheng. "Isn't Zhu Sheng still here? If the teaching is not good, I will have a good discussion with Zhu Sheng." Zhu Sheng, who was holding the plaque and hanging it on the gate, suddenly felt very itchy on his buttocks. While dragging the plaque with one hand, he quickly tapped his butt with the other hand while no one was paying attention. "I won't beat around the bush, I want you to be the head of my Pa Junzai." The Duke of Zhenqiu raised his eyebrows. He was still surprised that King Jiang would invite him. "Why did you invite me? Wouldn't your father be more suitable? When it comes to leading troops to fight, who can compare to Jiang Wuxian?" So he murmured. Jiang Ziyi led the army, and there was no one alive in 100 miles. Jiang Wang thought to himself, "I also want to ask my dad to come, but he definitely wouldn't be interested in this kind of thing, and he wasn't even bothered to teach his own brothers. Besides, isn't my father in Kyoto now? Hey, look at what you said. No matter how strong my father is, he is not as knowledgeable as you. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. With your support from behind, we can make great achievements." Jiang Wang was not complimenting the Duke of Zhenqiu. In his mind, this martial saint who had been labeled as a first-grade saint, he really hoped that the Duke of Zhenqiu would come. With him around, ordinary villains would not dare to set their sights on Kyoto University. The Duke of Zhenqiu pondered for a moment and asked, "At my age, I don't know what I can teach you, the art of war." Jiang Wang's expression straightened and he spoke seriously. "Kyoto University is different from traditional academies or martial arts schools. I don't think your school must focus on military tactics. For the first lesson, I would like you to tell me how to survive on the battlefield and how to stay alive." There was a gleam in the eyes of the Duke of Zhenqiu, and he looked at Jiang Wang in surprise. A breath of life and death that crawled out from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield uncontrollably overflowed from him. "Ha ha ha, I've been a soldier all my life, and to be able to live to this old age, I have a lot of experience in survival to share. I thought this Pa Junzai was just a martial arts academy that taught military tactics. So it's about the art of survival. Great, very good. I will be the head monk." The thoughts of the old and the young resonate at this moment, and the basic foundation for Kyoto University's establishment has been met at this moment. Jiang Wang shouted happily. "Saint Zhu, thank you for your hard work in putting up the plaque. From today, Kyoto University will officially open. We are recruiting students from all over the world to study at our school." Zhu Sheng hung the last red ribbon on the plaque as decoration. He walked down the ladder with satisfaction, admiring the 4 words Kyoto University that he had hung up with his own hands. Zhu Sheng, is that you? Why are you hanging a plaque for Jiang Wang's academy?" A few puzzled voices were heard, and Zhu Sheng turned around to look. Several great scholars from Beilu Academy were supporting Wei Shen as they passed by Kyoto University. The one who asked the question was Wei Shen, who had just vomited blood. "Ah, it turns out to be Wei Shen and the others." Seeing Wei Shen's horrified eyes, Zhu Sheng stopped blurting out the 3 words Wei Deru. Why did Zhu Sheng hang a plaque for someone who is not of the same sect? "Have you abandoned our Beilu Academy?" Zhu Sheng felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the suspicious eyes of a group of colleagues from Beilu Academy, he wanted to kick Wei Shen hard in the butt. He would know it sooner or later anyway, so Zhu Sheng simply stopped pretending. "I found that my academic thoughts have a lot in common with the new learning, and now I am the Dean of Kyoto University. I will resign from the position at Beilu Academy soon." Zhu Sheng has always been an honorary teacher of Beilu Academy and an academician of the National Academy. Fortunately, the Kokushi Academy does not care which academy the academicians choose to teach in. But Beilu Academy would never allow Zhu Sheng to receive salaries from both families. "Zhu Sheng, how could you do this? Jiang Wang doesn't respect his teachers, nor his followers. It is a heresy that advocates the idea of education for all. How can anyone be taught to study? We have worked together for many years. I thought that with your sub-saint grade level, you would definitely firmly support our traditional Confucianism. I never expected that. A traitor like you actually appeared in our Beilu Academy." Wei Shen did not control his voice, and his words of scolding Zhu Sheng attracted the attention of passers-by on the street. Wei Shen thought. Since Zhu Sheng has already surrendered to Jiang Wang, he might as well use it to make a name for himself. From today onwards, word will spread throughout Kyoto that I, Wei Shen, cursed Zhu Sheng for the sake of Confucianism and Taoism. Perhaps the vacancy of Zhu Sheng's honorary teacher will fall on my head. Zhu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Shen meaningfully. Want to be famous as Lao Zi? Jiang Wang is indeed a traditional scholar, and he never lied to me. Ah, yes, yes. Wei Daru, you are right. I am getting old and confused. Wei Yuan showed horror on his face. He covered his mouth, pointed at Zhu Sheng and started to curse him. You, pft. Hey, Wei Daru, what's wrong with you, Wei Daru? Puff. Wei Shen, who was already vomiting blood and unconscious, was carried by his colleagues and fled the street. The next day, a strange phenomenon occurred in Kyoto. The great scholars who were once invincible in scolding people now hide at home and dare not go out. Anyone who is a little bit stubborn enough to go out there has to experience the thrill of splatoon. This phenomenon was not resolved until 10 days later. If you don't sincerely call the other person a great scholar, he won't spit blood. So the foreign war turned into a civil war, and all the students who called their teachers great scholars in class. Minor offenses will be punished with a rod, while serious offenses will result in expulsion. Jiang Wang also took this opportunity to put his academy on the right track. About 100 students were enrolled and divided into 3 dormitories. At night, Li Muir took the compiled student list and handed it to Jiang Wang's study. Oh, that's right. Jiang Washan's study has now been transformed into his own by Jiang Wang. Jiang Washan's favorite calligraphy and paintings were taken down and replaced with those written by Jiang Wang himself. He was very satisfied with the calligraphy works all over the room. This is the list of students who have enrolled in recent days. Each academy has accepted quite a few students. After all, the doctors in Jingglunzai and Pajinzai are Zhu Sheng and Zhenqiu Gong, and many students come here to see them. Li Muir bit her lip. She was afraid of discouraging Jiang Wang. The management of the hall was not very ideal. Although there are many students who enrolled in Zishizai because of young Master Jiang's reputation, there is too little to teach them now. Sister Yunyan's music class is okay, but Sister Yingxiu's anatomy, Zhangfeng and Zhang Yu's security and torture classes, basically no one signed up. Jiang Wang rubbed his chin, and suddenly remembered that Li Muir had forgotten to mention a course. So someone has signed up for Dong Ai's geisha class. Li Muir's face turned red and she spoke hesitantly. Yes, and a lot of them. Clam. After stuffing the registration form in Jiang Wang's hand, Li Muir sat opposite the desk, staring at the ceiling and pretending to explain as if nothing had happened. Because Dong Yi is so famous in Kyoto, she is the object of pursuit by dignitaries, so many PRST youths have admired her name for a long time. After it was announced that she would teach on the first day of school, many women came. And Dong Yi's teaching level is quite high. Basically every class is well received. It is said that a geisha in Xingguala failed to become an Waran in 3 years. After Dong Ai gave her 2 lessons, she immediately became the winner. Speaking of this, Li Muir's face turned as red as a tomato. And Aunt Wang from the next street. She has been unable to get pregnant for more than 10 years. After attending Ji Dong Ai's class, she and Uncle Wang struggled all night, and today she actually had fetal movement. Jiang Wang opened his mouth wide, he didn't expect Dong Yi's class to be so popular. Master, I have also signed up for Dong Yi's class. She does teach better than us. Jiang Wang looked at Li Muir in surprise, who was as shy as a little wife. I wonder if this girl still remembers the joke I made that day. Let's ignore this for now. Then, have these women attended the required economics classes on time? Li Muir nodded. Because of the college's rules, if you want to continue taking elective courses, you must pass them. So these women all took the required courses, and 2 of them actually broke through to 9th grade aperture opening under Zhu Sheng's guidance. Many of the PRST youths often came from wealthy families that had fallen on hard times. They generally know some poetry and songs, and it is not surprising that some of them have become proficient in poetry after being influenced by the 2 adventures of Zhudaemu and Zhu Sheng. But some students are very distressed. For example, Wang Dachui from Zioxi Street wants to learn how to improve forging but has no teacher, Dr. Ma from Wutong Great Dao wants to take medical classes, Lu the butcher from Haishui Street wants to learn how to slaughter but has no one to teach him. Master, what should I do? Jiang Wang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. It's okay, don't worry, I'm already prepared. To address the problem of teacher shortage, Jiang Wang has prepared a combination of measures. That's all the textbooks from elementary school to high school. This punch of mine is the product of 12 years of practice. I wonder who here can withstand it. Jiang Wang planned to conduct the first round of substitute teaching and train the first batch of students through complete modern theoretical knowledge. The students who join Kyoto University today may seem to be students, but in fact they are just preparatory teachers for Jiang Wang to use to lay chickens and eggs in the future. So, don't worry about it. Just leave everything to me. It's getting late. Go to bed. Li Muir was reluctant to pick up the notebook and go out, so she helped Jiang Wang close the door, leaving a gap and whispered. Master, I won't lock the door tonight. Sister Dong Ai has taught me a lot of lessons that I haven't put into practice yet. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and almost blurted out his agreement. He hurried over to close the door, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then today, it's time to implement Plan B. When the imperial examination ended that day, he witnessed the Empress and Lin Ping'an in collusion. Jiang Wang has made this Plan B. Since he was determined to arrange for Lin Ping'an to enter the Ministry of Justice, Jiang Wang had no choice but to take another risky approach. There will be a fire in the criminal department's archives tonight. Coincidentally, the files from 20 years ago were unfortunately burned to ashes in a fire. He took out a black nightgown from the cabinet in the study. This nightgown had been modified and no longer required the traditional method of covering the face with a veil. Instead, it combines modern ideas and creates a terrorist mask with only the eyes and mouth exposed. Paired with a black combat vest and cowhide combat boots made of pure cow spirit beast leather. There are only 2 words to say, perfect. What? Boots are bad for her stealth. In this mysterious world, even walking requires mysterious energy and is inherently silent. Even wearing a black nightgown doesn't make much difference for a martial artist. Their eyesight cannot be avoided by wearing black clothes. Mainly for the sake of being handsome. After discovering that the Zhongshan suit was well received by students, Jiang Wang even planned to make the school uniforms of Kyoto University into Zhongshan suits and Cheongsams. The relevant design drafts have been assigned to Lifu. It's exciting to think about the whole college being filled with Zhongshan suits and Cheongsams. After changing his clothes, Jiang Wang locked the door of the study, jumped out of the window, and disappeared into the night. Tonight is a dark and windy night with a clear sky and no wind or rain. Suitable for murder and arson. Hey, Master Lin, you are here. Come and have a drink. Which girl would you like to accompany you today? Aunt Rong pulled Lin Ping'an's sleeve and raised a glass of wine to toast him. Lin Ping'an squinted his eyes and drank the fragrant osmanthus wine happily. Then he burped comfortably. Wow, what a good wine. Today, Lin Ping'an is wearing the red and black 5th grade uniform of the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, with the sword on his waist, looking very majestic. Since the imperial examination ended, Lin Ping'an's entry into the Ministry of Justice can be said to have been smooth sailing. His superiors indulged him by assigning him the most lucrative area, and his subordinates tried to please him by treating him to dinner at Manting Fang every now and then. In the past half-month, Lin Ping'an has gained 3 kilograms in weight, which is the result of nutritional deficiency after partying every night. No more drinking. I won't order any girls today. I just want to watch the beautiful Dong Ai dancing. Lin Ping'an was drunk and looked filthy. Aunt Rong looked bitter and explained hesitantly. Oh, Master Lin, you know that Miss Dong Ai is young Master Jiang's person and she doesn't accept guests now. Why don't you change one? Kaiuk Xiang and Chun Mei are here too. Do you think you can let them accompany you? Lin Ping'an shook off Aunt Rong's hand and said angrily. Get out of my way, you old procuress. I can order whoever I want to accompany me. What's going on with Jiang Wang? Did he redeem Miss Dong Yi? Since you haven't redeemed yourself, I, Lin, will have S*X with you today. Aunt Rong fell to the ground and could only watch Lin Ping'an walk upstairs to Yingmei Cottage. Chapter 38. Little Beauty Dong Ai, your Mr. Lin is here. Lin Ping'an pushed open the door and said with a lewd smile on his face. Lin Ping'an was stunned by the scene that came into his sight. Dong Yi was bathing in the bathtub, with his bare shoulders and his back to the door. Crystal clear water droplets slowly slid down her white back, and her charming face revealed her elegance. But she had 2 fox ears on her head, and when she heard Lin Ping'an's voice, her ears trembled. Lin Ping'an's pupils constricted, he clenched the sword at his waist and was about to scream. "Someone come, there's a monster race!" Before the words could escape his throat, his whole body froze in place. Dong Yi gave a charming smile, put on her coat and came to Lin Ping'an in the blink of an eye. "Sir, what are you yelling about? Come and have fun with me." She pulled Lin Ping'an into the room and closed the door. All this happened in a flash. Man Ting Fang was still drinking happily, while Aunt Rong calmly got up and continued to entertain the next guest. First watch. Jiang Wang shuttled between the rooftops, as silent as a black shadow. Perhaps because they thought they were just some old case files, the file library was not heavily guarded. Use the family's unique skills of holding your breath and calming your breath. Jiang Wang easily restrained his breath and got past the guards at the door. The criminal department's case library is located in a 3-story building. Jiang Wang's plan is to quietly destroy the files from 20 years ago. Hiding in the shadows under the wall, Jiang Wang quietly explored every building. Suddenly, some laughter came from the night. Jiang Wang moved his ears and heard a familiar voice inside. So he followed the sound and searched over there. He got on all fours and climbed onto the roof like a cat, and through the gaps in the tiles he looked at the people drinking and chatting inside the house. "Ha ha ha, congratulations to Yang Jinluo. I heard that your subordinate has joined our Ministry of Justice and has been promoted to a 5th-grade officer. I'll have to thank you for taking care of him in the future." Yang Jinluo took a sip of wine, his face turned slightly red, he waved his hand and smiled. "Hey! What's the matter with taking care of it? If there's anything he can do, just tell me and I'll tell him to do it. I brought Lin Ping'an up from Tongluo. I don't know how many troubles I had to deal with for him to be where he is today. Don't worry, he will definitely listen to me." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more heated, with people toasting and paying compliments. It was as if Lin Ping'an was nothing and that his achievements today were all thanks to Yang Jinluo's good leadership. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinking, Yang Jinluo's bladder tightened and he offered to urinate first. When Jiang Wang saw Yang Jinluo walk out of the room to flush the toilet, a good plan suddenly came to his mind. So he quietly followed Yang Jinluo when he just entered the toilet and took off his pants to urinate. Jiang Wang patted his shoulder. "Hey, hello." The sharp voice scared Yang Jinluo so much that her anus tightened. She closed the valve urgently, but due to disrepair, the pipeline could not be closed cleanly. So he could only let it hang down by his trousers, water trickling out, while he hurried to draw his sword. The Golden Luo is the highest combat power of the Night Watchman. Each of them is at the 4th-grade realm, and most of them have experienced fighting on the battlefield. If it was a few days ago, Jiang Wang might have had more trouble dealing with Yang Jinluo. But the situation is different now. Yang Jinluo was attacked by surprise and was drunk and relaxed. Jiang Wang went all out, even using the power of Supreme Bone. In an instant, the mysterious energy that Yang Jinluo had just raised was dispersed, and he was sealed here. It has been a long time since he fully activated Supreme Bone. This time, Jiang Wang unexpectedly discovered that the grade of Supreme Bone was close to 2nd grade, and was at a half step to 2nd grade. With this level of strength, one already possesses the ability to become a 2nd-grade martial artist, to grow flesh out of bones, and to move hearts and lungs. So Jiang Wang said sorry to Yang Jinluo with a smile, then pointed a finger at his neck, and Yang Jinluo fainted instantly. Poor Lord Jinluo, he fell into the urinal after fainting. If Jiang Wang hadn't kept him around for use, he might not have known who attacked him until his death. All I heard was the sly laugh of the rat and a few words in Western language. Jiang Wang pinched the part of Yang Jinluo that was not stained with urine with a look of disgust and threw him to the ground. Their sword and identification badge were taken from him. That's right, Jiang Wang was planning to let Yang Jinluo take the blame. With Yang Jinluo's level of cultivation, ordinary policemen could not catch him, and sending out experts would inevitably distract the court's attention. This way, no one will pay attention to you. He put the night watchman's sword on his back and covered it with a piece of black cloth. Putting the badge in his arms, Jiang Wang practiced his skills, using the 2nd-grade ability to move bones and flesh, and changed his appearance based on Yang Jinluo's appearance. After a few minutes, Jiang Wang was exactly the same as Yang Jinluo in both height and appearance. All that's left is temperament and voice, which can only be imitated. Pulling Yang Jinluo to a shadowy place where no one would notice him, Jiang Wang estimated that it would take about an incense stick of time for him to wake up. There is still enough time. Covering his face, Jiang Wang continued to lurk into the night. The actual space occupied by the main body of the case library is not small, and its specifications may exceed those of ordinary government offices. Jiang Wang climbed into the courtyard and looked at this majestic 3-story wooden building. There must be a lot of files in such a huge building, and I don't know how long it will take to find the part about the red sheep disaster. I have a headache. When Jiang Wang was worried, a voice sounded. Which kid is here to take advantage of my office? At some point, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a Ministry of Justice official and standing with his hands behind his back stood a few meters behind Jiang Wang. This person was dressed very elegantly, wearing a half-body armor specially worn by the Ministry of Justice when he went out on official business, and a metal hat with a red tassel on top. His attire was very different from that of ordinary people. I just took my turn here today and I caught a little mouse. I didn't know Wei Yuan would reward me like this. Zheng Wenzhao is a master from the imperial palace who was arranged by Wei Yuan to guard the case library. He is a real high-end fighter in the palace and one of the high-end fighters protecting the safety of the empress. Cultivated to 3rd grade, experienced in hundreds of battles. Jiang Wang turned his head and looked at the man slightly. With his skills, he can fight or run, but he can easily alert the other guards. I don't know if there are other people nearby. Don't look, I'm alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wang suddenly moved and ran towards the document library. Zheng Wenzhao came from behind but was the first to arrive, instantly getting close to Jiang Wang. He lowered his waist and dismounted, stretched out one hand to support the ground, then circulated his profound energy and kicked Jiang Wang in the face with a side kick. Jiang Wang was also a little surprised. This person was indeed very fast. What I have now is only Yang Jinluo's strength, and I can't resist him with force. In a hurry, Jiang Wang raised his arms to block, and Zheng Wenzhao kicked Jiang Wang's arms, knocking him directly away. The blow seemed heavy, but Jiang Wang was not injured. He rolled back and used force dissipation to temporarily confront Zheng Wenzhao. Wow, I didn't expect the little thief to be so skilled. 4th grade completed. With such strength, why don't you come and serve the court? Lu Wenzhao said thoughtfully, as if he was surprised by Jiang Wang's strength. The guard guarding the archives can be said to be very experienced in combat. In just the first encounter, he demonstrated his rich combat instinct. Run at high speed close to the ground and use your arms to support the ground to raise your center of gravity, then attack the enemy with a flying kick in the face. It would be fine if I could give my best, but it's probably not so easy to hide my identity now. Jiang Wang suddenly started to move and turned to run towards the document library. Lu Wenzhao sneered and took something out from his waist, and the sound of metal chains was heard. Jiang Wang felt a chill on his back and subconsciously lowered his head and bent over to avoid it. A solid meteor hammer passed over his head. Throwing hammer method, White Snake spits out its tongue. The meteor hammer that missed Jiang Wang flew halfway but was gently pulled by Zheng Wenzhao. Relying on the pulling force of the iron chain, the meteor hammer instantly returned to his hand. However, the mysterious energy carried by the hammer during the attack could not be retracted, and continued to fly forward and hit the courtyard wall. There was just a slight tapping sound, like a drumstick falling, and a big hole appeared in the wall. Wow, he can use the meteor hammer to make the mysterious energy leave the body. Zheng Wenzhao was swinging his meteor hammer in place, with a playful look on his face, as if he was playing a cat and a mouse. His meteor hammer was a melon-shaped double-headed meteor hammer, connected in the middle by an iron chain made of cold iron from the previous year. In the middle of the chain was a dagger that looked like a wolf's tooth. Zheng Wenzhao no longer gave Jiang Wang any chance, and the meteor hammer in his hand flew out of his hand. Jiang Wang dodged sideways, and the meteor hammer smashed up several pieces of rubble on the ground. Just as he stretched out his hand to block, Zheng Wenzhao leaped into the air, turned around and kicked Jiang Wang in the chest. Jiang Wang ducked and narrowly avoided it. Zheng Wenzhao didn't want to give Jiang Wang another chance. As soon as he landed, he grabbed the wolf-tooth dagger and stabbed Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang raised his hand to block, and the two engaged in a close fight. The wolf-tooth dagger flashed with a cold green light, and it seemed to be poisoned. Jiang Wang did not intend to be cut by it. He grabbed Lu Wenzhao's hand holding the dagger and tried to disarm Lu Wenzhao. But now that he is only at the 4th grade level, how can he defeat Lu Wenzhao? Lu Wenzhao grabbed Jiang Wang's wrist with his other hand, and took advantage of Jiang Wang's strength to snatch the dagger. He twisted Jiang Wang's wrist, circulated his Xian Qi, and hit Jiang Wang right in the chest with a solid elbow. 8 Extreme collapse. A huge force came from the chest, and the blow was like a surging wave and continuous. Jiang Wang was beaten back repeatedly, and the supreme bone on his chest flickered, absorbing all the power of Beiji Beng. The crystal sternum emitted a faint glow, and upon closer inspection it appeared to be completely unharmed. Jiang Wang pretended to be injured and covered his chest, but before he could squeeze out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Zhang Wenzhao turned over and threw the meteor hammer towards Jiang Wang's cheek again. He was not going to give Jiang Wang a chance to breathe. In a hurry, he dodged the meteor hammer by turning sideways. Jiang Wang was already sweating slightly on his forehead. This kid was trying to defeat me with every move. Zhang Wenzhao swung his meteor hammer, and the powerful mysterious energy drove a fierce astral wind. The power of this blow continued to increase with the number of circles it swung. He approached Jiang Wang step by step, and after retreating repeatedly, Jiang Wang had already retreated to the wall. In desperation, Jiang Wang had to draw the night watchman's sword. The night watchman's sword, you are a thief in the house. As soon as he finished speaking, the meteor hammer in Zhang Wenzhao's hand flew out. After spinning and swinging, the fierce aura of the meteor hammer was no longer like that of the first third grade. Mysterious technique. Overlord unarmoring. The meteor hammer came towards him emitting red light. Jiang Wang's eyes flashed. If he tried to hide his abilities too much, his life would be in danger. Although he holds a knife in his hand, the essence of sword Dao is still there. If he just dodges, he will inevitably be injured by the mysterious energy. The sword in his hand followed the angle of rotation of the meteor hammer and used the sword to hit the side of the meteor hammer, just like hitting a baseball and hitting the ball away. The wall behind him shattered. Before he could even catch his breath, Zhang Wenzhao had already pulled back the flying meteor hammer. This time he didn't even use his hands to catch the ball. He just used his elbow to strike out, using the power of Beiji Beng to knock the meteor hammer out with his elbow. Mysterious skill, a skilled woman sewing needles. The attack was extremely fast, and Jiang Wang dodged hastily, avoiding the meteor hammer by just brushing the back of his head. The meteor hammer hit the wall in vain and bounced back instantly. It turned out to be a feint. The flying meteor hammer was at a relatively low position, but just in front of Liu Wenzhao's feet. Jiang Wang felt bad. Liu Wenzhao had a ferocious look on his face and kicked the meteor hammer with all his strength. Using the interaction force and unique kicking skills, the meteor hammer reached Jiang Wang's face in the blink of an eye with terrifying acceleration. Mystery. The prodigal son plays football. This attack made Jiang Wang look ugly. He dodged it in panic and rolled away from Liu Wenzhao without caring about his dignity. Liu Wenzhao's hammer method is no longer a simple throw, entanglement, and tapping, but a fusion of the third grade's Tao. The way of meteor hammer. The ball can be sent and received freely and ghostlily, and it moves as the heart desires. There is no fixed technique for passing the ball, but the ball can be passed in any way. It may seem not very powerful, but every move is deadly. Jiang Wang inserted the sword in his hand into the ground, circulated his Xian Qi to break the floor tiles on the ground, bounced them towards Liu Wenzhao, and then turned and ran. The flying stone only blocked Liu Wenzhao for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Wang was about to run, he used the power of turning and spinning to throw another hammer. This hammer extended the attack range of the iron chain and meteor hammer to the extreme. Jiang Wang, who had clearly run 6 or 7 meters away, was caught up and could only roll on the ground to avoid the blow. Liu Wenzhao was obviously not going to give in. The meteor hammer he threw out revolved around Liu Wenzhao, made another circle, and attacked Jiang Wang again. Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Wang slashed with his sword, knocked the meteor hammer to the ground and suppressed it. If Jiang Wang allowed Liu Wenzhao to strike with such recklessness, his life would probably be in danger. Suddenly, a huge force came out of his hand. He looked up and found that it was the iron ball at the other end of Liu Wenzhao's meteor hammer that was attacking him. The meteor hammer from top to bottom exudes a breathtaking power. Although it is an iron hammer tied with an iron chain, this time it smashes with the momentum of splitting Mount Hua. Mystery. Mount Tai is pressing down on us. With a frown on his face, Jiang Wang had no choice but to let go of the meteor hammer and roll backwards to avoid it. The powerful meteor hammer smashed to the ground, and the entire courtyard shook as if an earthquake occurred, stirring up layers of dust. As I stood up after rolling backwards, I suddenly heard the sound of iron chains and the sound of breaking air. An iron ball emitting a pitch-black aura broke through the dust and hit Jiang Wang in the chest. Boom! A sound like the clanging of metal was heard. Jiang Wang was almost beaten to the point of sitting on the ground, rubbing his chest speechlessly. Meh, it doesn't hurt at all. Zheng Wenzhou took back the meteor hammer and looked at Jiang Wang with suspicion. Who are you? Chapter 39. I'm your father. Jiang Wang cursed under his breath, then stepped forward with his knife and slashed horizontally. At this point Jiang Wang attacked with some anger, and Zheng Wenzhou had to block with his wolf-toothed dagger in a hurry. After the weapons collided, the center of gravity of the two men was broken. Zheng Wenzhou quickly adjusted his body, turned around and stabbed with his backhand, but was caught by Jiang Wang. If the meteor hammer was released to allow Zheng Wenzhou to fight freely, it would be difficult for Jiang Wang to win by suppressing his strength. The only way to stand a chance is to get close and engage in a grappling fight. The two men fought in close combat, punching and kicking each other with their weapons. For a moment, they were inseparable. Although a dagger can be used in close combat, it is short after all, and the way it exerts force is different from that of a long sword. It's hard to have a good way to deal with being hacked. Zheng Wenzhou also knew that he could not fight with Jiang Wang any longer, otherwise he would be killed by someone above him and it would be a disgrace to the imperial guards. Seeing an opportunity, Zheng Wenzhou stabbed Jiang Wang in the face, but was blocked by the knife-wielding horizontal bar. While the two were wrestling, Zheng Wenzhou suddenly kicked a meteor hammer up with his foot, and then used his mysterious energy to blow on the hammer head. There was a flash of fire inside the hammer head. It turned out that he had hidden golden incense inside the hammer head. Sparks flew towards Jiang Wang's eyes, and Jiang Wang had to stop them. But this also gave Zheng Wenzhou an opportunity. Zheng Wenzhou received the ball and swung his right hand hard. The hammerhead was like a semicircular guillotine, smashing towards Jiang Wang's head. He barely raised his knife to block it, but the powerful impact almost knocked Jiang Wang to the ground. The second hammerhead was also thrown out, and he hit the hammerhead with his elbow. The hammerhead, carrying the power of Behapeng, hit Jiang Wang in the chest, knocking him out and hitting the wall of the document library. Jiang Wang covered his chest and coughed twice, apparently he was injured. Zheng Wenzhou was relentless and waved his two hammers together, making a whirring sound between his hands. He pressed forward step by step, ready to take Jiang Wang's life. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Wang quickly stood up and crashed into the window of the document library behind him. There was no light in the dark document room. Jiang Wang quickly stood up and waited in front of the window with a knife in hand. If Zheng Wenzhou dared to come in, he would be beheaded. Boom! There was a flash of golden light, followed by a deafening roar. Zheng Wenzhou smashed open the door of the document library with a hammer and rushed towards Jiang Wang swinging his hammers. The first attack is to launch a hammer with the knee. Mysterious technique. White snake spits out its tongue. Jiang Wang dodged it by turning sideways. Then came the second blow from another hammer, launching the iron ball with a kick from the foot. Mystery. The prodigal son plays football. The two hammers attacked Jiang Wang one after another. Jiang Wang was unable to dodge and the iron ball tore the veil on her face. He hurriedly covered his face with his hands, but it was too late. Yang Guangxiao, it's you! Zheng Wenzhou exclaimed. Yang Jinluo's full name is Yang Guangxiao. People who can recognize him at a glance and call out his full name seem to be familiar with Yang Jinluo. Zheng Wenzhou quickly dodged and hid behind a lamppost. He quickly wrote the words Yang Guangxiao attacked the archives on the sound transmission stone and threw the sound transmission stone away. The sound stone that broke through the window and flew out was caught by a nightingale in midair and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Hey, the message finally came. Jiang Wang let out a long breath and really spoke with his own voice. Zheng Wenzhou's face changed drastically when he heard this. You are not Yang Guangxiao, who are you? Jiang Wang smiled slightly, and the bones and skin on his face slowly changed and returned to his original appearance. Hello, Captain Zheng, you are pretty good at using the meteor hammer. Zheng Wenzhou was shocked when he saw the identity of the person who came. He secretly exerted force on his wrist and hit out a meteor hammer in an instant. Now that his identity has been revealed, Jiang Wang is not going to let him go alive. If you use a knife as a sword, then the chopping motion is called an upward thrust. Jiang Wang dodged the flying hammer with a cross-legged move, then raised the tip of the knife and hit the connection between the hammer and the chain. The chain broke with a sound, and the hammer head fell to the floor of the document library, scattering sparks everywhere. The raging fire gradually burned along the bookshelf of the case library, and Jiang Wang nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zheng Wenzhou quickly threw out another solid hammer head, turned around and ran towards the window behind him. With a raised corner of his mouth, Jiang Wang stomped on the ground, causing the wooden boards to crack. He suddenly burst out with a speed far greater than before, and arrived next to Jiang Wenzhou after starting later. In his haste to escape, Jiang Wenzhou exposed his back to Jiang Wang. When the attack approached, it was too late to dodge, so he had to turn around and block with a dagger. Jiang Wang is firing on all cylinders, his third-grade skills are fully unleashed, and his supreme bone is rising in brilliance. That is, the cold sword cuts off the wolf-toothed dagger, and the double hammers take your life. Jiang Wenzhou never thought that Jiang Wang's knife would be so powerful. The brute force he used was just brute force. With one slash of the knife, the wolf-toothed dagger in Jiang Wenzhou's hand broke instantly, and a bright red knife mark appeared on Jiang Wenzhou's face. What a fast knife! Jiang Wenzhou sighed, and as half of the dagger fell to the ground, half of his head fell off. Holding the hilt of the knife in one hand, Jiang Wang casually inserted Yang Jinluo's knife into the chest of Jiang Wenzhou's body. A generation of Grandmaster with 2 meteor hammers died in the archives. The fire was getting bigger and it was no longer possible to put it out. Jiang Wang took out the broken badge from Jiang Wenzhou and threw it on the ground. In this way, the task of putting the blame on Yang Guangxiao was completed. As for whether Yang Guangxiao surrendered himself or absconded for fear of crime, it had nothing to do with Jiang Wang. The idea of disguising himself as Yang Guangxiao to burn the archives was nothing more than a casual move. Anyway, he was committing the crime in a concealed identity, which would give the Ministry of Justice a wrong direction for investigation and help confuse the public. The archive was crackling and creaking as the fire burned. It was time to retreat. At this moment, Jiang Wang heard a familiar cry for help. The cry for help came faintly from the rooftop, and sounded a bit like the voice of a little vixen. Jiang Wang rushed to the rooftop in a few steps. The third-floor document library was mostly filled with bamboo slips, which were burning with light blue flames. After searching around, they found the unconscious Dong Yi under the collapsed bookshelf. When the huge bookshelf collapsed, a gap was left between it and the wall, just enough for one person to hide. Jiang Wang kicked out, and the bookshelf broke into pieces. The loud noise made the unconscious Dong Yi react slightly. She opened her tightly closed eyes and looked at the person in front of her with a dazed look. "Master, is that you, Master? Am I dead?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang picked up Dong Yi and slapped her on the butt. "Damn it! You didn't even tell me about the action and almost hurt one of our own by mistake." Time was running out, and Jiang Wang didn't care about suppressing his cultivation. He fully activated his Xian Qi and quickly evacuated the document library. There were constant shouts, gongs, whistles, and nightingales carrying messages everywhere. Yang Guangxiao burned the archives. He killed a third-grade expert. Everyone, form a military formation and search carefully. If anyone is found, kill them immediately. Your Majesty has ordered the Jiang family to dispatch the imperial guards to assist in the search, and the Duke of Zhenqiu is in charge of the overall command. Orders were issued quickly. There was a crowd of people in Kyoto, as if a big riot was happening. Jiang Wang took Dong Yi to hide on the eaves of a house. At this time, Dong Yi had recovered after taking Jiang Wang's high-grade elixir. Dong Yi lowered his head and said timidly, "Master, Dong Yi didn't do it on purpose. I just happened to hear that the archives had information about abducted monster race children, so I took the risk." Jiang Wang waved her hand to interrupt her and said, "Since it has already happened, there is no need to talk about it. I told you that we are in a cooperative relationship. You can keep your action plan secret from me. The next time it conflicts with my plan, I will not care about you." Dong Yi lowered his head, and the words of explanation he wanted to say were held back in his stomach. The two men avoided the police who were searching the city and fled to Mantingfang. "I have to hide at your place for a while. Someone is looking for me at the Jiang family. Go find me a change of clothes. We'll meet up at Yingmei Cottage later." Jiang Wang stood up and flew onto the roof, then quietly sneaked into Yingmei Cottage. Dong Yi was about to remind him, but Jiang Wang had already gone upstairs. "I hope young Master Jiang doesn't offend the king." As the thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt that Jiang Wang's temper was impossible not to be provoked, so Dong Yi quickly rushed into Mantingfang and ran to her own boudoir. In Yingmei Cottage, Jiang Wang tiptoed to open the window and looked around. The lights were still on in the room. I thought Dong Yi was really careful. He knew to light a candle when he went out to pretend that there was someone in the house. Jiang Wang turned over and entered the room, closed the window, took off his nightgown and kicked it under the table. He walked towards the bed wearing only his underwear, ready to spend the night there and teach Dong Yi a lesson for not listening to him. No one in the room still remembered to draw the bed curtains. That's pretty cautious. Jiang Wang muttered to himself, walked to the bed, opened the curtain and was about to go up. In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes. A soft sword pierced Jiang Wang's chest. There's an ambush. The soft sword had reached his chest. Jiang Wang made up his mind and used his sternum to push back. At the same time, he leaned forward and pressed towards the person on the bed, ready to fight with him. The soft sword pierced Jiang Wang's skin and hit the supreme bone, unable to move forward. Jiang Wang pressed down on the person on the bed, and the soft sword was bent and broken. It happened in a flash. Perhaps it was because Jiang Wang's reaction was too sudden, the person on the bed did not react in time and was directly controlled by Jiang Wang, who grabbed both hands and sat on him. Damn, you little jerk is bullying your grandpa Jiang. Let me see whose grandson you are. After hearing this, Jiang Wang was also dumbfounded. It turned out that the person lying on the bed and being controlled by him was Dong Yi. At this moment, Dong Yi was half naked, with flushed cheeks, as if she was ashamed and angry. So Qingyun hated Dong Yi so much. She had clearly told her to disguise herself temporarily so that no one would come into the house to disturb her, which was why she wanted to try the human race's bathing method. However, people kept breaking into the house again and again. These shameless humans, don't they know how to knock on the door? Dong Yi is treated like this on a daily basis, so doesn't she have to party every night? Perhaps it was the nature of the Fox clan, so Qingyun did not hate men riding on her. Instead, her cheeks flushed and her breath smelled sweet. At this moment, Jiang Wang was a little confused. Did Dong Yi run so fast? She had already gone upstairs and lay down when I just entered the house? What does Neza do by himself? What's his unique play hobby? As I thought about it, I unconsciously moved my butt back and forth, feeling the softness. It seemed that he suddenly realized his identity, or he might feel offended by Jiang Wang's behavior. She was the demon lord, so when had she ever been ridden on by a man? So Qingyun's face turned cold, and the cold monstrous power was released, and the face that was originally a disaster to the country and the people, as well as fox ears and tail appeared. The pressure from the first-grade strong man acted directly on Jiang Wang. When Dong Yi pushed open the door in a hurry, the scene he saw was unforgettable for him. Even when she was recounting her memoirs of her youth several years later, she mentioned more than once that it was the most humble moment she had ever met Jiang Wang. At this time, Jiang Wang was naked except for a pair of shorts. He knelt on his knees beside the bed with his head lowered, and there were 3 bloody claw marks on his face. Seeing Dong Yi coming in, Jiang Wang showed a frustrated expression and moved his lips as if to say bullshit. Dong Yi quickly closed the door, walked quickly to the bed, knelt down, and bowed respectfully. Lord, this man is the collaborator I mentioned to you. Please don't hurt him. He did it unintentionally. As expected, I knew this woman was no ordinary woman. Dong Yi, you are such a pitfall. Jiang Wang's heart sank when he heard this. The woman he treated so frivolously turned out to be the demon lord. I never expected that she has already reached first grade. Isn't it said that the first grade will be released soon? How can such a rumor be so outdated? Now that people have sneaked into the house, the empress is still stupid. So Qingyun glanced at Jiang Wang coldly. This man was extremely handsome and was obviously much more pleasing to the eye than the various furry humanoid animals in the tribe. The tender white feet were walking barefoot on the ground, making people feel distressed and wondering why the floor was so dirty. So Qingyun walked in front of Jiang Wang and looked down at the man at his feet. From Jiang Wang's perspective, the 10 toes are so cute and crystal clear that people want to play with them or even hold them in their mouths. Are you willing to submit to me, monster race? So Qingyun's face was full of pride and dignity, and a kind of pressure from a superior and a higher creature was slowly exerted on Jiang Wang. This is the method monster race uses to subjugate humans. Jiang Wang's head was covered in cold sweat. It had been so long since anyone had suppressed him based on the level of his realm. What? My father oppressed me. That was his teaching to me. What are you, a fox demon? Jiang Wang felt a chill in his heart. It was indeed wrong for him to break into the boudoir, press on her and even move. But isn't it enough to be stabbed and then kneel down to apologize? Still want to conquer me? Do you really think you are the leading party in the cooperation? The anger in my heart was rising, and Supreme Bone was also hot. The family emblem suddenly flashed through Jiang Wang's mind. It was a giant bear flying in the sky, and the mountains and rivers collapsed as it roared. Ah! A beast roar exploded in So Qingyun's mind, causing her to lose consciousness for a moment. In a flash, the sound of sword chanting rang out from Jiang Wang's fingertips. At some point, Jiang Wang hid the front section of the broken soft sword between his two fingers. At this time, he used the broken sword held between his two fingers as the tip of the sword and his arm as the sword body. Every time the sword was swung, bursts of sword chants were heard. The whole set. The sharp sword light stopped at So Qingyun's neck. The sharp nails of So Qingyun, who had transformed into a fox demon, just stopped in front of Jiang Wang's heart. The two of them checked and balanced each other, and the constantly beating sense of crisis told them that the other side had the means to take their lives. So Qingyun smiled slightly, as if it was spring and the flowers were blooming, without being bothered by the worldly affairs. Very good, you have the basis for cooperation with me. Haha, you too, this young master is very satisfied with you. Chapter 40. The thing is, I sneaked into the case file library today to investigate the disappearance of the monster race children. It happened that the king passed by Kyoto, so I asked her to cover for me in Mantingfang. Dong Yi explained to Jiang Wang. Let's get to the point. What did we find in the case library? Jiang Wang waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to explain. What's there to explain? No one knew about the first-grade expert coming to Beijing. Who would believe him if he just passed by? I found out that there was also a case of child theft during the Anbang ceremony 22 years ago. 22 years ago, Jiang Wang's expression froze. Is this matter also related to the Red Sheep disaster? After the Anbang ceremony, a total of 872 families in Kyoto lost their children. The entire city was turned upside down. The officers searched from 3rd grade to 7th grade, but the missing child was still missing, alive or dead. Now, the Empress is about to hold the Chang'e ceremony, and a child theft case has occurred again. This time it even affects our monster race. I wonder if the two incidents are related. Dong Yi poured tea for Jiang Wang and So Qingyun and said so. So Qingyun took a sip of tea and looked at Jiang Wang with cold eyes. I wonder what Mr. Jiang thinks about this. Jiang Wang thought to himself, what brilliant ideas do I have? A case that has gone unsolved for more than 20 years, how can I make a discovery just by listening to it? So I can only cope with it. I think the Chang'e ceremony today is a signal. It must be related to the case 22 years ago. We should pay close attention to the relevant matters of the Chang'e ceremony. So Qingyun nodded and told Jiang Wang a secret. The queen will hold the Chang'e ceremony in advance in 10 days, and my monster race will send people to celebrate at that time. It's not convenient for me to show up. Dong Yi will pretend to be me and communicate with the Empress to thoroughly investigate the missing case. I hope Mr. Jiang will cooperate with our staff when the time comes. Jiang Wang tapped the table with his fingers and nodded. Of course I have no problem cooperating, but if this case involves too many people, I might get out to protect myself. So Qingyun smiled slightly, and her beautiful face with a smile made people lose their minds in an instant. Don't worry, if you want to get away, just leave, Mr. Jiang, but I believe you won't do that. There was a golden color flashing in her pupils, and So Qingyun seemed full of confidence. The fox tribe is not only synonymous with beauty and strength, but also often cunning and with amazing insight. As the royal family of the myriad monsters kingdom, the status of the fox clan has never been lowered in the past 1,000 years. Among humans, there may be a tyrant or incompetent monarch every few generations, but this will not happen in the fox tribe. Only those who do their best to make a living for monster race can become monster masters. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Wang had already changed into his casual clothes and was sitting at the table sipping tea. So Qingyun nodded at Jiang Wang, then opened the closet, took out Lin Ping'an and threw him on the ground, then hid in the closet. Anan smacked her lips. This So Qingyun really knew how to cause trouble for others. However, the nine-tailed fox clan is indeed rich in beauties. Dong Yi is already beautiful enough, but I didn't expect that the demon lord is even more beautiful than her. There are even some similarities between their eyebrows, no wonder they can disguise each other. Perhaps there is naturally some kinship among the fox clan. Dong Yi opened the door, and 7 or 8 patrolmen were standing outside the door, watching Jiang Wang and Yingmei Villa vigilantly. A patrolman who seemed to be the leader bowed to Jiang Wang. Master Jiang, we just came from your residence. Have you been here all night? Facing the suspicious look of the leading patrolman, Jiang Wang acted like a young scoundrel. Here? If I wasn't here, the house would have been robbed. This beast dared to steal my woman. Isn't he from your Ministry of Justice? Come and arrest him. You have disturbed my pleasure. What punishment should you give me? Jiang Wang kicked the unconscious and tied up Lin Ping'an to the door, cursing non-stop. There is no need to worry that Lin Ping'an will be exposed when he wakes up. So King Yun had already left a hint in his mind. He just wanted to tease Dong Yi after getting drunk, but he didn't expect to catch Jiang Wang and Dong Yi's tryst and was knocked unconscious by Jiang Wang. This is the method used by first-grade masters. People below So King Yun's level will not notice the flaw. The patrolman helped the person who rolled over. When he saw that it was Lin Ping'an, the new celebrity in the Ministry of Justice, he was immediately shocked. The leader quickly apologized to Jiang Wang. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, I think Mr. Lin might have drunk too much. I apologize to you on his behalf. I think Minister Li will definitely be willing to teach him a lesson for you. You are a very generous person. Jiang Wang glanced at the leader coldly, snorted coldly, and looked disdainful. The leader secretly groaned, thinking that he couldn't afford to offend either of these two ancestors. One is a notorious villain in Beijing, and the other is a favorite in the eyes of the leader. What should I do? I gritted my teeth and had to give my brothers the salary. Mr. Jiang, I'll pay for your consumption today, please have fun as you like. Jiang Wang laughed and said indifferently. I always come to Manting Fang for free, you pay, what do you pay for? But you're a good kid, you're good at cleaning up people's butts. What's your name? The leader was slightly startled and replied quickly. I am Wang Lang, the patrol officer of Jingde Prefecture. Master Jiang, thank you for your praise. It is just my duty. That's right. I'll remember you. I'll let you go this time. And if I need you to do something for me, don't refuse. Wang Lang nodded repeatedly in agreement, and his colleagues even felt a little jealous when they saw this. What hope do these patrolmen with no background have by climbing up the career ladder? At best they can become a small team leader. The real opportunity is to curry favor with the popular people around your superiors. These celebrities can be from the same system as Lin Ping'an, or they can be second-generation officials with powerful backgrounds like Jiang Wang. The situation is already very bad, so there is no need to worry about betting on the wrong thing. Take him away, and from now on, no one except me is allowed to come to Yingmei Cottage. Jiang Wang waved his hand to signal them to go away, and he sat at the table and asked Dong Yi to pour tea. Wang Lang led his men to lift Lin Ping'an up and take his leave. Before leaving, he said, Young Master Jiang, there has been a deliberate arson case in Kyoto. The Ministry of Justice and the Night Watchmen are searching the entire city. Just now a colleague went to Jiang's residence to ask for reinforcements, but because you were not there, he was unable to borrow the military token. I will inform my colleagues that you are drunk and sleeping in Manting Fang. I believe no one will disturb you. After saying that, Wang Lang closed the door and left. Jiang Wang pursed his lips and took a sip of the fragrant flower tea. In his heart, he admired Wang Lang very much. He is able to assess the situation, get things done, and understand how to read leaders' expressions and share their worries. If he could be truly won over, he would definitely be very useful to his subordinates. However, this person has the potential to be a fence-sitter and is very likely to change with the wind. As for asking the Imperial Guard Jiang Wang to ignore the matter of pretending to be drunk, it actually didn't matter. Cases and emergencies in Kyoto were originally the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice and Night Watchmen. If you have any problems, come to my Imperial Guards for help. What if I don't help you? It's none of my business. Since Zhang Wuxian is not here, I can't mobilize any troops. So Jiang Wang sat on Dong Yi's bed, ready to have a good sleep here tonight and test the car. But the door of the wardrobe was slowly pushed open, and so King Yun walked out with a sneer on her face. Why, Mr. Jiang, do you still want to sleep here with us? Jiang Wang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, having forgotten about such a big light bulb. What else can we do if we don't sleep? The three of us can play poker. Playing poker? What is that? So King Yun was obviously more interested in playing poker. So Jiang Wang handcrafted a deck of playing cards using cicada wings from the insect spirit beast as raw materials. After informing the two girls of the rules, the three of them sat around the table and played poker until dawn. In the Jiang mansion, Zhang Yingxiu and Li Muir surrounded King Jiang. Wanger, tell me where you went last night. Master, you clearly said yesterday that you slept in the study. Why did the police find you not there when they came to look for you in the middle of the night? Faced with the two women's questioning, Jiang Wang retreated timidly to the corner. Well, listen to my explanation. Although you may not believe it, I really just played cards all night last night. Playing cards, where do you play? Zhang Yingxiu obviously didn't believe it and kept insisting. Jiang Wang began to sweat coldly and uttered something between his teeth. Yingmei Cottage. Where? Yingmei Cottage. Boom. Zhang Yingxiu punched the wall behind Jiang Wang's head, leaving a pink fist mark. What a little bch dong I, how dare she seduce our Wanger and stay out all night. Muir, get your weapons. I'm going to kill her today. Jiang Wang burst into tears. Come on, auntie, there is a first grade on the other side, whoever is going to be useless will be the one to be defeated. After Jiang Wang's desperate efforts to stop her, Zhang Yingxiu finally agreed to let Dong Yi go this time. What's going on? Why is my life becoming more and more difficult as there are more and more women in my family? Dad, please come back soon. Now I can't even touch the little maid. 3 days later, inside Kyoto University, Jiang Wang called together the students and key members. Jiang Wang said confidently as he took out several books on mathematics, Chinese, and chemistry from his backpack and distributed them to the students present. Everyone, this is my Kyoto University textbook. From today on, I will lead you to learn the knowledge related to governance for the first time. Of course you can also preview the textbook on your own and ask me if you don't understand something. I hope that you will not only be my students, but also my teachers at Kyoto University in the future. There were all kinds of people among them, including a butcher, a blacksmith, a singing girl, and a Mongolian boy. Some people can't read at all, but they open the book and look at the pictures. Some people have never heard of mathematics, but when they open the textbook and see those basic multiplication tables, they suddenly feel enlightened. Of course, these textbooks do not have to include English, they only teach the common language of Dictuan. The Sao in this picture is so realistic. The hand-holding method, the fake drainage channel method, and the mysterious energy stimulation method, I see. If the Sao is vaccinated in this way, it will definitely greatly increase the production of piglets. It turns out that you don't have to use Xian Qi to ignite the fire to smelt iron. This blast furnace is very useful for smelting iron. It only needs coal to melt the molten iron. Then, with Xian Qi, can I also melt meteorite iron? Using fire and thunder, you can actually make fake silver out of coarse salt. I see. So this is how the tax silver case was done. Everyone present was shocked by the contents of the book. There were even students who had failed the Imperial Astronomical Observatory exam for 10 years, and now they held their chemistry textbooks as if they were divine objects. Jiang Wang was somewhat surprised that this time, only the textbook knowledge up to junior high school was made public, but it caused such a big response. When advanced martial arts prevail, since human power can do it, who would bother to study science? Since coal cannot melt iron, then learn some fire-attributed skills and burn it. If the sows don't want to reproduce, call the spirit beast and force him to give birth to one pig in a pen. As long as you are brave, you can travel around the world with your mysterious energy. Now that Jiang Wang has taken out these books, it means that the era of relying solely on Xian Qi has come to an end. People now have easier, more convenient, and lighter options. So will there still be so many martial artists? Zhu Sheng kept flipping through the book in his hands, looking like a madman. In his eyes, the long river of time kept flowing through his pupils. He murmured unconsciously. No. No. Such knowledge has never appeared in the long river of time. Did Jiang Wang come up with all of this by himself? Incredibly, any one of these books can be regarded as the Bible of Confucianism and Taoism. No, it's not just Confucianism and Taoism. The sorcerers of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau are also keen on chemistry. And biology is simply a magical book for increasing livestock production. Geography can help you understand the topography of the great profound heaven without leaving Kyoto. Jiang Wang has never left Kyoto since he was a child. How did he know all this knowledge? Is there really someone who is born to know all the truths or a genius who can deduce such content just by reading books? No, not a genius, but a demon, a saint. Zhu Sheng was worried that Jiang Wang had been possessed by someone else, so he checked through the long river of time to find out that all this knowledge appeared in Dictuan for the first time, so there was no possibility of rebirth through borrowing another body. The birth of such a great masterpiece would surely cause shock waves throughout the entire continent. As soon as the words fell, melodious humming sounds were heard. The voice was gentle and melodious, and seemed to come from the sky above. Jiang Wang picked his ears and felt a little tinnitus. The same thing happened in all parts of the world in the Great Xian continent. People walked out of their houses and looked up. A huge tree stands tall above the sky, covered with golden fruits. It is shaped like a willow, with branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Barbarian, Greer looked up at the sky, the cold wind blocked his sight. The creation tree existed at the time of creation, and has only favored the human race since its appearance. My barbarian tribe was also born in the ancient times. Why don't you ever pay more attention to us? Dear elders, please help me achieve the first grade and build a path to heaven for the barbarians. After saying this, Greer held a half-meter-long beast fang in his hand. The fang emitted a faint glow, like jade. 12 barbarian elders surrounded him in a blood-red altar, and finally murmured the language of their ancient ancestors. Ancient ancestor, I am the contemporary barbarian King Greer. Today, I am willing to bet on the luck of my entire barbarian tribe to be promoted to the supreme first-grade great barbarian king. I am willing to offer my heart to my barbarian tribe. With force from both hands, the half-meter-long fangs pierced through Greer's chest and stabbed into his beating heart. The blood flowed along the fangs into the altar, outlining a mysterious symbol. The elders held up their scepters and chanted loudly. Shadows rose from the barbarian land and penetrated into Greer's body. This is a battle for survival and the destiny of the tribe. In order to be promoted, the barbarian king of this generation absorbed the luck of the entire barbarian tribe. He is simply a lunatic. Chapter 41. In the capital of Dixuan, Ji Lingyu looked at the tree of good fortune in the air, feeling extremely anxious. Another strange phenomenon that came without any warning. What on earth was the night watchman doing? Why couldn't he find out the source of the strange phenomenon? Wei Yuan, go and ask the supervisor to come. I want to predict the direction of Dixuan's luck. After a while, Wei Yuan brought a message from the Imperial Observatory. Your Majesty, according to the investigative calculations, the Great Xian luck is being directed towards the barbarians. What? Ji Lingyu was so frightened that her arms were actually shaking slightly. At this moment, the shadow of the barbarian king suddenly appeared above the sky. He was seen holding a blood-red long sword, and his shadow suddenly grew like a pillar supporting the sky. Greer's face turned green and fanged, as if he had returned from hell. He had 4 arms, each of which was covered with gnarled muscles. He grasped a branch of the creation tree with one hand and picked up the long knife with the other and swung it down. The creation tree trembled repeatedly in an attempt to escape, but it couldn't break free at all. The long sword fell, and the tree of fortune was split into 2 halves. The barbarian king grabbed half of the tree of fortune and was about to leave. Don't run away, thief, leave the tree of good fortune behind. A loud shout resounded throughout Kyoto, and an old hand rose from Kyoto and grabbed the tree of fortune in the barbarian king's hand. It's the Duke of Genkuo. The barbarian king snorted coldly and slashed at the Duke of Genkuo again. The Duke of Genkuo changed his claws into fists and punched the side of the long sword, with a loud bang resounding through the sky. The shadows of the long sword and the arm disappeared, and everything became calm. Genkuo view. The Duke of Genkuo spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and the dark color instantly wilted. Father! Shen Lian anxiously supported the Duke of Genkuo, his face full of tension. Ahem, it's okay. I just got a little bit of backlash. Go tell His Majesty quickly that the barbarian king has become the first-grade supreme barbarian king. The north may be in danger. News spread throughout the Dixuan territory. Some people were terrified, some were worried, and some were secretly happy. Inside Kyoto University, Jiang Wang watched in silence as half of the creation tree took root on the back of Bixi. What's happening? He thought that the tree of fortune would leave behind a few fruits and then disappear, but now it has split into 2 halves. Just cut it into 2 halves, why did you stab me like a Bixi? Looking at the good fortune tree transforming into a seedling, Jiang Wang felt like crying but had no tears. Okay, that's all for today's class. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. If it's convenient for you, you can stay at the school, which will help you understand the knowledge. The students gradually left, and Zhu Sheng came over with a flattering look on his face. Hey, Dean Zhang, do you think I can move to the academy as well? Jiang Wang scratched his head, puzzled. Zhu Sheng, don't you have your own mansion? Why are you staying at my place? There is no food provided in the academy. Zhu Sheng waved his hand and patted his chest. Hey, how can I ask you to feed me? I'm already fasting. I just want to interact with people who are good at studying, so that we can improve together. Jiang Wang patted Zhu Sheng on the shoulder and said with relief. Student Zhu, you are very good. This dean likes students like you who like to study. Keep up the good work. The position of Vice Dean of Kyoto University is waiting for you. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Wang slowly left the academy, skillfully applying the Pua methods of his previous life leaders. The news that the fortune tree had landed at Kyoto University could not be concealed after all. Within a few days, the threshold of the academy was trampled down. Jiang Wang certainly would not directly use the original 9-year compulsory education textbook to teach. The students who accepted his teachings that day gradually showed the effects in the past few days. Ordinary people were able to advance to higher ranks overnight, martial artists were upgraded to higher ranks, and even several unique sorcerer systems of the Sishinjian were born. Kyoto University suddenly became a popular center for students. Lord Yat, is it true that this good fortune tree cannot be transplanted into the imperial palace? Inside the palace, Ji Lingyu sat on the dragon throne and asked Ye Lingchan with a serious face. Your Majesty, the creation tree is parasitic on the back of Bixi, and Bixi is the 9th son of the dragon, a spirit beast made of flesh and blood. No one can move it. Well. Ji Lingyu let out a long sigh. In that case, then let academician Zhang know that he should make a copy of the holy book that brought the creation tree to the library as a backup. Faced with such an unreasonable request from the Empress, Ye Lingchan could only be forced to agree. Fortunately, Zhang Xiao had anticipated this. Most textbooks on government administration focus on teaching by words and deeds, and if you only have a copy, the effect will be minimal. After Ye Lingchan left, Wei Yuan walked out from the darkness. Your Majesty, this King Zhang may become a serious threat. He is definitely responsible for the loss of Dixuan luck. Ji Lingyu sneered. Wei Yuan, do you think I can't guess what you are thinking? Wei Yuan was startled and knelt down suddenly. I am not interested in the academic disputes between Confucianism and Taoism. As long as the overall national fortune of Dixuan does not decrease, I don't care who it belongs to. Perhaps Wei Yuan did not expect that the Empress, whom he had always looked down upon, would have such a character. To Dixuan, human life is only a short 100 years. Over the past thousands of years, many people who carried the fate of the country have died. Eventually, the fate of the country will return to the hands of the royal family. That's enough. Although I am an empress, I also have an open mind. As long as Dixuan still has the surname Ji, I can tolerate your fighting against each other. But don't touch the foundation of the country. It is actually very simple for Ji Lingyu to make the speech today. Because she checked the country's fortune and found that after this incident, the country's fortune actually increased. As she emphasized culture over military affairs and implemented the policy of centralization, the national fortune of Dixuan was actually declining little by little. But this increase took her by surprise. To put it simply, this should be the first time that the tree of fortune fell into the hands of a specific country. This tree was originally created by the human race and is shared by all human race members. Now that he was seriously injured by the barbarian king, half of it was cut off and left, leaving just the other half in Dixuan. This is a loss for the human race, but it is also an opportunity for Dixuan who is facing the barbarians. No matter who runs Kyoto University, as long as its students are still citizens of Dixuan, my kingdom will not be affected. Ji Lingyu lay on the dragon throne with full confidence, her beautiful eyes exuding a sense of charm. A few days later, Kyoto was filled with a festive atmosphere. The Empress Changel ceremony will be held tomorrow, during which she will worship her ancestors, exempt some regions from taxes, and may even issue a general amnesty. There is another important event today, that is the monster race coming to Beijing. Miss Dong Ai has caught a cold these days at Yingmei Cottage and is taking a rest. The demon lord So King Yun also secretly left Kyoto. The monster race convoy entered the gate of Kyoto, pulling more than a dozen trucks filled with gold, silver, and treasures. Inside a luxurious sedan, Dong Yi was looking at the bustling streets through the beaded curtain. Monster Race has sent a large number of people to Kyoto this time, and on the surface, the Monster Lord will come out in person to meet with the great Suanu Empress. Among the entourage, the three main tribes were wolves, tigers, and snakes, and there were many fourth-grade masters among them. The highest level of security was also activated in Kyoto. Because Jiang Wang was away, the left prime minister was appointed to personally manage the imperial guards and assigned them to be directly led by Jiang Wang. Standing on the roof, Jiang Wang looked at the monster races that were marching into Kyoto, wondering about So Qingyun's purpose. So Qingyun took Dong Yi away from Kyoto 3 days ago, and now she has arranged for Dong Yi to impersonate herself. I wonder what other plans she has. This woman is extremely deep-minded and never tells me anything. No matter how Dong Yi negotiates with the Empress, Jiang Wang still has his own plans. Master, Lord Li Xianji wants to see you. Zhang Feng, wearing standard armor, came to Jiang Wang and said. Now is the high-level alert state, even the Zhang family's black-scale guards have to wear military uniforms and be on alert. Well, just let him come into me. After Jiang Wang finished speaking, he jumped directly from the roof and landed in the yard. He has been living in Kyoto University these days. Under the influence of the creation tree and the 9 Dao wood, even he feels that his sword Dao realm has improved. Because he had not returned home for several days, Zhang Yingxiu and Li Mu were moved into the academy, one saying they wanted to protect his safety and the other saying they wanted to take care of his daily life. President Zhang, the renovation of the Yangzhen Mountain and River Temple has been completed. Now all that's missing is an inscription. After much thought, it seems that only you, a great scholar of heaven and earth, are worthy of writing an inscription for the royal ancestral temple. Li Xianji actually came here today to ask for a poem. Jiang Wang was stunned, but did not refuse. Is it appropriate for me to give you some pointers? Do those old-timers have any objections? Li Xianji smiled contemptuously. Nowadays, those old antiques are afraid of being called great scholars, so they dare not show off their power. The inscription for semi-saint is not something that my Ministry of Works can ask for. This hard job has been assigned to me. Xianji knows that a poem by young Master Zhang is worth thousands of gold, but he has no choice but to come and ask for a poem. Jiang Wang understood in his heart that the matter of the great Confucian scholar could have caused such a huge reaction in traditional Confucianism. If I mentioned this poem, wouldn't it prove that I am a great scholar of heaven and earth? Wouldn't it be great to do this, to give them a good slap in the face? Haha, Brother Li, you are too polite. Then I will write a poem for your Majesty's Yangzhen Mountain and River Temple. Jiang Wang ordered people to bring the giant marble that the students had mined from the Anning mine a few days ago during their metalworking practice. He drew out his sword and stabbed it lightly into the stone wall. He turned his wrist repeatedly and a poem was engraved on the stone tablet. The world is dark and the 9 tripods are in danger. The great mystery has now produced the martial Marquis Master. With a single-minded heart and a loyal heart, the mountains and rivers will know his achievements in 100 battles. The sun and the moon will know his reputation. Half of a flattering poem specially adapted for the Empress was engraved on the stone tablet. When the poem was finished, the bells of the National Academy rang. Easy to stabilize the country. What a good poem, young Master Zhang. You are worthy of it. You have described the achievements of the Empress in 1 or 2 sentences. Your Majesty will definitely like this poem. Thank you, young Master Zhang. After we get to the palace, Xianji will definitely thank you very much. Jiang Wang smiled and waved his hand, and ordered people to help Li Xianji carry the stone tablet to Yangzhen Shanhe Temple. Poor Xianji, I hope you won't regret thanking me. The 22nd year of Chang'e, October 15th, Jiazi Day. It is a good time to pray for blessings, travel, and worship ancestors. Soon, the day of the Chang'e ceremony arrived. It was also the first time that Jiang Wang participated in the ceremony. It is said that every emperor would hold his own ceremony to commemorate his ancestors, pray for good weather, and win the hearts of the people. On this day, all the people in Kyoto were required to stay at home and not go out. Starting from yesterday, under the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice, all inns, brothels, and other places where people can stay overnight in Kyoto have been cleared out, and all illegal residents and vagrants have been expelled from the city. One of the 8 imperial guards was separated to be responsible for the security work in Kyoto. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard post every 5 steps on the streets. The Ministry of Justice and the night watchmen are responsible for the security work near Black Tortoise Lake. The Yangzhen Shanhe Temple is located in the center of Black Tortoise Lake, and the Chang'e ceremony will also be held here. As a noble heir, Jiang Wang was placed in the stands, waiting for the ceremony with other nobles. Black Tortoise Lake is a small lake located within the imperial city. Willow trees are planted along the lake. In the early autumn breeze, the willow branches sway. A winding corridor was built on the water surface, connecting to a high platform made of white marble in the center of the lake. On the platform there is a temple, which is the Yongzhen Shanhe Temple. Today's Chang'e ceremony will be held here. However, it should be noted that this Black Tortoise Lake is not an ordinary lake. According to legend, the founding emperor of Dixuan led his troops to the lake one day. At that time, the founding emperor had just been defeated in a battle and was in a critical situation with no ammunition or food. At this moment, the water in the lake suddenly boiled, and a black tortoise with a turtle body, a dragon head and a snake tail emerged from the center of the lake and gave the founding emperor a peerless magic weapon. Since he got this magical weapon, the founding emperor has been victorious in every battle and established the current territory of Dixuan in one fell swoop. To commemorate this legendary story, the founding emperor placed Kyoto at the Black Tortoise Lake. From then on, every emperor would hold his own reign ceremony at the Black Tortoise Lake after ascending the throne to comfort the legendary deeds of his ancestors. It's even more magical than Liu Bang's uprising of beheading the white snake. Hasn't anyone tried to get in the water to take a look all these years? Are they afraid or are they not allowed to? Jiang Wang complained in his heart. He thought this was nonsense when he read the original novel, and he didn't expect that it would be even more ridiculous after he got involved. This small lake is only the size of 3 or 5 football fields, and the water is clear. It is a freshwater lake. If there really was a black tortoise willing to survive in such a small lake, and was encountered by you, the founding emperor. You have to know that Kyoto is adjacent to the Sunyang River, so wouldn't it be more reasonable for them to meet there? A moment later, the monster race delegation also entered and sat next to the noble group. At this moment, dawn had just broken and the cold wind in the early morning was as cold as a knife. Jiang Wang took a deep breath and thought, there is a smell of winter in it. I don't know what the results of Dong Yi's negotiations with the Empress have been in the past few days, whether the Empress knows about the disappearance of the monster race children, and whether it is related to the case 22 years ago. Shen Haoshan moved to Jiang Wang's side and spoke quietly. Young Master Jiang, have you heard that my grandfather was injured in the fight with the barbarian king a few days ago? Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. That day, he just looked up in the academy and watched the two giants fighting each other in the sky. I thought the Duke of Zhenqiu was just slightly inferior, but I didn't expect that he was actually injured. How is it? How is the Duke's injury? My father said it's okay, but the barbarian king has become a true first-grade supreme barbarian king this time. As you know, we martial artists basically cannot be promoted to the first grade without special external opportunities. Jiang Wang had understood the martial Dao path when he read the original novel. A martial artist is also a reckless man. At the same level, no one from other schools can be the opponent of a martial artist. Because of this, it is extremely difficult to advance to the first grade of martial artist. Throughout history, there have been many people who have achieved the first grade martial artist, but not many have achieved it entirely through their own practice. There are only a few people including Barbarian Ancestor, Martial God, and Fighting God. Other first-grade martial artists, such as the Duke of Zhenqiu, were created by receiving the outpouring of national fortune during the War of National Destiny. Because it is not achieved through one's own practice, other professions have the strength to compete with martial artist after the first grade. After all, for a first-grade martial artist, growing flesh on bones and regenerating severed limbs are common abilities. And how is it possible that the barbarian king of this generation would be evaluated by the Duke of Zhenqiu as a true supreme first-grade barbarian king? There must be something fishy about this matter. Chapter 42. Beside the Black Tortoise Lake, Lin Pingan and his colleagues were on guard around the lake. Brother Pingan, let's go to Manting Fang after the ceremony. Lin Pingan glared at Zhang Biao and said with disdain. I will never go to that damn place Manting Fang again. Every time I do something good, I always run into that Jiang Wang. It's so annoying. Zhang Biao scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong with Lin Pingan today. Then let's go to the Jiao Fangxi. The girls there are pretty good too. You won't go by yourself. Zhang Biao scratched his head and smiled foolishly. If you don't take me with you, how can I have the culture to go to such an elegant place? Since Lin Pingan joined the Ministry of Justice, more and more people have been trying to please him, but Zhang Biao is the only one who always treats him as a friend. Brother Pingan, why do you always look into the lake? Lin Pingan's shoulders trembled, and he answered truthfully, I always feel that there is something strange in Black Tortoise Lake. Hey, if you say so, I think so too. Oh? You noticed something was wrong. Zhang Biao chuckled. Why hasn't the Empress come out yet? I spent half a month's salary to come in as a guard just to get a glimpse of Her Majesty. Be careful with your words. Lin Ping'an was speechless. At this time, a majestic and heavy bell sounded, echoing in everyone's ears, and a sense of solemnity surged. Everyone who was chatting before suddenly fell silent and looked serious. To the sound of music used exclusively for sacrifices, the Empress, dressed in traditional royal dress, slowly walked towards the Black Tortoise Lake. She did not choose a carriage or a sedan chair, but just walked slowly with her bare feet. Following behind the Empress were only a handful of royal family members and clan relatives. Since the catastrophe 20 years ago, only 1 in 10 royal family members are still alive, and those who can still attend now have all experienced the catastrophe 20 years ago. As a result, the scene was somewhat lonely. The Empress walked into a bright yellow tent and prepared for the royal sacrificial ceremony. Other officials from the Ministry of Rites and eunuchs lined up outside the tent, pouring sacrificial vessels, gold, silver, fruits, and delicacies into the lake to pay tribute to Dixuan's ancestors and offer tribute to Black Tortoise. Row after row, piece by piece, countless items outside that were worthy of people's fight for were thrown into the water. There were as many as 200 or 300 items. When everything was ready, the Minister of Rites said loudly, "The peace of mind is complete, and we are ready to welcome your Majesty." All the civil and military officials, powerful ministers, and guards in the court knelt down. The Empress walked out of the bright yellow tent. She no longer had the majesty of an emperor, but instead had a charm that was indifferent to the world. Jiang Wang was in the stands, half kneeling with a calm expression. It turns out that the Chang'e ceremony is nothing more than a high-end ancestor worship activity. Amidst the solemn and peaceful music, Jiang Wang suddenly heard a strange sound. "Save me, save me." Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment and listened carefully. It felt like the sound had disappeared. "Shen Haoshan, did you hear any strange noises?" Shen Haoshan shook his head. "Are you talking about the sacrificial music? It's really strange, not as good as the music in the brothels." Jiang Wang was about to speak when the strange sound rang out again. This time it sounded more real, coming from the Black Tortoise Lake. "Save me, save me." The voice was shrill and suppressed, like the whisper of an evil spirit, making one's scalp tingle. The sound was so terrifying that Jiang Wang stood up in shock. This is actually an overstep, but Jiang Wang is of noble status, holds an official position, and currently sits in the center of the circle of military commanders, so no one has any objection to him. When he stood up, he saw the Empress and the royal family walking towards the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple in the lake, bowing every 3 steps. And the whispering voice suddenly disappeared. Jiang Wang lowered his head, and the whispering sounded again. He looked up and the whispering disappeared. Over and over again, it was as if an evil ghost was lying on his shoulder, watching his every move. "Haoshan, have you heard any other rumors about Black Tortoise Lake?" Shen Haoshan scratched his butt, then changed from kneeling to squatting, and whispered to Jiang Wang head to head. "I heard from my grandfather that there seems to be a black tortoise in the Black Tortoise Lake. It's just a black tortoise that hasn't reached adulthood yet." Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect there would be such a thing. These divine beasts are actually just spirit beasts that have cultivated to the 1st grade. Because spirit beasts are huge in size and often have talent divine abilities, they are named the 4 sacred beasts. An adult black tortoise can reach the 1st grade level, while an underage one is probably only the 2nd grade. When the founding emperor came here, he actually encountered a mythical beast emerging from the water. He then recaptured the black tortoise and used its ability to control water to destroy the enemy. As for the legend of the magic weapon, I think it's unlikely. The founding emperor passed down so many magic weapons, it's normal for him to have one more legendary weapon. I didn't expect that Shen Haoshan is such a knowledgeable guy. Jiang Wang nodded, thinking that the Empress probably wouldn't notice him, so he took out a handful of melon seeds and chatted with Shen Haoshan while eating them. "Hey, Haoshan, look at the left Prime Minister. Isn't there something wrong with his eyes?" Jiang Wang pointed at Zhou Lengchan who was standing by the lake and looking out. 1st grade officials did not need to perform the kneeling ceremony in Dixuan, so at this time, apart from the royal family in the middle of the lake, only the left and right prime ministers were standing. Ye Lengchan's gaze was fixed on the graceful figure in the lake. It was concubine Lu who was wearing a formal dress. Concubine Lu seemed to feel Ye Lengchan's gaze and looked back at him affectionately. Their eyes met and then they quickly looked away. "There is an affair, definitely there is an affair." Jiang Wang ignored the screams in his head and rubbed his chin. It was just a suspicion before, but now Jiang Wang has a strong feeling that the late emperor was most likely cuckolded. As expected of the left prime minister, this old guy is really capable. The cries for help in his mind continued, and Jiang Wang rubbed his temples. Just shout if you want to. If you call for help, I will come to help you. Just keep playing the music and continue howling. The howling became louder and louder, interfering with Jiang Wang's thoughts in his mind. Jiang Wang was so upset that he even wanted to draw his sword and kill Hu. At this moment, when the Empress was about to enter the Temple of Eternal Mountains and Rivers, a sword light shot up into the sky, shattering the temple roof and heading straight into the sky. Enemy attack. Protect the Emperor. Cold cicada. A series of majestic shadows flew into the Black Tortoise Lake, and Jiang Wang followed closely. At this time, the royal family's background was undoubtedly revealed. The Empress held the imperial seal in her hand, and a red transparent barrier protected her and the people behind her. Zhou Lengchan was the first to arrive and guarded concubine Lu. Next came the Zhendong Shogun, Marshal Dao 2nd grade, who reported in Kyoto. Right Prime Minister Wei Yuan, 2nd grade of Confucianism and Taoism. There are dozens of masters in the palace, and among them, the number of middle 3 grades masters is estimated to be as many as 2 hands. Then it was Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang only demonstrated his strength as a great scholar and rushed to the scene with a song 1,000 miles fast wind. Nearly 100 guards from the 4th-5th grade came in scattered numbers. This situation did not alarm the great scholars who were taking shelter from the disaster in Kyoto. So many masters were mobilized just for the Chang'an ceremony. The dynasty's foundation is obvious. Dad, your great cause is still a long way to go. I'm fine, search for me and catch the assassin. Night watchman, the Ministry of Justice, the Imperial Guards, and the Palace Masters all went out. They surrounded Black Tortoise Lake completely and were determined to dig deep into the ground to find the assassin. The most popular Yongzhen Shanhe temple was currently covered by a bright yellow barrier. An expert wanted to touch the barrier, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, a powerful sword energy flew out from the temple and pierced through the expert's eyebrows. The Empress looked solemn as she looked at the temple of eternal realm of mountains and rivers, her heart filled with indignation. Dear ancestors, what do you mean by this? Do you still not approve of my act of a woman becoming emperor? Why does such a thing only happen when I hold a grand ceremony? I must prove that I am stronger than any great profound sovereign emperor. Your Majesty, this strange phenomenon is probably caused by the divine soldiers enshrined in the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple responding to the pressure to protect their master. Confucian and Taoist scholars are needed to calm the divine soldiers with poems to comfort their souls. Wei Yuan stepped forward to report. Today he was wearing a blue Confucian robe, looking elegant and easygoing. Then Lord Wei, please write a poem quickly to help me calm down the riot of the divine soldiers. Wei Yuan raised his lips into a sinister smile and bowed. I am old and incompetent. I am running out of ideas now. I am afraid I cannot take on such a big task. I have heard that Jiang Wang is a great scholar who has achieved the status of a great scholar of heaven and earth, opened up a new 3rd grade of Confucianism, and is also the leader of the new school of thought. So I think Zhang Dare will be able to do the job. The old man Wei Yuan was extremely vicious. All 3 sentences were about calling Jiang Wang a great scholar, trying to make him spit blood in front of the Empress to show that he was also a person of unworthy character. Besides, can this divine weapon riot really be suppressed by the Requiem? Jiang Wang thinks it is better to use the Juxiao sword to confront it forcefully. The sword of the pure Yang Immortal should also be a divine weapon, it can't be worse than that of the founding emperor of Dixuan. Jiang Wang looked calm and elegant, as if a Confucian and Taoist saint had come in person. The Empress's expression softened and she nodded. I haven't seen Zhang Dare make such rapid progress in the past few days. I am very happy. He is worthy of being the instigator of new learning and the founder of the great scholar of heaven and earth. I hope you can calm this rebellious divine soldier. This is the sword that my ancestors used to protect me. Do not damage it, or I will reward you handsomely. Since this is the case, I will write a poem for your Majesty. Under the envy of the onlookers, the worry of Ye Lengchan, the ridicule of Wei Yuan, and the indifferent gaze of the Empress, Jiang Wang walked to the bright yellow light curtain. He raised his hand slightly, and a Wenchang pen made of bamboo with 4 large characters Wenquziafen carved on it appeared in his hand. Jiang Wang is in a state of qi condensation, his heart as still as water, and in an instant he is detached from the world. Floating, independent and detached from the world, a state of immortal transformation and immortal ascension. Everyone was stunned. Is this the righteous spirit of the great scholars of the world? Upright, majestic, ethereal, and otherworldly? The Empress's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to appreciate it very much. Lin Ping'an stood in an inconspicuous corner behind the Empress, looking at Jiang Wang with resentment. This should have been a chance for him to shine, but now even Father Wei didn't even think of him. Jiang Wang held a pen in one hand and slowly wrote light golden verses in the air. A sword's sharpness comes from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. A line of poetry refers to the sword as well as encouraging people. The huge bell of Kokushian rumbled again. The bright yellow light curtain gradually faded away, and the sharp sword energy slowly converged, turning into the sound of swords. The divine soldier has been silent here for too long, and he misses the days when he accompanied the founding emperor to fight on the battlefield. Now that the old preacher has passed away, it still needs to hone itself and wait for the next preacher. A cold wind blew from the sky, making the people by the lake shiver with cold. Ye Lingchan stared at the sky and murmured to himself. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. When the bitter cold comes, the plum blossoms will come. The poem has been passed down through the world, and I hope young people all over the world will encourage each other. Red petals fall little by little, and the fragrance spreads all over the world. On the ruins of the Yongzhen mountain and river temple stands a golden sword. The petals of a plum blossom slowly fell onto the hilt and slowly merged into the hilt. In this way, a plum blossom mark appeared on the Dixuan heirloom magic weapon. The sword and poetry complement each other, and they also encourage each other with the flowers. The storm gradually subsided and Black Tortoise Lake returned to tranquility. Jiang Wang took back the Wenchang pen in his hand and looked at the magic weapon in the lake with an intoxicated face. This sword is really nice, I want it, I really want it. Eventually, the farce came to an end. The cries for help from the lake ceased after the sword light shot up into the sky. King Zhang used a poem that became famous all over the world to gain the Empress's praise and the opportunity to meet her in the palace 7 days later. As to whether there was an assassin and why the divine soldiers rioted, let the Ministry of Justice investigate this matter slowly. Jiang Wang doesn't worry about this matter anymore, and Lin Ping'an probably won't be able to find out. The current plot is deviating more and more from the original novel, and it seems that it has become Lin Ping'an's own refreshing novel. The next day, 2 pieces of news spread in the world. The first one is of course the story of the sword shining into the sky in the Yongzhen mountain and river temple. The great scholar Jiang Wang's poem spread throughout the world, and the story of the magic weapon returning to its sheath to appease the world. The second thing is very interesting. A mysterious master attacked the beast-controlling sect at night, killed the second-grade leader of the beast-controlling sect, 2 supreme elders, and countless fourth-grade elders, and stole a large number of spirit beasts and escaped. This person's strength is estimated to be very close to first grade, and no one knows which force is behind this behavior. When the news reached Kyoto, the whole city was shocked. It has now been confirmed that there is a first-grade supreme barbarian king in the north who is hostile to Dixuan, and now a half-step first grade with an unclear stance has emerged. In Dixuan, there are only 2 first-grade officials, Jianzheng and Zhenqiuagong, and one of them rarely leaves the Sishanjian building, so their combat strength is unclear. The other one is old and should be enjoying his retirement. Among the second-grade masters, the left and right ministers belong to Confucianism and Taoism. It is extremely difficult for Confucianism and Taoism to reach the first grade. In fact, since their emergence, only Confucius has achieved the first grade. It is obviously unrealistic to pin hopes on these 2 people. Among the other generals, the most promising one is Zhang Wuxian. He has been advanced to the second grade for many years and has been through hundreds of battles and has accumulated a lot of experience. After him are the garrison generals in the east, west, south, and north. They are all veterans of many battles and have infinite potential. As a result, the calls for the Duke of Zhenqiu to return to power grew louder and louder in Kyoto. People urgently needed a master to go to the northern border to stop the barbarians' offensive this autumn. Pass on my order to summon Jiang Wuxian to return to the capital within 7 days to report on his duties. The Empress issued an order, asking Jiang Wuxian to return to the capital as soon as possible. He had been away from the capital for a long time, so it was reasonable for him to be recalled. That night, by the Black Tortoise Lake, a thieving figure sneaked into the Yongzhen Shanhe Temple. This place should have been under martial law by the Ministry of Justice, but this person actually sneaked in. Boom! After a loud bang. After being destroyed by the sword light, the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple was hit by another huge explosion. Chapter 43. Zhang Mansion. Jiang Wang held a long sword with a plum blossom pattern on the hilt and had a big smile on his face. That's right, Dexuan's legendary magic weapon has been obtained. As for what caused the explosion, it was actually very simple. The stone tablet that Jiang Wang gave to Li Xiangji that day was made of saltpeter. After unique processing and soaking in potions, it is in a state ready to explode. It was only because of the power of Jiang Wang's poem that it was suppressed and did not explode. That day, the sword energy reached the sky, and Jiang Wang was most worried about not detonating his own bomb. With so many masters present, he would not be able to explain himself clearly when the time came. Now that he has the legendary weapon in his hand, and has left a big trap to divert Lin Ping'an's investigation, the plan is perfect. Your sword is golden and transparent, and you once followed the founding emperor to fight in all directions. You have always been called a divine weapon. Why not give you a name? You never forget the founding emperor, which shows that you value feelings. You listen to my advice and hone yourself, which shows that you are righteous. You like to fight and are capable, but you are also a little impulsive. Then I'll call you 7 kills, the 7 kills glazed sword. The 7 killing glazed sword made a cheerful sword sound, and it was obvious that it was very satisfied with the name. Do you like it? I like it. Jiang Wang felt a pain in his hands, and the sword broke free from his hands and flew in the air. A few drops of blood stained the sword. After a while, the blood drop was absorbed by the 7 killing glazed sword, and a blood-red line appeared on the golden sword body. The divine weapon recognizes its master. The 7 killing glazed sword suddenly turned the direction of the sword tip and stabbed at Jiang Wang's forehead. Master! Li Muir and others exclaimed. But Jiang Wang did not dodge, but opened his arms to embrace the flying sword. Call out! The 7 killing glazed sword instantly shrank and disappeared before piercing Jiang Wang's brow, merging into Jiang Wang's sea of consciousness. The magic weapon is conquered. As to why the 7 killing glazed sword could be stored in the sea of consciousness, but the 9 heavens sword could not, Jiang Wang actually discovered it as soon as he got the sword. If the 7 killing glazed sword is a divine weapon bestowed by heaven and earth, it is a weapon bestowed upon mankind by heaven and earth. Precisely because it was born from heaven and earth and bestowed by heaven and earth, it can be directly retracted into the body like the Wenchang pen. The Juxiao sword is actually a preaching sword. It is just made of fine materials, but it is special to the people who have used it. Because the Chunyang sword immortal has used it before, it has been upgraded to a higher level and contains Dao rhyme. This is the difference between natural magic weapons and acquired magic weapons. It is difficult to distinguish which one is stronger or weaker, we can only say that each has its own strengths. One is great from birth, the other becomes a legend after going through hardships. Jiang Wang touched the Juxiao sword at his waist and said to everyone in the room. Okay, the plan has been successful. The rest depends on the Queen's reaction. Wang Lang, I accept your pledge of allegiance. My Jiang family will definitely ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing. You and Jiang Feng go out of the city, I will help you clean up your tail. Wang Lang is a very interesting person. After witnessing Jiang Wang's heroic feat of suppressing the magic weapon with a poem at the Yangzhen Mountain and River Temple, he actually took the initiative to find Jiang Wang and asked to join the Jiang Mansion, and his token of loyalty was to help Jiang Wang steal the magic weapon. This coincides neatly with Jiang Wang's plan. Originally, he just wanted to use the explosion of the stone tablet to divert Lin Ping'an's attention and continue to delay the pace of investigating the Red Sheep disaster 20 years ago. But since someone is willing to cooperate, why not take down the magic weapon as well? Therefore, Jiang Wang prepared a poem about hiding the sword for Wang Lang. Wang Lang took advantage of his position to sneak into the Shanhe temple, detonate saltpeter, and steal the magic weapon. The next day, news of the Yangzhen Shanhe temple explosion broke out among the top leaders in Kyoto, and the Empress ordered everyone to remain silent about the loss of the magic weapon. The monster race delegation is scheduled to leave Beijing today, escorted by officials from the Ministry of Rights. This matter is somewhat hasty. According to So Qingyun's plan, if the Empress is willing to help find the missing monster races, they should stay in Kyoto and cooperate with the Ministry of Justice and the Night Watchman. The reason why they are being driven away in a hurry now is not only because they failed to reach an agreement, but also because the Yangzhen Shanhe temple was destroyed twice. Wait until Dong Yi leaves the city, then find a way to bring her back to find out the situation. At the morning court today, the Empress appointed Lin Ping'an as the chief officer in charge of the Shanhe temple bombing case and gave him a gold medal, which allowed him to move freely in the palace. Lin Ping'an, your task is to find the lost magic weapon as soon as possible. Wei Yuan said with a serious face, calling Lin Ping'an aside. Why is the priority to recover the magic weapon instead of investigating the mastermind behind the bombing? Lin Ping'an asked curiously. Wei Yuan's face darkened. You just need to follow orders. There are huge implications behind the Shanhe temple explosion. Finding the magic weapon is the most important thing. I obey your command. Lin Ping'an lowered his head, thinking secretly in his heart, it seems that there is some reason why this magic weapon is indispensable. Ping'an, where should we start the investigation? Zhang Biao has now been promoted to Silver Luo, responsible for cooperating with Lin Ping'an's investigation. Lin Ping'an rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Let's go and take a look at Black Tortoise Lake. At the same time, after Jiang Wang arranged for Wang Lang to leave the city, he ordered Zhang Yu to find a man with a similar body shape to Wang Lang from the Jiang family's dungeon. After being secretly executed, he was thrown into Wang Lang's home. Wang Lang was a lonely man all his life, without a father or a mother, and he never married or had any children. He was the perfect candidate to be the one who disappeared from the face of the earth. As the monster race delegation left, Dong Yi also brought good news to Jiang Wang. A captured monster race child was able to escape from the hands of the human race because he sensed the scent of his own kind and is now being settled in Manting Fang. In Yingmei Cottage, Jiang Wang stood inside with a heavy expression. Because of the martial law in Kyoto, So King Yun was unable to sneak into the city this time. Otherwise, if she saw her clansmen being tortured like this, who knows what outrageous thing she would do. A child covered in bright red was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Why not put it on the bed? Just because his original fur had been plucked out. This child was originally a young man from the dog tribe. In order to obtain his fur, Rinyaza put him in boiling water. The hot water softened its fur, allowing the entire skin to be torn off. It was thought that the skinned boy would die in the garbage dump, but unexpectedly, because he smelled the scent of his own kind, the boy miraculously survived. Now the fur on his back has fallen off, leaving only bright red flesh exposed. Once he lay on the bed, his flesh and blood would stick to the sheets, causing him even greater pain. Master Zhang, please save this child. Dong Yi's face was full of heartache, and she begged Jiang Wang for the first time. Perhaps in the eyes of others, there is no point in spending such a huge amount of money to save a dying child. There is a drug that can bring the dead back to life, but the price is something a monster race boy cannot afford. But Jiang Wang, who has lived 2 lives, would not think so. Perhaps he would do something even more cruel to his enemies, but at this moment, he admitted that he was soft-hearted. I don't have any more pills that can save him. Jiang Wang shook his head helplessly. This is true. Ever since he was promoted to the 3rd grade, his demand for pills to repair his body has been decreasing. This kind of injury can be healed by a high-quality martial artist with his self-healing ability. Dong Yi showed disappointment and looked at the boy on the ground with reluctance. Jiang Wang smiled and touched Dong Yi's head. Why are you disappointed? I am out of elixirs, but I have other options. When has the young master ever let you down? Taking out the Wenchang pen from his arms, Jiang Wang wondered if Confucianism had any way to save people. Among the major schools of thought, Confucianism and Taoism can be said to be the schools with the most changes. There are many ways to attack, with ridiculous intensity, eloquent words, verbal criticism, and mortal war poems, with endless variations. If you want to awaken a person's vitality, of course you have to use poetry that is endless. So, Jiang Wang used the Wenchang pen in his hand to write a few lines of large light golden characters on the boy's back. The grass on the plain withers and grows green every year. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will spring up again with the spring breeze. Half a song is enough. As the brush strokes fell, vigorous green vitality gushed out from the words and soaked into the boy's back. The young man had a look of pain on his face, and he kept rolling on the ground. Master! It doesn't matter. Poetry is awakening his vitality. As the boy rolled over, bright red blood spilled onto the floor, and fresh sprouts actually grew where the blood had fallen. His skin was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually covering his exposed flesh. The boy's expression gradually calmed down, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath. This poem about grass can be said to be the most lively poem. Weeds cannot be burned by fire or suppressed by rocks. When the spring breeze blows, the weeds will be reborn. Even a strong wall or a hard stone will give way to the vitality of weeds and allow them to grow. Combined with the bamboo body of the Wenchang pen, it is better than any medicine. The young man rolled up from the ground, then knelt down heavily and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you very much, my benefactor. Thank you very much, miss, for saving my life. The boy's name is Agu, and he is a dog boy who is not valued in monster race. He is already 14 years old, but he hasn't even mastered the art of transformation. Only then was it spotted by human traffickers, who kidnapped it for its fur. Your name is Agu. How can you choose such a random name? Jiang Wang was amused. If the boy from the dog clan was called Agu, then the boy from the cat clan should be called Amao. Agu nodded and explained. Agu lost his parents when he was born, and everyone else called me Agu, so I called myself Agu. Jiang Wang felt a little distressed and touched Agu's head. How about this, my Jiang family is also in need of a guard, why don't you take my surname Jiang? Are you willing? Agu's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Agu is willing, Agu is willing. Since your name was Agu before, let's keep one character and call it Go. Since you were able to survive such a disaster, I hope you can live well in the future. Then I'll call you Jiang Go. Jiang Wang had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Jiang Go, isn't this just scolding himself? No, a name with 3 characters sounds better, let's call her Jiang Bugu. Don't smile, don't be stingy with money. Jiang Bugu. There was a gleam in Agu's eyes and he was very happy. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I have a name now. My name is Jiang Bugu. Agu ran around the room happily. This was the first time in his life that he gained fame. Alright, even though you have a big name now, I will still call you Agu from now on. Remember, only we can call you by this name. If anyone else calls you Agu again, you will beat him up. By the way, do you remember where you escaped from? Agu stopped his cheerful steps and thought for a moment. I remember that the place where the human traffickers threw me out was a stinking sewer. They thought I was dead, but I smelled a hint of the same kind. So I crawled all the way out along the sewer, and finally crawled out from under a place called Bashan Hall. Those people were frightened when they saw me. Some reported to the customs, and some ran away. Luckily, a member of my tribe happened to pass by and rescued me, otherwise I would have been captured by those people. Jiang Wang looked heavy-hearted. It seemed that Agu was seen by someone when he was escaping, which meant that the evidence was likely to be destroyed. Let's go, Zhang Yu, take the people, and go to Bashan Hall. Dong Yi, your identities are not convenient for you to act, so please stay here and wait for my news. Jiang Wang put on his coat and rushed out with Zhang Yu and others. Dong Yi looked at his back, and the Fixiang family emblem was roaring on his back. Jiang Wang had already made the worst plan in his mind. This Bashan Hall was jointly founded by the great scholar Wei Shen and others in Kyoto, with the aim of winning over officials and promoting good deeds. Inside Bashan Hall, there is always a famous aphorism displayed, which represents the high hopes that the late emperor had placed on Bashan Hall. Do not refrain from doing good deeds even though they are small, and do not commit evil deeds even though they are small. Therefore, Bashan Tang mainly helps homeless children and provides medicines to people who have no money to treat their illnesses. If even this place has become a shelter for human traffickers, is there any clean place in Kyoto? 200 black scale guards followed Jiang Wang to Bashan Hall. Today is the fasting day in Bashan Hall. All the people in Bashan Hall must eat vegetarian meals today, and they also have to provide vegetarian dishes for the poor people. For some reason, great scholars such as Wei Shen were waiting outside Bashan Hall today, as if they had expected someone to cause trouble. Looking at the black scale guards coming in large numbers, Wei Shen's legs felt weak, but he still stood up, stopped the black scale guards and shouted. Who asked you to come to Bashan Hall to cause trouble? Where is Jiang Wang? Come out now. Bashan Tang is a place of charity in Kyoto. How can we allow you, rude warriors, to trample on it? Jiang Wang walked out from the crowd of black scale guards. At this moment, he was dressed in military uniform and had been wearing armor and holding a sword without knowing when. Bashan Hall is a shelter for human traffickers, and it is also closely related to the theft of a child in Kyoto 22 years ago. I have both witnesses and evidence. Who dares to stop me? Wei Shen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He winked and an old man with an aged and arrogant look jumped out and shouted. Jiang Wang, if you have any doubts, you should report to the Ministry of Justice and the Night Watchman. What's your intention in bringing private soldiers here now? Do you dare to use your private soldiers to kill people in Kyoto? Do you dare? If you really dare, I will let His Majesty severely punish you for your crime of disregarding the law. A sword light burst out in front of the great scholars, and bright blood spurted out. The old man's head slowly fell from his neck to the ground, rolling into the sewer. Stop making noise. Go to the King of Hell and file a complaint. Wei Shen pointed at Jiang Wang with trembling hands and pale lips. You dare to kill, are you? Chapter 44. The cold wind of early autumn blew through the quiet streets, and the two groups of people confronted each other in front of Beishan Hall. The old man's body was still warm. Wei Shen's hands were shaking as he pointed at Jiang Wang and trembled, unable to speak complete words. Black Scale Guards, listen to my orders. Jiang Wang had a stern face and spoke word by word with a sharp tone. Turn Beishan Hall upside down, and kill anyone who dares to stop us. Yes. Have you ever heard 200 people answering your words in unison, carrying out your orders without hesitation? I regard your words as holy and am even willing to die for you. That's what the Black Scale Guard is like. Since its establishment, the Black Scale Guard has been trained personally by Jiang Wang. Some were veterans he brought down from the battlefield, some were captured chess pieces that he had trained, and some were simply adopted children. Of course, they will regard the Jiang family as their life and the Jiang family as their faith. What Jiang Wang is doing now, to put it in a big way, is to use private soldiers to cause chaos in Kyoto. If we can find clues, it will be fine. If we can't find any, Jiang Wang might be spared because of his status, but these 200 Black Scale Guards would surely die. Even if they really found some problems, as long as it was not a major incident that was outrageous to both humans and gods, these 200 people would still not survive. Even so, none of the 200 people hesitated, and under the dark masks they acted as if it was a matter of course without hesitation. Wei Shen was already frightened, but there were always a few great scholars who felt that their lives were tougher and more precious. He led his students into a square formation of more than a dozen people and forcibly blocked the Black Scale Guards' steps. A scholar in a brocade robe stood in front of the Black Scale Guards with a smile on his face. The third-grade scholar's righteous spirit erupted, forming a fierce astral wind that blocked the Black Scale Guards. The Black Scale Guards were frustrated, and the leader Zhang Yu looked cold and snorted. Form a formation and attack. Kill kill kill. The Black Scale Guards changed their formation, their aura became more concentrated and united, and they even had the potential of a third grade. The scholar in brocade robe continued to smile, and with every step he took, his aura became one with the students and great scholars behind him. Do Confucianism and Taoism also have methods of fighting? Young Master Zhang, please give me some face. If you really want to investigate, you should wait for the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Night Watchman to arrive, right? Otherwise, your 200 men may not be enough to face so many of our great scholars. Jiang Wang nodded. He was facing more than half of the great scholars in Kyoto, and there were 12 or 13 people who stood up to stop him. It can be said that apart from great Confucian scholars like Li Yin and Li Dera who tend to be court-oriented, all the other third-grade scholars are here. If they were to form a formation and attack, Jiang Wang might really be unable to do anything to them. You, yes, the one wearing the most colorful clothes, what's your name? Jiang Wang pointed to the brocade-robed scholar. The scholar in brocade robes restrained his smile and waved the folding fan in his hand. I am Li Deshui, the son of Minister Li. Before he finished his words, a sword light shot up into the sky and cut off the fan in the hand of the scholar in brocade robe. A hideous wound appeared above his right eye. Tisk. Jiang Wang glanced at the corner of his mouth and touched the blade of the Juxiao sword in annoyance. The folding fan in this kid's hand is no ordinary item, it should be considered a divine weapon, otherwise this sword should be able to chop off his head. Ah! Jiang Wang! How dare you! Li Deshui covered his bloody eyes, rolled on the ground, and kept cursing. Kill him for me! You old bastards really dared to let him in to search. Perhaps the pain had clouded his brain, and now his words were no longer irrational, and he even said that there were things that could not be found in Beishan Hall. Jiang Wang also heard it, and felt relieved. It seems that the evidence of child trafficking has not been moved away yet. So they became even more unscrupulous. The things that the enemy fears the most are the things we should expose. The great scholars were ready to take action. Some took out their rulers, some took out their books of standards for being a good pupil and child, and some even drank a sip of tea and prepared to criticize Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang is no longer the fourth grade Jiang Wang. It has been said before that martial Dao is invincible in close combat against any other school. And Jiang Wang is a sword cultivator. As a sword cultivator, I am invincible within 10 steps. On one side is the Black Scale Guard, a talented swordsman who has experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people, and is a martial Dao. On the other side are a dozen third-grade, but pampered scholars. Rank is never the only factor that determines life or death, Zhang Zi's art of war. In an instant, the cold light ran wildly, and the murderous aura soared into the sky, blowing away the dark clouds in the sky. The Black Scale Guards cooperated well with Jiang Wang and had already changed the center of the formation before he drew his sword. With the improvement of Supreme Bone and the added power of 200 Black Scale Guards, Jiang Wang's strength instantly approached the peak of 3rd grade. Just a moment. He instantly approached the group of more than a dozen great scholars, and while dodging and moving around, he waved the Juxiao sword in his hand repeatedly. The Juxiao sword is extremely sharp, and Jiang Wang's speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. A dozen great scholars seemed to feel nothing. Just a gust of wind blew by, and Jiang Wang appeared behind them. Jiang Wang rubbed the remaining blood on the Juxiao sword onto his armor, and the pupils in his eyes turned red at some point. Looking at him at this moment is like looking at an evil demon crawling out of hell. Just looking at him directly will devour your soul. Thump! More than a dozen great scholars fell down in unison. The sword wounds were all 1 inch below the neck, and they cut their trachea but did not take their lives. Don't keep nagging me. I don't mind destroying the Confucian scholars today. I will spare your lives for now, you old bastards. I will decide whether to kill you after I find out the truth of the matter. Jiang Wang sheathed his sword, turned and walked towards Beishan Hall, with the 200 Black Scale Guards following him in unison. There was pride and arrogance in their eyes, and they ignored the 3rd grade scholars who were lying on the ground and gasping for breath. The whole place was silent. In Beishan Hall, the kind people who came to donate and the Confucian scholars who pretended to be righteous and gave out porridge and treated the patients every day were all looking at Jiang Wang with horror. Jiang Wang's footsteps were like a death spell, and every step he took was on their hearts. Who can come to rescue them? Who dares to stop this madman? They were looking forward to it and hoping for it. Dean Zhang, what's wrong with you? Why did you hurt so many people? A familiar voice was heard, and at least the Confucian scholars present all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wang pressed his trembling hands and inconspicuously switched hands to hold the sword. Although it seemed easy to defeat more than a dozen great scholars just now, it was actually a huge burden on him. I thought he was just a Confucian scholar, not someone with any special physical abilities. But even so, when the Juxiao sword slashed across their necks, the huge resistance was like a drop in the ocean, forcing him to use all his strength. This is the 3rd grade, a great man once said. When the difference in quality is too great, a low-quality martial artist will not be able to overpower a high-quality martial artist even if it wants to. Because his silver gun couldn't break through the iron door of a high-quality martial artist. It's nothing more than using an embroidery needle to poke a big iron door. You might end up breaking the tip of the needle if you poke for a long time. Zhu Sheng, are you going to stop me too? Zhu Sheng fell from the air and stood beside Jiang Wang to persuade him. Dean Zhang, do you know the consequences of doing this? If we can find the problem, it will be good. If we can't find it, such behavior will destroy the foundation of Confucianism. The Confucian and Taoist monks of Dixuan will not let you go. You may be infamously recorded in history books for this. Be infamous forever? Jiang Wang turned his head and looked directly into Zhu Sheng's eyes. Then let me be infamous forever. Do I, Jiang Wang, still care about this little bit of reputation? Zhu Sheng was speechless and looked at Jiang Wang in shock. Jiang Wang turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the night sky of Kyoto. Everyone knows that I, Jiang Wang, am the most evil young man in Dixuan. How come I pretended to be a good person for a few days and you think I have turned over a new leaf? Zhu Sheng, when have I ever cared about the consequences of my actions? As long as my father can keep me alive, I dare to do anything. Zhu Sheng said with a look of hatred on his face. You are ruining your own future. With your new studies and the book you edited, you clearly have a solid chance of becoming a saint. Even if you find out something today, His Majesty will not allow you to stay in Kyoto if you behave like this. If Confucianism cannot serve as an official and teach, and cannot spread its own thoughts, then there is no hope for it to become a saint. Dean Zhang, please do not lose the big picture for the small. Jiang Wang shook his head and walked into Beishan Hall step by step with determination. That's why I've always said that you old Confucians are incompatible with my Confucianism, so I want to establish a new school of thought. Whether you can become a saint or not doesn't matter. It's just a grade. A scholar should cultivate a sense of righteousness. Only when this sense of righteousness is maintained can one move forward courageously. Becoming a saint by serving as an official is only the path of our ancestors, and educating the people is only something that the master has succeeded in doing. Why should I, Jiang, follow others' old path to become a saint? If you have vast righteousness chi in your heart, then anywhere you go will become a holy mountain. Kick open the door of hypocrisy and let the evil spirit disperse. Boom! A loud thunder echoed in the night sky. Jiang Wang kicked open the door of Beishan Hall and led his men into search. Zhu Sheng opened his mouth wide and looked at the sky, muttering unconsciously. Is this the new path to becoming a saint? Inside Beishan Hall, the black scale guards searched but could not find the entrance to the secret passage. Zhang Yu felt a little anxious and came to Jiang Wang and asked. Master, is your source of information reliable? The brothers have searched all over Beishan Hall, but there is nothing. It's no wonder that Zhang Yu was panicking. These 200 people were brothers who lived with him day and night. If the young master really made a mistake, he wouldn't blame him for acting on impulse. But if his brothers lost their lives like this, Zhang Yu would inevitably be sad. Jiang Wang patted Zhang Yu, signaling him not to panic. Have you searched underground? Zhang Yu nodded. I've looked, but there's no cellar or secret door. Jiang Wang waved his hand and walked to a sewer drain inside the house and said. That's what I'm talking about. After saying that, he stomped his foot hard. The floor tiles shattered, splashing a large amount of water. Zhang Yu wiped the water droplets off his face, looked carefully, and was instantly stunned. There's actually a waterway underneath the sewer. The waterway is 1 person wide, and the water flows outwards, but there are water storage tanks that can cut off the passage connecting the inside and the outside at any time. I understand. This Beishan Tang uses this waterway to carry out human trafficking. Where exactly are they going to transport these people to? Zhang Yu, tell a few brothers to chase after them along the waterway. Now this evidence is enough to kill a lot of people. Jiang Wang ordered, then reached out and fished out an inch-long bone from the reservoir. This is the arm bone of a young child. Beishan Tang has long used this waterway for population transportation, both importing living people and exporting dead people. The dead ones flowed directly into the Sunyang River along the sewer flow, and were eaten by fish and shrimp in the water. Even if body parts were occasionally discovered, they would only be considered as the remains dumped as a personal vendetta, and no one would associate it with Beishan Tang. In addition to climbing out of the waterway himself, he also witnessed a good from Beishan Hall. Jiang Wang picked up his sword and turned to leave the house. Zhang Yu hastily arranged for several black scale guards to go into the water to search, and then hurriedly chased after him. Walking to the door, Jiang Wang happened to see the plaque above his head. Do not refrain from doing good deeds even though they are small, and do not commit evil deeds even though they are small. Jiang Wang sneered and kicked the plaque in half. Holding the broken plaque under his arm, Jiang Wang walked out of the door of Beishan Hall. Bang! The broken plaque was thrown in front of several great Confucian scholars, and it hit the hearts of those Confucian scholars like a huge hammer. Jiang Wang held up the bones and said indifferently. Today, I, Jiang, will eliminate harm for the people and seek justice for the children who have disappeared and died in the past 20 years. Seeing that human bones were really found in Beishan Hall, the onlookers immediately started talking about it. It turns out that Beishan Tang really has problems. Hey, that's what I was wondering, why does it keep adopting orphans? It turns out it sold them. I think they might have just killed them and sold them separately, otherwise there wouldn't be any news about them. Be careful with your words. The Great Xian Order forbids us from saying more. Anyway, I've already seen that there's something wrong with this place. When the ugliness is exposed in the sun, people begin to blame and trample on it as if they were wise men with foresight. It seemed as if even without Jiang Wang today, he could still make the matter public, or he could be sober while everyone else was drunk. According to the great mysterious law, anyone who harvests a living person's limbs will be beheaded immediately. Anyone who assists others in harvesting a living person's limbs and causes death will be beheaded immediately. Come here, chop all these corrupt scholars to pieces. No matter whether Jiang Wang was reciting the right law or not, at this moment he had frightened everyone. More than a dozen old Confucian scholars, whose combined ages were 100 times older than Jiang Wang, were being pulled by the hair or beards by the black scale guards. Drag it onto the street. A basin of water was poured down, washing the street clean. More than a dozen white heads were pressed to the ground, and curses and pleas for mercy were heard everywhere. Young Master Jiang, please let me go. Although I know about this matter, I did not participate in it. Jiang Wang, what right do you have to judge me? I am a great scholar from Bailu Academy. Zhu Sheng, what are you doing? Stop him now. I damn Jiang Wushan, the immortal, for giving birth to such a devil. You are all monsters. I told you not to do this and just make some money, but you insisted on feeding that thing. You deserve it. Zhu Sheng looked embarrassed and stepped forward to stop Jiang Wang. Master Jiang, can you please give me some face and let me interrogate them one by one and decide whether to put them to death or punish them according to their crimes? But Jiang Wang ignored Zhu Sheng's plea, and instead paid attention to the curse words that one of the old men had just said. You said you were going to feed that thing. What is that thing? Chapter 45. The old man with a long beard was lying on the ground, pretending to be crazy. Ha ha ha, what is it? Why should I tell you when I'm almost dead? Jiang Wang sneered, drew his sword and cut the ropes that bound the bearded old man's hands. Go ahead, tell me the truth, and I'll keep you. Really? Do you dare to swear an oath to the heavens? Jiang Wang nodded and raised the long sword Dao in his hand. If I break my promise, I am willing to be bitten by the sword and die. The Juxiao sword in his hand trembled slightly, obviously unwilling to let Jiang Wang make such a vow. You must know that a divine weapon like the Juxiao sword is subject to the constraints of heaven. If Jiang Wang really breaks his oath, the Juxiao sword will either self-destruct or obey the order of heaven and devour its master. Gently calming the Juxiao sword in his hand, Jiang Wang looked at the old man with a long beard. Speak, I have sworn an oath on the sword in my hand. The old man with a long beard got up from the ground and wiped the saliva from his mouth. Jiang Wang, if I tell you what I feed you, many people might die. But if you don't tell me, you will die now. Choose one, someone else dies or you die. If we stay alive now, at least we have a chance to escape. Jiang Wang said coldly. The old man with a long beard's eyes flickered, as if he had gone through a difficult ideological struggle. Finally made up my mind. That thing is. Before he could finish his words, a dark blue shadow instantly pierced through his head. The old man with a long beard had a ferocious face and stared at the sky with wide eyes. Wei Yuan, you actually. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the old man with a long beard was ultimately unable to tell what he was fed. Wei Yuan, how dare you? The clear white sword light shot up into the sky and pierced straight towards the right Prime Minister Wei Yuan in the air. Wei Yuan pinched his beard and snorted coldly. Zun. He shouted the word Zun, and in the blink of an eye it grew to 3 meters in size, firmly suppressing the sword light. The sword light is like a caged bird, trying to break free from the cage of Confucianism. But the cage was indestructible, so the sword light was firmly pressed to the ground. The sharp sword energy slowly dissipated, and the breeze blew by without even ruffling Wei Yuan's clothes. Jiang Wang's breathing was disordered, and blood rushed up and almost spurted out of his mouth. Savoring the fishy sweetness between his lips and teeth, Jiang Wang swallowed it down forcefully. Right, Prime Minister, this person is a great scholar from the White Deer Academy, right? What do you mean? Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and said, suppressing his anger. Wei Yuan laughed and fell from the air. With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so great scholars who were tied up on the ground were released. This man is the wanted criminal that the night watchmen are looking for. He was about to attack you just now, so I intervened to stop him. I'm sorry to scare little friend Jiang, hee. This statement is just to fool uninformed passers-by. Bailu Academy is a place where seniority, hierarchy, and class obedience are most important. How could a so-called wanted criminal appear in such a place? I'm afraid Wei Yuan is just worried that this person will tell the truth, which will be disadvantageous to him. Jiang Wang pointed at the dozen or so great Confucian scholars lying on the ground. These are the criminals I just arrested for kidnapping and trafficking children. What's the meaning of the right Prime Minister letting them go? Oh? The night watchman, have not heard of this. Young friend Jiang may not understand the process of solving a case. If you really suspect these people, you should report it to the night watchman, and let them cooperate with the Ministry of Justice to interrogate these people. Just conduct the trial based on the confessions and evidence. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to decide the life and death of these people privately. Wei Yuan sneered and slowly pulled up Wei Shen who was lying on the ground. Master Wei, why don't you take the injured masters to heal their wounds? Upon seeing this, Wei Shen hurriedly gathered a few great scholars with whom he was on good terms and prepared to flee from this place of trouble. Let's see who dares. This simple sentence was like a chilly autumn wind, chilling Wei Shen's heart completely. I stopped unconsciously. Base. Jiang Wang drew the Juxiao sword from its sheath, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Why, do you want to commit a crime in front of me, Mr. Jiang? Wei Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised. He was afraid that you would not take action. As long as you dared to hurt someone, he would have 10,000 reasons to kill him on the spot. So what if Jiang Wuxian comes? Does he dare to attack me, the right Prime Minister? Right Prime Minister, there is irrefutable evidence that these people are involved in abduction and trafficking. They must stay here today. What if this old man says you can't stay? Jiang Wang looked determined, placing the Juxiao sword in front of his chest, and the supreme bone glowed, raising his momentum to the third-grade perfection. Then I will kill you here together. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Wang's words caused everyone present to laugh. Third grade is indeed a master, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the Grand Master of a school of his own, or even the Great Master. But what is second grade? It has the word holy in its name. Semi-saint, sub-saint, do you know how heavy the word saint is? The power of mortals can shake a big tree, but can the light of a firefly dare to compete with the sun and the moon? Face the reality, young man. No matter how stubborn second grade is, it's useless here. Wei Yuan wanted to protect these people, so even if Jiang Wuxian came, he might not be able to kill them. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the sword's chant became louder and louder as it trembled. There is a move that he has never used since he comprehended it. If a sword cultivator does not have one or two peerless sword techniques, what kind of sword cultivator is he? Thinking back to the original novel, Lin Pinggan also knew how to cut through the heavens and earth with one sword, right? Just as Jiang Wang was concentrating all his energy and was about to swing the strongest sword of his life, Zhang Yu stumbled in from Beishan Hall. Master! The brothers searched along the waterway all the way to the bottom of Black Tortoise Lake and lost contact. I'm afraid there is a great terror in Black Tortoise Lake. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, and he instantly thought of the legend. The founding emperor was defeated and fled to Black Tortoise Lake, where he encountered a mythical beast, Black Tortoise, which surfaced, brought him food, ammunition, and even magical weapons. Could the great terror in this lake be the Black Tortoise? Could it be that the food that the old man with a long beard failed to mention was also this? If this is true, this incident may cause destabilization in the entire Kyoto. Take me to the scene quickly. Jiang Wang had no time to care about these sinful scholars. If it was really Black Tortoise, then the cry for help heard in Black Tortoise Lake that day must be related to it. Black Tortoise had the ability to control water so many years ago, and it could turn the tide of the war with a flick of its hand. So what on earth is it trying to do now that it has been lurking under Kyoto for so long? Jiang Wang didn't dare to think about it anymore. Nowadays, Kyoto has a dense residential population, with a permanent population of 300,000 households, which is 1 million people. If the water from Black Tortoise Lake were to pour down, millions of people would probably die here. He turned around in a hurry and was about to leave, but his eyes blurred. An old man in a purple Confucian robe appeared in front of him. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, Zhang Xiaohu? Why don't you discuss the views of Confucianism and Taoism with me? Don't stop me, old man. Jiang Wang punched Wei Yuan in the chest. At the same time, Lin Pinggan finally found out the cause of the explosion in Yongzhen Shanhe Temple. It was caused by Wang Lang, a patrol officer from the Ministry of Justice, who sneaked into the Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple, stole the legendary magic weapon, and detonated the saltpeter. As for why the saltpeter mine exploded and why Wang Lang did this, Lin Pinggan decided to catch the suspect first and then interrogate him. When Lin Pinggan and his entourage rushed to Wang Lang's residence, they were stunned by the scene that appeared. The bloody corpse was lying on the desk, and the blood had stained the entire surface red. Lin Pinggan covered his mouth and turned over Wang Lang's head so that the patrolmen from the Ministry of Justice could identify him. The patrolmen looked at each other, and after muttering to themselves, they confirmed that the dead man was Wang Lang. My lord, this man is Wang Lang who broke into Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple at night. Lin Pinggan shook his head and sighed. It's over, the clue seems to be broken. In a trance, perhaps driven by his sixth sense, Lin Pinggan pushed the corpse lying on the table. The body fell to the ground, revealing an unfinished letter underneath. Looking at the familiar name on the letter, Lin Ping'an was overjoyed. He grabbed the letter and rushed out. Come with me to Kyoto University. Ha 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 ha, I finally caught you. In Kyoto University, Wang Dachui is on duty to give a metallurgy class at Zishizai. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open. Where is Jiang Wang? Turn yourself in immediately and don't run away. Lin Ping'an walked into the classroom arrogantly, shouting loudly. Seeing the aggressive approach of the newcomer, the students all lowered their heads and remained silent. It was Wang Dachui, who was in charge of substitute teaching, who stepped forward and asked. My lords, may I ask what you want to see our Dean Zhang about? The Dean will not be coming to the academy today. Lin Ping'an glanced at Wang Dachui and pushed him away with disdain. Who are you to speak to me like that? I'm telling you, I suspect Jiang Wang is involved in the Yongzhen Shanhe temple bombing, and he may be planning to kill someone to silence them. I have irrefutable evidence, so you should get him back here and face justice. Wang Dachui scratched his head and said indignantly. I knew that Jiang Wang was a bad boy who would never repent. He really did something so evil. That day he asked me to go to the White Stone mine to get stones, and I realized something was wrong. Why use saltpeter when there is fine marble available for the monument? It must be that the stones here are special. When Lin Ping'an heard this, his eyes lit up and he pulled Wang Dachui to his whisper. Brother, is what you said true? Did Jiang Wang really ask you to get the special saltpeter mine? Wang Dachui's two tiny rat eyes rolled around and he said in a firm tone. It is true. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it. Lin Ping'an was secretly delighted. This way, the evidence was irrefutable. No matter how capable Jiang Wang was, he would not be able to clear himself of the charges. So, the group followed Wang Dachui out of the city and headed towards Beishishan. Shiraishan is not far from Kyoto, so it didn't take much effort to reach the mining area. There are many mountains and caves here. Most of them are places for mining ore. In such a chilly autumn weather, many burly workers are still carrying ore with their upper bodies naked. Sir, it's in that mine. Wang Dachui pointed to a mine not far away and said with a flattering look on his face. Lin Ping'an, along with the Ministry of Justice and the Night Watchman's entourage, entered one after another, and the narrow entrance was even blocked by the crowd. Torches were burning in the dim cave, and on the walls were patches of white saltpeter ore. The entire cave was filled with a fishy smell, as if it was the smell of some rotting animal or plant. Lin Ping'an covered his nose and pointed at the white spots on the cave wall and asked. Are these the rocks? How did they explode? Wang Dachui had a strange look on his face and turned to look at Lin Ping'an. His face was distorted, his jaw protruded forward and his eyes were separated to the sides of his head. The tongue strangely stretched to more than 3 inches, and then split in half from the middle. It looked like a human body with a snake face. Lin Ping'an and the others showed fear on their faces, and kept retreating deeper into the cave, shouting loudly. Monster race! Your monster race! Wang Taikui laughed loudly, and his shrill voice kept echoing in the cave. Long live monster race! Long live our lord! His fingertips traced the white spots on the wall. These spots are all specially treated saltpeter minerals, which will explode instantly if they are splashed with sparks. Orange-yellow flames instantly bloomed in front of Lin Ping'an. His eyes were dull and he stood still, as if waiting for death to come. At this moment, a muscular figure knocked him to the ground, followed by a deafening roar and the sound of rocks falling cracklingly. After a while, the explosion subsided. The Beishishan mining area collapsed completely. So King Yun stood on the broken hilltop, staring at the ruins below her feet. Tisk tisk, this should be dead. I don't know how Jiang Wang handled my case. After So King Yun and the others left, the cracks in the broken rocks suddenly bulged slightly. A bloody hand broke out of the ground. Lin Ping'an crawled out of the ruins with great difficulty, looking like he had survived a disaster. At this moment, his face was dark, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with countless scratches and bruises, but none of them were fatal. A broken right hand was tightly gripping his shoulders, with its thick fingers firmly grasping them, refusing to let go at all. Lin Ping'an spat out the saliva in his mouth and cursed. He tui, damn, who is trying to kill me? There's something wrong with this body. Why is my realm still so low? I haven't absorbed much luck. What's going on? Is there another old monster reincarnated? Forget it, let's fall asleep quickly. If someone finds us, it will be troublesome again. Kyoto is a shabby place. No matter which dynasty it is, the water is always so deep. Lin Pinggan casually took off the severed hand from his shoulder and slapped himself in the face. The red pupils instantly turned back to black, and the eyes were no longer as clear as before. Lin Pinggan's face was full of fear, and he shouted at the top of his voice. Someone come quickly, the monster race is invading and killing people. In front of Beishan Hall, as Jiang Wang punched out, a warmth flowed out from the supreme bone on his chest. Although there has been some improvement, the degree of advancement is not as high as he expected, and there is still some distance to go before breaking through the second grade. This was not enough to hurt Wei Yuan. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. The wind from the fist had already touched Wei Yuan's clothes. The old man showed a look of joy, and 2 cultural relics belonging to him appeared in his hands. The Book of Rites with the 4 words respect teachers and value morality written on it, and the teaching stick engraved with the order of respect and hierarchy and the rules for disciples. The righteous spirit was boiling and the purple-red Confucian robe on his body was as hard as a shield. After Jiang Wang hits him with a punch, he can launch a thunderous attack and kill him here. When everything was going in the wrong direction, a calloused right hand clenched Jiang Wang's fist. Chapter 46. A violent astral wind burst out between the 3 people, and the turbulent airflow made everyone unable to stand. The owner who blocked Jiang Wang's fist clamped his hands lightly and smiled. Why, don't be so hasty, your father is not dead yet. Jiang Wang looked up and saw that the person looked very familiar. It turned out to be Jiang Wuxian. He actually rushed back to Kyoto ahead of time and showed up when Jiang Wang needed him the most. Father! Jiang Wang retracted his fist and bowed. Jiang Wuxian patted Jiang Wang on the shoulder, then turned and stared at Wei Yuan with a cold face. What do you want to do to my son? Do it. I can accompany you. A sharp murderous intent flashed from Jiang Wuxian's eyes, and cold sweat instantly soaked Wei Yuan's clothes. Governor Jiang, this is just a misunderstanding. I have no intention of taking action against Mr. Jiang. Wei Yuan chuckled awkwardly and took a few steps back calmly. At this time, the enemy is weak and we are strong, and it is the time to take advantage of others. But a surge of resentment erupted from the northeast corner of Kyoto. The whole of Kyoto fell into silence. The babies in the cradles burst into tears, and the women knelt on the ground with trembling legs and prayed that this disaster would not befall. Inside the palace, the left prime minister sensed the rising resentment and rushed out of the door. Before he even took a step out of the door, an old figure appeared in front of him. Where is Yesheng going? I have a few questions that I don't understand. I hope Yesheng can help me solve them. The man was dressed in brocade and looked haggard. His eyes were cloudy but contained a deep and sinister look. Chief of the Imperial Palace, Sikong Jian. Oh, Mr. Sikong, I feel a little bored staying in the palace these days, I want to go out for a walk. Oh? Yesheng is joking. There are always beautiful ladies accompanying you in the palace. How can it be boring? Yelingchen's expression froze and he said in a cold voice. Why, are you threatening me? What kind of threat is this? I just want to discuss Dao with Yesheng. Yelingchen casually called over a set of tables and chairs, on which there happened to be a go game. He sat on the chair and made his move instantly with the black piece. Please. Sikong Jian had a bitter look on his face, and had no choice but to sit on the other side to play chess with Yelingchen. Confucian and Taoist semi-saint law, Yelingchen's Tao. The way of chess, playing chess. If you force yourself to challenge others on the principles of law, the winner can plunder the other party's partial understanding of the law. For Sikong Jian, who achieved second grade by consuming resources, this was the most frightening situation. Yesheng, please show mercy. Please. In desperation, Sikong Jian had to play with white pieces. Suddenly, there was a storm in the palace, and the black dragon shadow and the white unicorn shadow were confronting each other. The palace gates were closed and no one dared to enter. The Duke of Zhenqiu woke up from his sleep, staring at the direction of Black Tortoise Lake with cloudy eyes. You finally revealed your true colors, Your Majesty. What on earth are you planning to do? The Duke of Zhenqiu straightened his hunched back and pushed open the bedroom door. A handsome young man in blue was sitting in the hall drinking tea. Duke, you are awake now. Come and have a cup of tea. The Duke of Zhenqiu sighed, sat down helplessly, and made himself a cup of tea. How come the supervisor has time to come to drink tea with me today? The young man in blue smiled slightly and pointed above his head. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Your Excellency the Duke should not go out today. Drinking a few more cups of tea with me is in accordance with the will of heaven and the will of the Emperor. It is rare for two old men, who can cause mountains to collapse and earth to crack when they stomp their feet, to get together to drink tea. At the same time in Kyoto, countless masters walked out of their homes and looked for corresponding opponents to check and balance each other. For a while, no one went to Black Tortoise Lake. Father, I want to go to Black Tortoise Lake. Jiang Wang turned to look at Jiang Wang, and a warm smile appeared on his axe-like face. Go ahead, be careful, Singer and I will wait for you to come back for dinner. Nodding, Jiang Wang jumped up and galloped towards the Black Tortoise Lake. Jiang Wang, don't! Wei Yuan stretched out his hand to stop him, but was blocked by Jiang Wang. What's up, Wei Xiang? Do you want to talk to my son? Wei Yuan laughed awkwardly and shook his head. Jiang Wang sped along, the whistling wind blowing past his ears. It's so weird, everything is so weird. Kyoto is eerily quiet. With such a huge fluctuation of aura, not a single high-quality martial artist showed up. It's really weird. A few breaths later, Jiang Wang landed on the shore of Black Tortoise Lake, his eyes bloodshot. The corpses of dozens of black scale guards floated in the lake, and their blood dyed the mud beside the lake red. Jiang Wang suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, we found a deep well that led directly to the ground under a thatched house by the lake. The cry for help came from deep in the well. He jumped down and found that the well was only a few dozen meters deep. The entrance is only half a meter in radius, but the space underneath is extremely vast. A huge black boiler was bubbling on the platform in the center. A scent of meat is emanating from the boiler. Jiang Wang walked to the boiler, looked at it intently, and turned his head away after one glance, unable to bear it. What's being cooked inside are the corpses of monster race children. Jiang Wang never imagined that Bai Shantang was not only engaged in human trafficking, but also engaged in such cruel and inhumane behavior. Master! A faint voice came from a dark corner. A mutilated figure with half of his body missing stumbled out. Jiang Wang hurried forward and hugged the black scale guard. Brother, what happened? Who hurt you? A mouthful of dark blue blood oozed out from the corner of the black scale guard's mouth as he spoke intermittently. Black Tortoise is a cannibal. Master, please leave quickly. You can't beat him. Hurry up and go. He pushed Jiang Wang hard, and his broken body staggered and fell on a white sand dune. Jiang Wang tried to help the man on the ground, but found that he was dead. A gust of smelly hot wind blew past from behind, blowing away the white sand dunes in front of me. Beneath the sand dunes are piles of white bones. How could there be a smelly wind blowing through the underground cave? As soon as this thought flashed through my mind, my body reacted subconsciously. Jiang Wang instantly drew out the Juxiao sword and stabbed it behind him. A huge bloody dragon head appeared behind him. The dragon head was about the size of a two-story building, full of cracks and a strong smell of blood. His sharp teeth were turned outward, and the sword pierced right into his milky yellow teeth. Bite it was like the sound of metal clashing. The Juxiao sword merely left a faint white mark on the teeth of the bloody black tortoise head, and then was bounced away. The dragon head, with its remaining strength still intact, had already reached Jiang Wang's chest. Even though his mouth was hurting from the shock, Jiang Wang still gritted his teeth, held the Juxiao sword across his chest, and resisted the impact of the bloody black tortoise. Jiang Wang, you will regret letting Jiang Wang go. In front of Beishan Hall, Wei Yuan stroked his beard and said so. Regret? How can you tell? Jiang Wang looked indifferent and did not comment on Wei Yuan's provocation. After 20 years of feeding, the black tortoise has already developed the habit of eating humans. Even if the founding emperor came here, he would not be able to make it obey if he did not feed it well. Jiang Wang is just a third-grade guy, I'm afraid he's not good enough to feed black tortoise. Jiang Wang nodded and asked calmly. I actually expected that you would target Black Tortoise Lake, but I am very curious about your purpose and what a violent black tortoise means to you. Wei Yuan looked up at the sky and spoke slowly. Of course, it is to restore the glory of Confucianism. Perhaps because he had been suppressing his emotions for too long and had not boasted about his plans to anyone, Wei Yuan actually revealed everything. First, there was the master who taught the people in the wild and chaotic times and saved them from disasters. Afterwards, Confucianism flourished, and the master accepted 3,000 great Confucian disciples, among whom there were 72 sages who were unrivaled in history to help the master share his worries. All people in the world take Confucianism as their model, and all learn the 6 arts, respect their teachers, and worship the 4 virtues. What a magnificent Confucian and Taoist scene this is! Wei Yuan showed a look of longing and nostalgia, and his eyes gradually became blurred. But now, when people in the world enjoy the blessings of Confucianism and Taoism, and have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear, they simply reduce Confucianism and Taoism to reading. There are even people who only practice martial Dao, only work on the land, or even just enjoy themselves. This is simply a regression of Confucianism, and it is our fault. Wei Yuan pretended to be crazy and started dancing. So we have to destroy the world. First destroy Kyoto, then rebuild on the ruins. The world will only remember the light we shone when we saved them, and will respect us and worship us like gods. Then Confucianism will surely regain its former glory. Jiang Wang shook his head and sighed. Even so, His Majesty will allow you. Wei Yuan was excited and asked loudly. Why can't you let me go? If the ruler wants his subjects to die, they must die. This has been the Confucian principle since ancient times. Heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers. I respect your Majesty more than anyone else. Jiang Wang nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Did you hear that, son? Black tortoise has been spoiled. We can kill it. I got it. Heavy breathing sounded beside Jiang Wang's ears. A pitch-black insect that looked like a cicada crawled out of Jiang Wang's ear, spread its wings, and made a sound similar to that of a human. The long pink worm fell from Wei Yuan's arm, its body shriveled and blackened, obviously having exhausted all its energy and died. Wei Yuan suddenly woke up from his trance at this moment. He had been poisoned by someone without knowing it. Jiang Wang, who was standing by the Black Tortoise Lake, was being pushed out of the ground by a huge dragon-shaped head. The broken soil and flying rocks made Jiang Wang look very miserable. Jiang Wang simply brushed off the dirt on his body, listened to his father's words in the headphones, took the cicada from his ear and released it into the air. The kinds of goo given by Li Muir are really useful. They can communicate with each other and can also hint at the excitement of second-grade masters, making them speak without restraint and say what they want to hide. The few poisonous insects that I left behind before leaving turned out to be of great use. Jiang Wang looked at the huge body of the bloody black tortoise and groaned inwardly. Despite its huge size, it has strong skin and impeccable shell. How can it be hurt? How did such a mythical beast come to submit to the founding emperor, and why did it end up like this? He gently clenched the Juxiao sword in his hand, and the bloody black tortoise's attack came again. A turtle's foot as thick as a century-old tree stepped forward. Jiang Wang did not dare to resist with brute force and could only roll to avoid it. The turtle's feet stepped on the ground, leaving huge footprints that were more than 10 meters deep. The rolling lake water gushed out from the bottom of the footprints, filling the huge footprints in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wang kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind, but his hands and feet were moving quickly. He avoided Black Tortoise's attacks smoothly, and at the same time stabbed out with a sword from time to time, testing Black Tortoise's weaknesses. Just when he was in distress, Zhang Yingxiu flew over from a distance. In an instant, Zhang Yingxiu's chest was glowing, and a phantom with the image of a flying bear condensed from mysterious energy appeared behind Zhang Yingxiu. While roaring, dozens of punches and various one-shot killing profound weapons were thrown out all at once. The turtle's back made a rumbling sound when it was hit. And, don't hit the turtle's back. The turtle's back is the hardest, hit the neck. Zhang Yingxiu apparently heard Jiang Wang's shout and slashed at Black Tortoise's neck. After a few clinking sounds, Zhang Yingxiu's hands were covered in blood, but Black Tortoise was still unharmed. Damn it, I made such a fool of myself in front of my nephew. Zhang Yingxiu regretted it deeply. If she had known that Black Tortoise was so hard, she would not have pretended so much and rushed to be the center of attention. So she had to pretend to be serious and explain to Jiang Wang. Wanger, this thing is the legendary Black Tortoise. It is said that its skin and shell are as good as divine weapons, and its cultivation is equivalent to that of a second-grade martial artist. Although its defense is extremely high, its movements are slow. If we two work together, we can consider finding its weakness. Just as Zhang Yingxiu was speaking out and giving instructions to Jiang Wang, the bloody Black Tortoise suddenly plunged its head into the lake. Jiang Wang just felt as if he was connected to hundreds of water pumps from the previous life. With the rumbling sound of breathing, Black Tortoise Lake was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figure of the blood-red Black Tortoise was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to 7 or 8 stories high and several hundred meters long. Woo! Black Tortoise let out a long roar to the sky, and then his neck swelled slightly and a rumbling thunder sounded from his throat. With a puff sound, a huge water ball shell hit Jiang Yingxiu directly. At this moment, Jiang Yingxiu was still explaining the weakness of Black Tortoise to Jiang Wang, but she didn't know that the disaster had already come. A huge ball of water seemed to condense into a devastating cannonball. Just one strike was enough to break Jiang Yingxiu's defense. After a series of teeth-grinding bone-breaking sounds, Jiang Yingxiu was hit by a water ball and flew far away. Black Tortoise roared towards the sky, as if he was going to chase Jiang Yingxiu. The broken water ball, like broken rock, dispersed into countless small pieces and fell into Kyoto. Jiang Wang wanted to stop it, but Black Tortoise spit several water balls at Jiang Wang while moving. Jiang Wang wanted to dodge, but the water ball exploded into countless small water balls. Like a bullet, it stabbed towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang made full use of his body's flexibility and dodged the flying water balls in various strange postures. The broken water balls that failed to hit anyone fell into Kyoto from the sky. Countless trees and houses were crushed. Some of the small water balls even fell directly on people's skin, corroding third-grade martial artist skin and causing bursts of white smoke. I didn't expect that the water sprayed by Black Tortoise could be so lethal and corrosive. Just when Jiang Wang thought Black Tortoise's offensive was over, the bloody Black Tortoise opened its huge mouth with fangs standing upright. The surging lake water is rolling in its mouth. Chapter 47. The surging lake water rolled in the mouth of the bloody Black Tortoise and was about to burst out in the next second, flooding the entire Kyoto. A feeling of humiliation and powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart, and for the first time, Jiang Wang felt how insignificant he was. It was too small to break through the defenses, and could only chirp like a bug in front of the huge Black Tortoise, but it was powerless to do anything. As the Black Tortoise absorbed lake water, its size grew larger and larger, and people throughout Kyoto could see this hideous-looking beast as soon as they looked up. An old soldier with a lame leg pointed at the huge shadow that towered into the sky and cursed loudly. "You damned beast! Have you forgotten how the first emperor took care of you? Do you want to destroy the country you are supposed to protect?" The old man stumbled up the city wall with a cane, pointing at the bloody Black Tortoise and shouting. He was a veteran who had fought with the founding emperor. He once witnessed Black Tortoise presenting treasures and having a great time with the first emperor. Now that Black Tortoise was stained with blood, he felt sad and angry. The same thing happened all over Kyoto. The women knelt down and begged the Black Tortoise to have mercy and not to pour floodwaters into Kyoto. The nobles and merchants rushed to pack up their belongings, boarded cruise ships or carriages, and tried their best to get away from Kyoto. In Kyoto University, students whose families were in Kyoto and who had compassion for the people of the world were running around the streets, evacuating the people who were fleeing everywhere. The whole capital was in chaos. The 8 imperial guards rushed to Kyoto but were stopped outside the city gate by officials from the Ministry of Justice who were guarding the city. "My lords, I am the commander of the Thunder Division of the 8 imperial guards. There may be a war in Kyoto, and we need to go into the city to provide support." The soldiers defending the city were facing a powerful enemy, holding weapons and staring at the imperial guards vigilantly. It seemed that the custodians were their enemies. "Haha, Commander Lei, you are joking. The people in Kyoto are just celebrating a certain master's birthday. There is no war going on. Please go back, everyone. We dare not let you in without the order of His Majesty. Then let's go in by ourselves." After hearing this, Commander Lei took off his armor and marched into the city with his adjutants without even taking any weapons. However, the soldiers guarding the city still stood still and blocked them, with no intention of letting them pass. "Sir, can't we go into the city to visit relatives as individuals?" The official from the Ministry of Justice smiled coldly. "The master who is celebrating his birthday is not an ordinary person. There is a curfew in the city. Please come back tomorrow." "You!" Minister Lei raised his fist in anger, and his adjutants were quick to stop the man. "It's only 7 o'clock in the evening, there's no curfew." The Ministry of Justice deliberately prevented the imperial guards from entering the city. All 8 imperial guards were blocked at the 4 city gates, and the entire Kyoto is currently closed to the outside world. Seeing that the Ministry of Justice was deliberately targeting them, the commanders of the imperial guards had no choice but to leave. Only 3 commanders were still stationed outside the city gate, waiting for the opportunity to enter the city. The three commanders of the Thunder Department, Fire Department, and Fighting Department sat together in the military tent, and the atmosphere was very solemn. Damn it, these 8 Imperial Guards have changed, and now they are not united. If I were to charge straight in, these useless city defense troops would be useless. I could break through the city with just one man. The leader of the Fighting Department was hot-tempered and clamored to resort to direct violence. Minister Lei remained rational and calm, and continued to comfort the two of them. The situation may not be that bad. Commander Jiang has already entered the city. I don't believe anyone in the entire Kyoto can stop him. Hey! I'm just worried that he's too busy to deal with all of them. Look at this aura, it's obviously the monster causing trouble. How can I feel at ease when so many of my brother's families are still in the city? As he said this, the huge shadow grew larger again, and this time its fangs could be seen even from outside the city. Boom! Everything happened so suddenly. The blood-red black tortoise spurted out the lake water from its mouth, and the lake water fell from the sky like a waterfall. It destroyed countless houses and streets and drowned countless people. For a moment, there were constant howling, cries for help, and prayers. The fishy lake water, with its corrosive smell, flattened the streets one by one. Just one eruption flooded 1/5 of Kyoto. Although Kyoto is located at a higher altitude, the lake water will gradually recede. However, after being corroded by the lake water, the bodies of the people who were submerged in the water suffered large areas of ulcers, and the ground of the streets where the lake water flowed had white corrosion marks. The whole city was filled with wailing and the sky was filled with blood. Click! Minister Lei crushed the token in his hand. This is the waist badge awarded to him by the Empress as the leader of the 8 tribes march into the Thunder Tribe. Brothers, we no longer need to be officials. Let's go into the city. The 2 commanders of the Fire Department and the Fighting Department also slapped their tokens on the table, stood up and walked out of the tent. But as soon as the 3 men went out, the 3 Imperial Guards were lined up neatly outside the city. They were wearing armor and holding sharp weapons, with anger in their eyes. Kill! 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 No extra words were needed, 3 loud shouts expressed their opinions. Minister Lei understood what was happening, and shouted loudly as he looked at the towering shadow from afar. Form a battle array and attack the city. 30,000 people each perform their duties in an orderly manner. The Fire Department's Imperial Guards set up dozens of catapults, poured kerosene on the huge rocks and set them on fire. Once thrown out, it would become a huge meteorite fireball. 10,000 Imperial Guards from the Thunder Department were arrayed between the catapults and the Imperial Guards from the Fighting Department. Everyone held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. These are all martial artists who are good at close combat. The Do Department's Imperial Guards stood at the front of the team. They were originally cavalrymen, but now they all dismounted, took off their heavy armor, put on light armor, held spears and ladders, and opened up a route for the first wave of Lei Department to climb the wall. The 8 divisions of the Imperial Guards were Thunder, Fire, Plague, Fighting, Tai Sui, Smallpox, Water, and Finance. Each part has its own strengths and functions, and different parts can cooperate in various mysterious ways. Inside the walls of Kyoto, the defenders were in chaos. Some rebels were anxious to return home to save people because of the flood. Some challenged their superiors and threatened to give up resistance and surrender. Most of them had fear on their faces, huddled behind low walls, and tremblingly looked at the 30,000 Imperial Guards outside the city gate. Although they have a total of more than 100,000 people, compared with the Imperial Guards, they are just like militia and special forces. The feeling of powerlessness even makes them unable to think of replacing someone else. Inside the palace, Ye Lingqian crushed the black chess piece in his hand and placed it on the vital point of the white chess piece. I'm tired of it, I want to move around. He had already won the game of chess, and Sikongjian looked depressed, as if he had just been through a great battle. Left Prime Minister, why don't you discuss this with me? I told you, I'm tired of it. Ye Lingqian's expression was cold, with the righteous spirit surging in his face. A yellowish chess manual appeared in his hand. The palace was shaken. Sikongjian suddenly felt like he had landed on the chessboard. Sikongjian swallowed his saliva, nodded, and said no more. Ye Lingqian stood up, put away the chessboard, and walked out of the palace gate. But just as he reached the door, he was suddenly stunned, then he smiled helplessly, shook his head, and turned to walk towards the harem. At Black Tortoise Lake, the raging flood washed Jiang Wang into the mud. He crawled out of the mud. The corrosive lake water burned his outer clothes into tatters, revealing his bronze skin, which was emitting bursts of white smoke. The lake water did not cause much harm to him. But he was very angry at this moment. Because the flood was flowing towards Kyoto University. Thanks to Zhu Sheng's timely return, the flood was blocked outside Kyoto University. At this moment, Kyoto University is floating strangely above the flood. Careful observation reveals that there is a dark figure carrying the university underneath. It turned out that it was the flesh and blood Bixi who saw that his hometown was facing a catastrophe, so he revealed his true form in desperation and ran away with his family. At this moment, Bixi shook its little head and looked at the bloody figure of Black Tortoise with disgust. As a divine beast also born from heaven and earth, he was also very angry when he saw his brother of the same origin and clan being tormented like this. As if it were a child's mumbling, Bixi opened his mouth and screamed. The sound was not loud, but it had a direct effect on Jiang Wang's mind. Jiang Wang also instantly understood Bixi's meaning. The little guy was urging Jiang Wang to quickly chop off the guy who was ruining the family's reputation. Jiang Wang was speechless. He had thought about it, but what if he couldn't break through the defense? The bloody black tortoise lowered its head to absorb water again. The next time might be an even more violent flood. Jiang Wang was extremely anxious. Why didn't any of his father and his men come forward? Given the current situation, shouldn't they come to support according to the plan? After countless plans, could it be that we still missed something? The disaster planned by the corrupt scholars in Kyoto is far beyond the ability of second grade to solve. Now that things have come to this, if there is really no other way, I can only use this last resort. Looking at the people who died tragically in Kyoto, Jiang Wang's heart was filled with pity and self-blame. I don't have the ability to complete the task and fight against opponents above my level. I am responsible for the deaths of these people. The idea of living for the people is nothing but an empty slogan. In the face of interests, what am I, the so-called great scholar of heaven and earth, doing? Why can't I stop this bloody black tortoise? Why don't I burn my life and fight it to the death? Why not reveal all your cards and confront the Empress? At least these people won't die. So what if there is a war, so what if more people die? At least he won't die in front of me, right? The 4 sentences of Hank are all about deceiving yourself. Jiang Wang took out a few strands of white animal hair and tried to set them on fire. This is So King Yun's demon hair, which was a message left for Jiang Wang after the two reached an in-depth cooperation. If this thing is burned, So King Yun will think that the time is right, and she will use the first-grade strength to suppress Kyoto. By then, the Jiang family will completely turn to monster race. This is also the reason why Jiang Wang has been unable to make up his mind. Putting aside the unclear situation in Kyoto, the supervisor and the Duke of Genkuo are both first grade, so what exactly are their positions? To defend the monarchy to the death or to judge the situation and act accordingly? What if there is a hidden master? Who was the driving force behind the Red Sheep disaster 20 years ago? There are too many unclear points, and it is not appropriate to reveal the truth now. Jiang Wang chuckled and shook his head. The Xian luck in his hand was twirling, and he was about to ignite the monster's hair. His way is to follow his heart and move forward courageously. Since you can't bear it and feel sorry for the people, just do what your heart desires. His hand felt slightly warm, and the demon's hair was about to catch fire. A golden and transparent sword suddenly flew out from between Jiang Wang's eyebrows. 7 Killing glazed sword. A blurry figure suddenly stood in front of Jiang Wang holding a sword. This person has a majestic aura, fluttering white clothes, and is full of immortal qi. There was sharpness, compassion, and indifference in his eyes. Every gesture and movement resonates with the heaven and earth, and every movement is full of divine charm. Pure Yang sword immortal. Just watch and I'll show you one more time. The Juxiao sword trembled in Jiang Wang's hand, as if he was dissatisfied with the Chunyang sword immortal for not using it for demonstration. Don't be angry. You have to guide him when he uses a sword for the first time. Chunyang sword immortal smiled slightly, and there seemed to be some doting in his eyes. He held the sword in one hand in front of his chest, then slowly raised it up and swung it lightly down. The sword of the great river comes from the sky, rushes to the sea and never returns. Ha ha ha. Remember, my boy, the sword follows the heart. Whatever you think in your heart, the sword will cut. A ray of sword light shot up into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky and revealing the bright moon behind it. Then the sword light, wrapped in moonlight, rushed down like a waterfall, pouring onto Black Tortoise's back. Black Tortoise's blood-stained eyes seemed to reveal a trace of clarity, and he looked at the river rolling down from the sky with fear. However, these are just shadows of the evolution of the pure Yang sword immortal. The rolling sword light was powerful, but only Jiang Wang could see it. After slashing Black Tortoise's back, the sword light broke out and lit up the entire night sky. At this moment, Jiang Wang fell into a state of silence in which he felt one with nature. His eyes were filled with scattered moonlight, and he saw layers of sword shadows in the broken moonlight. The sword shadows came in waves, one layer upon another, like a river of sword waves, flowing endlessly, without end, and without going back and forth. The Juxiao sword emitted a bright white light, and Jiang Wang held the sword to his chest. The way of sword follows the heart, and a swordsman should cut through everything in the world. When this sword is drawn, Black Tortoise will be killed. Everything within sight in Kyoto is my sword energy. Jiang Wang murmured in his heart. A surge of sword intent that he had never experienced before brought him immense confidence. Without any concept of grade and ignoring his own upper limit, he now has only one thought, which is to kill. Sword Dao, the realm of swordsmanship. I am not talented, please watch me with my sword. When the sword is out, it follows the momentum of wind and thunder. One sword takes one heart, and 10,000 swords bring peace. First move, Tai Ping sword. Click. The supreme bone on his chest made a crisp sound, as if something was broken. Jiang Wang was completely unaware of this. The Juxiao sword in his hand moved as he pleased. He drew a perfect semicircle on his side, and then the shadows of dozens of Juxiao swords appeared behind him. Then the phantom also drew a semicircle on the side and transformed into more phantoms. One round after another, in the blink of an eye, thousands of sword shadows appeared behind him. Against the backdrop of thousands of Juxiao swords, he was like the second sun in the night sky, rising in the midair and competing with the bright moon. The huge body of the bloody Black Tortoise actually slowly retreated, and its ugly face let out a hoarse roar, as if it was afraid of the two moons in the night sky. In Kyoto, the people looked up at the two bright moons and knelt down to worship unconsciously. Pray for the demons to be pacified, the country to be peaceful and the people to be safe, and all families to be happy. Those who know Jiang Wang feel both happy and sad. The Empress closed the window of the imperial study and sat back on the dragon throne. His expression was solemn, and no emotion could be seen on his face. After a while, she picked up a white jade brush from the pen holder and broke it with a little force. If you want to achieve great things, you must cut off one arm. Throwing away the broken pen, she casually took out a new one from the pen holder, dipped it in the fine yunlong ink, and slowly wrote something on the golden imperial edict. Chapter 48. In concubine Lu's bedroom, Yelingchan poured a cup of tea for Luxin. The situation in Kyoto may be changing drastically. Concubine Lu, why don't you return to the Lu family? Concubine Lu glared with her eyes wide open, feeling a sense of dignity as the mother of the country. I am the late emperor's concubine. How can I leave the palace? Even if Ji Lingyu asked me to leave, what would happen? Yelingchan, if you were not by my side, do you think she would let me go? As long as I am in the palace, I will be the late emperor's concubine. I don't believe she would dare to commit matricide. Yelingchan opened his mouth but did not refute. How he wished that Luxin could escape from this place of trouble, and hoped that she could just be a rich lady wandering around the world like she used to be. But maybe that kind of life is what he expected, but not what Luxin expected. The Duke Zhenqiuo's mansion. The supervisor closed the lid of the teacup in his hand, stood up and left without saying a word. A terrifying smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the Duke of Zhenqiuo. Sword cultivator, I haven't seen anyone obsessed with swords in many years. Great, the trend of producing a large number of talents is about to arrive. I wish I were a few years younger so I could compete with these prodigy guys. He slowly closed his eyes and seemed to fall into a deep sleep while sitting on the recliner. When Shen Haoshan saw that the warden had left, he pushed open the door in a hurry. Grandpa, please go and save young Master Jiang. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Haoshan stood there in a daze. The familiar old man was lying peacefully in the rocking chair with a happy smile on his face. Countless past experiences between the grandfather and grandson flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, and a few tears welled up in his eyes. Grandfather! How could you die so early? Damn the warden! He must have killed you. You haven't even divided up the family property yet, how could you die, Grandpa? Shen Haoshan threw himself into the arms of the Duke of Zhenqiu and burst into tears, but he didn't know that as he wailed, the Duke of Zhenqiu's body trembled stiffly, as if he was awakened from his sleep. Master, don't worry. I think young Master Jiang has the potential to become a saint, and I am interested in him. I will definitely find an opportunity to bring them together. When my brother-in-law becomes a saint, I will have him kill the chief to avenge you. Woo woo woo, oh my god. Shen Haoshan suddenly felt someone grabbing the clothes behind his neck, and his whole body was involuntarily pulled into the air and then thrown out. Then I really thank you, my good grandson. The Duke of Zhenqiu stood up from the recliner, his brows furrowed and his face full of murderous intent. Ah, master, are you okay? Ha ha ha, well, there's chaos outside and my dad is calling me to help. Take a rest, and then go to sleep. Shen Haoshan got up, turned around and was about to escape. Bang, the door was closed with great force, and the Duke of Zhenqiu lifted up his robe and began to untie his belt. His belt is made entirely of gold, stone, and jade, and is extremely priceless and hard. Master, no, I really didn't notice you were sleeping. No, the flax is falling inside the Duke Zhenqiu's mansion. There were wails of silence and tears from men and women. Outside Kyoto, the 3 imperial guards sharpened their swords and marched towards the city wall. With the commander of the Dou tribe as the core of the army, the vanguard of the Dou tribe was in high spirits, approaching step by step like a flaming lance. Seeing that the time was ripe, the commander of the fire department drew his sword and ordered the catapults to throw stones to attack the city. As the war is about to begin, Dechuan will fall into turmoil again. A man suddenly appeared on the city wall, standing with his hands behind his back, in fluttering green clothes. Hello, comrades! 30,000 people marched in unison, halted their attack, and stood still to salute. Hello, General Manager! Jiang Wang stood on the city wall, with the city defense minister and officials from the Ministry of Justice kneeling on the ground in fear behind him. Tens of thousands of city defense troops were silent, and no one dared to stop Jiang Wang as he stood on the city wall and gave orders. Withdraw your troops. Kyoto is safe. I, Jiang, would like to thank you all for standing up today. Jiang Wang bowed slowly to the guards under the city wall. This move can be said to be brilliant. Jiang Wang only thanked the imperial guards in his personal capacity, not on behalf of the empress. It may have been unintentional, or it may have been intentional. Needless to say, the commander-in-chief's words were orders. The guards came swiftly and left like a dark cloud. In a short while, 30,000 people disappeared outside the city wall. Commander Jiang! Commander Jiang, thank you very much. Thank you very much for today. It was unknown when Li Yan from the Ministry of Justice arrived on the city wall. He was frightened just now and had already hidden in the inner city with his trusted followers. Now that he heard that the imperial guards had withdrawn, he dared to come out to appease his subordinates. You are too polite, Minister Li. I have something else to do, so I won't stay any longer. Jiang Wang then set out for Black Tortoise Lake. Although he had witnessed Jiang Wang's tremendous sword intent with his own eyes, he still had to go and see it in person to feel at ease. Commander Jiang, the right Prime Minister. With a slight smile, Jiang Wang waved his hand. He went to His Majesty to plead guilty. Thump. Li Yan knelt on the ground, feeling bitter. As a member of the Wei Party, he is afraid that his future will not be easy. Let's get back to Black Tortoise Lake. As Jiang Wang's sword intent shot up into the sky, thousands of sword shadows fell down like a second bright moon. It's like a bright moon falling into an exquisite jade plate. There was a deafening roar. The Taiping sword. He established his mission for the people, spoke up for the common people, and wielded his sword for ordinary people among the masses whose lives and deaths are controlled by power like duckweed. With one sword strike, all laws are broken. The bloody black tortoise's back armor, which had never been broken, was hit repeatedly at the same place by Jiang Wang's sword. Even if each sword can only leave a white mark, after thousands of swords, it will be like water dripping through a stone. The carapace shattered. The sound of the sword was accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood bursting. Blood gushed out from the black tortoise's back, and hideous sword marks spread across its back. At this time, many experts had already flown into the air to look down, and they were horrified at the first sight. Black Tortoise was actually cut in half by Jiang Wang's sword from the back. Scalding blood spurted out from the fracture, dyeing the Black Tortoise lake red and filling it up. Zhang Yingxia wiped the dirt off her face and stared at the remains in the lake in amazement. This this was done by Wang Er. It's over, it's over. I'm going to lose my position as the second in command in the family. Seeing that her eldest nephew had surpassed herself at such a young age, Zhang Yingxu was filled with jealousy. She had been practicing for so many years but had not yet broken through to the 3rd grade. She was knocked away by Black Tortoise in the first encounter and had only just recovered now. But how could his eldest nephew, who has been practicing for less than 30 years, be so evil? Think about it. Whatever, I'm older than you anyway. This kid dares to argue with me, I'm going to fight him. Then I felt happy and my depression disappeared in an instant. Humming a little tune happily, he flew towards Jiang Wang. In the shadows, in a small house that had never been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, So King Yun, Dong Yi and Agu were sitting in front of the coffee table, drinking sweet osmanthus wine. Waving the sword for the people, the 3rd grade understands the morality of sword deo and becomes a sword cultivator in the realm of swordsmanship. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a man that this king values. So King Yun raised the corner of her mouth slightly, crossed her legs and drank happily. She had already rushed back to Kyoto when the war broke out. For a 1st grade expert, Kyoto could be entered and exited as she pleased. I thought Jiang Wang would be forced to light the demon hair and ask for help under pressure, and she would naturally get help from the Jiang family. The reason why she is so interested in the Jiang family is not because of Jiang Wang, but because she has never been able to see through Jiang Wuxian. But unexpectedly, there is a pleasant surprise now. Jiang Wang is no weaker than Jiang Wuxian back then, and he has no aversion to my monster race. Perhaps, there is another way to seek a chance of survival? Dong Yi, you said you also teach at Jiang Wang's Kyoto University. Dong Yi's face turned red. She was already looking at Jiang Wang's heroic appearance with stars in her eyes. Now that she heard the king asking about his sweetheart, she also tried her best to praise him. Yes, Lord. I am not only a teacher but also a student. The Young Masters Academy advocates teaching without distinction. Anyone from any background can come to the university to study, give full play to their strengths, and improve each other. It's just that what I teach is not worthy of being taught in a high-class society. No one is excluded from education? So King Yun touched her chin, as if she had some unique ideas. Above the Black Tortoise Lake, Jiang Wang slowly inserted the 9 heavens sword. Let out a long sigh of relief. The 7-killing glazed sword had already flown back to his forehead, and the shadow of the pure Yang sword immortal had left at some point. Jiang Wang looked at the bloody black tortoise corpse floating in the water in a daze. This. Did you really do it yourself? Feeling some pain in his chest, Jiang Wang thought he was accidentally injured, so he covered his chest with his right hand and looked inside. A crack had appeared on the supreme bone at some point, similar to the previous crack that gave birth to the sword technique. The new crack was very clear and contained a breathtaking power. Subconsciously, he probed his spiritual sense into it, and a mysterious sword deo perception lingered in Jiang Wang's heart. I understood in my heart that this crack should be another sword skill. This one is more obscure and difficult to understand, maybe even more advanced? I couldn't help but focus my attention on it for a while. Jiang Wang's whole body went limp, he lost consciousness and fell from the air. Zhang Yingxu was startled and flew over to pick him up. However, he stopped halfway through the run. It turned out that there was a figure in green clothes, who had already stood under the landing point of Jiang Wang, with a pair of rough hands slightly raised, ready to catch the proud son of the Jiang family. Bang! The expected warm moment did not appear. When Jiang Wang was about to fall into his hands, Jiang Wuxian retracted his outstretched hands. Jiang Wang fell heavily into the mud, splashing water everywhere. As if awakened by the vibration, Jiang Wang lay in the mud, pointed at his father and opened his mouth to curse. Dad, you old BD! Ha ha ha! Jiang Wuxian laughed at Jiang Wang's embarrassed look. For a 3rd grade martial artist, this height would not cause any injury at all. The strength of the body can protect against all impacts. Jiang Wuxian felt that such close contact between men would damage his image as a strict father, so he stopped at the last moment, leaving Jiang Wang flat on his face. 2 days later. It was a rare occasion for the whole family to gather together in the Jiang mansion, but there was a strange atmosphere at the dinner. When Jiang Wuxian came back this time, he brought back the experienced Liu Xing. At this moment, Liu Xing was wearing a black martial artist suit, with his long hair shaved off and a crew cut. He stood and sat straight and capable, looking like a veteran in the army. The strangest thing is his cultivation. I don't know what kind of medicine Jiang Wuxian fed him, but after removing the supreme bone, his cultivation has greatly increased in the past few days. Now he is actually a 6th grade master. Of course, to outsiders, except for Li Mura who was not included in the statistics at this table, he was still the last. Ahem, aunt, should I sit on father's left-hand side? Jiang Wang coughed and carefully reminded Zhang Yingxiu who was sitting opposite him. Zhang Wuxian always sat in the main seat when he was at home, and according to the old etiquette of Dixuan, the seat to his left should be occupied by the eldest son, Jiang Wang. However, the Jiang family respects strength. When Zhang Yingxiu is at home, she will grab Jiang Wang's seat regardless of seniority or strength. Hey? What? You've grown wings and think you can challenge your aunt now that you've got a 2nd grade. Okay, I really love you for nothing. You dare to grab my seat even though you haven't even broken through to 2nd grade. If you break through, you will shit on my head. Puff Li Muir couldn't help but almost spit out the tea in her mouth. Yingxiu, we are all eating, why are you saying something so disgusting? I've always said that we shouldn't be so particular at home. Look at you all. In the army, we all eat around the same stove. No matter how high or low our rank is, we all have to squat. The senior officers have to let the new recruits eat first. If you try to steal again, you won't be able to eat anything. As soon as Zhang Wuxian spoke, Zhang and Wang both lowered their heads and dared not say a word. In the Zhang family, Zhang Wuxian still has the dignity of the head of the family. Whether to Zhang Yingxiu or the Zhang Wang brothers, he is both a kind brother and a strict father to everyone. Seeing that the two had stopped arguing, Zhang Wuxian put down his chopsticks and said, "Since it's rare for everyone to get together, I'll just talk about what's happened recently. The first and most important one." As he spoke, Zhang Wuxian looked at Li Muir. "What's going on with this girl? Explain it to me. Why don't I remember having another daughter?" Well, what was supposed to come finally came. Jiang Wang scratched the back of his head and was about to explain. However, Zhang Yingxiu stuffed a chicken leg into Jiang Wang's mouth, interrupting what she was about to say. After spending all these days together, how could Zhang Yingxiu not understand that there was something going on between Li Muir and Jiang Wang? She had also secretly inquired about it. Whenever Jiang Wang was mentioned, Li Muir would blush and stutter unconsciously. It's obvious there's a ghost. However, she still had a very good impression of this little girl. She was well educated, obedient, and sensible, and she also felt sorry for Wang Er. The main thing is that she is good looking, with fair and tender skin, unlike her, who has such heavy muscular lines. In terms of appearance, Zhang Yingxiu believes that there are few people in Kyoto who can compare with her. After all, she was the woman who was blocked by the young master of Heavenly Sword Sect because of her good looks. But even she admitted that Li Muir was a little prettier than herself, her aunt. Just a little bit. She has a flat chest, after all. And I. Zhang Yingxiu looked down at her chest and smiled confidently. But it's very plump. Li Muir's hesitant voice attracted the attention of everyone at the table. She lowered her head, her 10 fingers entangled nervously, as if she was nervous about something. Jiang Wang stuffed the chicken leg in his mouth and kept shouting in his heart. "Come on, don't say that joke before, my dad really took it seriously." Chapter 49. Why don't you become my daughter-in-law? Before Li Muir could finish her hesitation on whether to speak or not, Zhang Wuxian spoke first. Jiang Wang's expression froze. "No way, Dad, are you going to sell out your own son like that?" Li Muir's face flushed, and she whispered him in a mosquito-like voice. "Meet sister-in-law. I don't know what's wrong with Lu Xing." He stood up and saluted. Jiang Wang's face was full of black lines. "I am a playboy, and there are so many girls waiting for me in the brothel, and you just sold me out like this. Wang Er, you are already old. Your mother and I were about the same age when we gave birth to you. It's better to get the family started soon so that I can rest assured and entrust the Jiang family to you." Jiang Wang spat out the chicken leg in his mouth and said helplessly. "Father, Muir and I have only known each other for a month. She is still young and may not understand my past. Please don't force her." Li Muir shook his head like a rattle and immediately retorted. "After spending so many days together, I have come to understand young Master Jiang's character. If I could marry you, I would be willing to do so." Forward. Jiang Wang was speechless. If he had to say who he disliked, he definitely didn't dislike Li Muir. In fact, in terms of appearance and personality, Li Muir was first class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had so many roles as the second female lead in the original novel. But he really didn't want to get married so early. He still had a lot of things to do, and the Jiang family was not planning the Chengyang Great Dao. He always felt reluctant to drag Li Muir into the game. Zhang Yingxiu seemed to know Jiang Wang's estimate and tried to smooth things over. Okay, big brother, there's no need to let them get married right now. The two children get along well with each other, so just let them stay together for now. As parents, we just need to express our opinion and agree to this marriage. Zhang Yingxiu has always given Jiang Wang the impression that she is an out-of-tune older sister of the same generation. I didn't expect that he could still speak some reasonable words now. That's fine, Wanger, don't let me know that you bullied Muir. And that man Ting Fang, if you go there again, I'll break your legs. Li Muir and Zhang Yingxiu were delighted. By not going to Manting Fang, they could naturally avoid Dong Yi, that SY vixen. His expression froze. How can I discuss things with So King Yun if I don't go to Manting Fang? If I can't hang out with Dong Ai, it would be more painful than killing me. Father, I went to Manting Fang not just to hang out, but also because of the matter of the demon lord I mentioned to you before. So, Jiang Wang talked about what happened in the past month and the cooperation he reached with So King Yun. Jiang Wuxian remained silent, and after Jiang Wang finished telling the story, he took a deep sip of tea. I didn't expect you to have planned so far for the family. Maybe I am really old, and I should let you take the position of the head of the family so that I can revitalize the Jiang family. Father, what are you talking about? There are only two of us in the family. If you don't take charge of the family, who else should I take care of? The topic was a bit heavy, and everyone put down their chopsticks and bowls. It is very difficult for a high-quality martial artist to have children, and the Jiang family is a family with strong cohesion. Because of Supreme Bone, the rank has always been very high, so the family has not been able to prosper. Today, Jiang Wang is already a third-grade martial artist even though he is not married yet, and Liu Xing is also a sixth-grade artist. It seems that this generation is not going to have children. Alas, when I was young, I let you hang out with others, hoping to add some offspring to my Jiang family, but nothing happened in so many years. Now you are also going to transform into the second grade. What should I do? It was the first time that Jiang Wang saw a look of worry on his father's face. Perhaps for this man, no matter how strong the enemy was, he would not frown, but he would only worry about his family. Just at this point, Jiang Wang took the opportunity to back off. Don't we still have our second brother? The responsibility of reproduction will be handed over to him. Liu Xing lowered his head at this moment, and shuddered when he heard Jiang Wang mention him. Seeing this, Zhang Yingxiu tried to smooth things over. I'm telling you, Jiang Wang, you can exercise your power as the young master of the family. If you strip Xing of his supreme bone, I won't bother with you. After all, he was in the wrong first. But I haven't agreed to kick him out of the family yet. Xing, don't be afraid of your brother. Move back today. I'll see who dares to say no. Zhang Yingxiu looked straight at Jiang Wuxian, obviously waiting for the opinion of the patriarch. Jiang Wuxian said with a sigh. These past few days, I have personally taught Xing, and I found that after he removed the supreme bone, his cultivation has improved rapidly. There are ancestors who had this kind of experience in our family secrets. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Wanger, Xing has opened his heart to me. He has realized that the girl called Kwei is using him. Seeing that his aunt and father were pleading for him, Liu Xing fell to his knees. Brother, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't be so obsessed with a woman. I didn't know what happened at the time. I just couldn't control myself. I knew she was using me, but I always felt that I could move her and make her fall in love with me. I'm sorry to trouble you, brother. I know I was wrong. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat heavy. Jiang Wang's middle finger kept tapping the table. In the Jiang family, if Jiang Wang really couldn't do something, even Jiang Wuxian wouldn't force him. The way the Jiang family gets along is so peculiar. Jiang Wuxian will give every child enough freedom, but you must have the ability to bear this freedom. If you are indulged, you will become a bootlicker, sacrifice your family, and even hurt your father and brother for a woman. Sorry, you will have no say in the family in the future. Master, I think I may know why the second young master is so obsessed with that woman named Kwei. Just as Jiang Wang was about to reject Liu Xing and still wanted to kick him out, Li Muir suddenly said. She walked to Jiang Xing, stretched out her slender hand, and placed 2 fingers on Lu Xing's forehead. It was the first time that Lu Xing had such close contact with a beautiful woman, and this person was his sister-in-law, whom he absolutely could not dream of. So he subconsciously dodged backwards. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Don't hide!" Li Muir interrupted Lu Xing. "I saw a small, snow-white insect as small as a fly standing on Li Muir's fingertips at some point. The little white insect had 2 antennae on its head. It stood on Li Muir's fingertips and kept shaking its head, as if it was smelling something. Poisonous insect? It's not a low grade." Jiang Wang also raised his eyebrows and recognized what it was at a glance. Gu masters mainly improve themselves by raising gu worms. The higher the grade of the poisonous insect, the stronger the poison master will be. At first, no one could see Li Muir's strength, but now that the poisonous insect had appeared, everyone realized that this girl seemed to be a master as well. The little white bug seemed to have discovered something. It jumped out from Li Muir's fingertips and bit Lu Xing on the forehead. "Singer!" Zhang Yingxiu screamed, seeming a little worried, but the little white worm just bit lightly and had no intention of hurting Lu Xing. Just when I felt relieved, the little white bug's movements suddenly became rough. A hideous blood-red line burst out on Lu Xing's forehead, and the little white worm seized the opportunity and bit him again. With a puff sound. A long worm that was blood-red, had nearly 100 legs, and looked like a centipede was pulled out from the forehead of the little white worm. The bloody worm didn't expect that it would be caught by such a small creature. It turned around angrily and bit the little white worm. When the little white insect saw that this guy dared to resist, it let out a delicate cry from its petite body. Ying, a white light flashed instantly from under the neck of the blood-colored worm, and a stream of green blood burst out. The bloody worm fell from Lu Xing's forehead in pain, rolled on the ground for a few times, and then died. "Xiaobai, come back!" Li Muir stretched out her hand again and handed it to the little white worm. The little white bug let out another happy hum and disappeared from the spot in a flash. "Master, young Master Jiang, the second young master's illness has been cured." Li Muir sat gracefully, dignified and generous, without seeking credit, and was very calm. "Ha ha ha! Okay, Muir, I really like you more and more. You are thoughtful, and you have the holy gu with the qualifications to become a saint. I guess you are from the Julai tribe." Li Muir smiled slightly and stood up to pour tea for Jiang Wang. "Master, Muir is indeed from Julai. Thanks to the young master taking her in, she is able to find a place to stay in Kyoto." Jiang Wang took the teacup lovingly and took a sip. "Why call me master? Call me dad." Li Muir's face turned red, and she obviously couldn't shout out. After hesitating for a long time, he shouted, "Uncle." "Why?" Not bothering to care about the tacit interaction between the two people, Jiang Wang walked to Lu Xing, who seemed to be exhausted, and looked at the dead insects on the ground. "4th grade love gu, no wonder I couldn't find it." Jiang Xing was not even at the 6th grade at the time, but he was willing to make such a huge investment in him. It seemed that there must be a chess player with a greater status behind Chu Kwei. You know, except for the Julai tribe who specialize in poisonous insects, in other places in Dixuan, poisonous insects that can be classified as high quality are extremely precious. The scattered gu masters are all more or less related to Julai, and things like gu worms need to be cultivated from a young age before they can be manipulated. This shows that the person behind Chu Kwei is either of prominent status or from Julai. However, given the situation of the Julai tribe, it seems unlikely that they will produce a character who can stir up trouble in Kyoto. Who is that? Could it be that the supervisor was killed directly? So Jiang Wang patted Jiang Xing on the shoulder. "Brother, it seems that I have wronged you. I was too harsh. I didn't expect that you fell into someone else's trap." Jiang Xing touched the blood on his head and smiled happily. "Brother, I'm so stupid that I actually thought I had found true love. It would have been great if I had listened to you and gone to the brothel earlier. Maybe you would have a nephew now." Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. "It turns out that you have such a high level of awareness. Don't leave tonight, let's go to Yingmei cottage together at night. After all, there is blood relationship between them." After solving the misunderstanding of murdering his father in the original novel, Jiang Wang likes Jiang Xing more and more. "Looks like me, really looks like me, worthy of being born from the same father, he is as handsome as me. I was thinking about how to do a two-person test drive tonight, who will be the navigator and who will be the driver, how to take turns, which turn has more water, and which turn requires breaking. Zhang Yingxiu suddenly said. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Xing'er should move back to his own yard. Oh, maybe Mu'er lives in that courtyard now, or you can just go live with Wang'er, we are all family anyway. Li Mu'er's face was burning hot. She pouted, stood up and ran out of the room. Zhang Wuxian sighed. Yingxiu, why are you in such a hurry? How can you let a girl sleep with you so early? Zhang Yingxiu raised her eyebrows slightly and refuted. What do you know, old man? Does a girl have to say yes in person? No wonder you and sister-in-law have been married for so many years, but you only care about your 2 children. You don't work hard, but practice martial arts every day. Sister-in-law didn't stop you from marrying again. After saying this, Zhang Yingxiu felt a little regretful. It seems a bit inappropriate to bring up this matter at this time when family members rarely get together. Sure enough, the 3 men in the family, who were so upright outside and made Kyoto tremble, were silent at this moment. Jiang Wang misses his family more during every festival. Although he doesn't have much impression of his mother, through absorbing the memories of his previous life, he also knows that woman is the most gentle and loving person in this family. As for Zhang Xing, he didn't even have a mother in his memory. Whenever his peers cried and called for their mothers, he only had his brother, aunt, and his always strict father. Okay, let's not talk about sad things. The situation in Kyoto is very complicated now. I don't know how the Empress will deal with the right Prime Minister, and what impact it will have on my Zhang family. It's rare for us to get together, so let's drink a few more cups today. Wang'er, you are not allowed to take Xing'er to Mantingfang tonight, otherwise, humph. Damn it, why are you watching me every day and not letting me go out to play? Didn't I just say that my family is not prosperous? Stinky old man, you must have regressed in some way, you are jealous of me. Several people were toasting each other and having a great time. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wang got drunk. It was late at night, and the brothers Jiang and Wang walked back to their yard arm in arm. Both of them drank a little too much. What Jiang Wuxian took out was not ordinary wine. It was the spiritual wine rewarded by His Majesty after years of fighting. This stuff is very intoxicating. If it is not refined intentionally, even King Jiang will be intoxicated. Second brother, just send it here, you go and have a rest, wait, hiccup, wait until tomorrow night, I will take you on an adventure. Let me tell you, the one with a tail on its butt, hiccup, has a very good sense of direction and plenty of power. Zhang Xing leaned against the wall and nodded repeatedly without thinking about whether he lived here. Relying on his years of memory, he went straight into the house and went to sleep. Habits are terrible, and the same is true for Jiang Wang. He pushed the door open skillfully, took off his shoes, then walked towards the bed while pulling on his coat and pants. He was completely unaware that the candles in the house were burning. He rolled onto the bed with a plop, and then rolled sideways into the quilt. Hey, Bashi! The quilt was very warm, and it was obvious that the maid had helped warm the bed. It's autumn now, and the nights are chilly. It would be so much more fun if I could have a woman to hold while sleeping. He turned over subconsciously and put one leg on the quilt beside him. A fragrance wafts into my nose, and warmth comes from my arms, like warm jade in my arms, smooth and delicate, making me want to play with it carefully. Feeling a shock in his arms, Jiang Wang thought that the little maidservant was a little unfamiliar because she had not been favored for a long time, so he opened his sleepy eyes and looked. In the dim moonlight, Li Mu'er, with her hair loose and wearing only a thin undergarment, was blushing and burying her head in Jiang Wang's arms. Under the moonlight, the exquisite virgin was so charming that Jiang Wang's heart beat faster and his blood surged up and down. Finally, his eyes rolled back, blood spurted out of his nose, and he passed out. Master! Hee, how could we win it so early? Chapter 50. In the northern border of Dixuan, the biting cold wind ravages the frozen soil, and the towering Hang Pass stands at the top of the northern border. If you have a map of Dixuan, you can see that Hang Pass is the most prominent place in the entire northern border of Dixuan. Taking advantage of the natural dangers, the road passes through the mountains. It is said that this road is a relic of the ancient war between powerful men, but now it has become the only way for the barbarians to move south. Therefore, Dixuan spent a lot of manpower and resources hundreds of years ago to build an indestructible pass here, Hang Pass. The howling cold wind blew the golden hair on Greer's head. He stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the fertile land in the south, his eyes full of determination. A young man dressed in animal skins and emitting heat ran out of the tent happily. There was still milky liquid at the corners of his mouth. Although he was walking on frozen soil, he was barefoot. "My lord, what are you looking at?" Salandan threw himself on Greer's back and swiftly climbed onto his shoulders. Greer is now more than 4 meters tall, standing on the mountain like a pagoda. Even though Salandan was as strong as a calf, he could still stand on his shoulders with both feet together. "Hey, it's our little hero Sardan, why, drinking beast milk again?" Greer smiled and patted the barbarian child on his shoulder, and his big hands made a rumbling sound as they patted the child's back. It has to be said that the barbarians are very strong. If these 2 slaps were given by the human race, even an adult would probably vomit blood. Sardan hurriedly wiped off the milky liquid remaining at the corner of his mouth and said with a look of grievance. "My king, you are making fun of me again. I drank it only because my mother insisted on giving it to me. In the north, even barbarian women find it difficult to produce milk after giving birth, and they need to steal milk from livestock and prey to feed their children." Although Sardan had long reached the age for weaning, he still asked for animal milk from time to time. "Ha ha ha, of course our little hero is different from other children. You are going to be the next king, so what's wrong with drinking more beast milk? Grow stronger and surpass your brothers first." Sardan has shown various extraordinary qualities since birth. The good fortune tree that Greer had snatched back was particularly friendly to him. When using the beast's blood to temper his body, Saladin stayed in the jar for 30 days. At that time, the elders thought he was dead, but when they opened the jar lid, they found that the child had fallen asleep during the body tempering process. Each of these miracles is extraordinary, and even his origins are unknown. This child was picked up by Greer in the wilderness of the far north. When he was found, he was sleeping soundly in the belly of a giant snow-white bear. That's right, someone cut open the giant bear's abdomen and put the child inside. So, Greer took him back to the tribe, believing that he was a child sent by God to the barbarians. And sure enough, when the elders carved the totem representing the barbarians on the child's back, the totem did not show any rejection towards him. Even though he actually looks more like a human. As he grows older, he looks more and more like a human. His hair is black, his eyes are black, and his stature is not as tall as his peers, but it is much taller than the average human race. Even when he was hunting other human races for money, he was ruthless and even more courageous than his brothers. In his heart, maybe he was just a barbarian, he just looked a little different. "My lord, you haven't told me what you are looking at." There seemed to be some emotion in Greer's eyes, and he looked into the distance. "I'm looking at the frozen side." "What's on the other side of the frozen ground?" Greer was silent. After thinking for a moment, he said in a decisive tone. "Over there is hope, and the enemy." Ever since Greer was born, he could remember that he was always hungry. There was always a cold wind blowing outside the door. The humans captured from Dixuan said that there were forests in Dixuan, there were crops that could be grown in the soil, and there were also warm houses. He admitted that he was moved. Why should we, the barbarians, be born to live in frozen land for a long time? Why should barbarian children endure hunger and young men risk their lives to hunt? Why can't we live in a warm land, smell the flowers and listen to the birds singing? And have to face countless monsters in cold weather? He was unwilling to accept this, so he became the barbarian king. The tribesmen were also unwilling to accept this, they did not want their next generation to live in such a harsh environment like they had. So, let the war begin. This time it was not for a year's food, but for permanent living on warm and fertile land. Below the mountain top where Greer stood were countless white tents. Mammoths covered with hard white hair and as big as hills were crawling in the blizzard. Tens of thousands of barbarian wolf riders are training to fight each other. There was a sudden whistling sound in the sky. A group of bats with flames on their tails were patrolling above Greer's head. This is not a looting war or a fight. This time, Greer is going to launch a decisive battle to destroy his entire race. In the capital of Dixuan, inside the imperial palace, in the court. It's strange that the empress hasn't shown up today. All the officials stood bored in the hall waiting. It was a rare occasion today that the leaders of the civil and military officials came to attend the morning court. But the empress did not come, which is really rare. Jiang Wang stood in the ranks of civil servants, lowering his head and thinking about last night's erotica. Damn it, why is my nose bleeding? This shouldn't happen. I've seen bigger ones before. There must be something wrong with the wine my father gave me. Jiang Wang stared hatefully at the back of Jiang Wushan who was in the front, his heart filled with rage. It's all his fault for talking nonsense. Li Muir really went to her room to sleep. This girl is shy to begin with. After last night, she didn't even dare to look at me today. Thinking of Li Muir's blushing face and running out of his room in the morning, Jiang Wang felt a pain in his balls. I really won't be able to take responsibility in the future. After a while, Eunuch Lu walked out of the hall with a golden imperial edict in his hand. Without wasting any more time, Eunuch Lu glanced at Jiang Wang meaningfully, then opened the imperial edict and read it. All the ministers listen to your orders. Everyone bowed and saluted. One thing that makes Jiang Wang comfortable in Dixuan is, as long as you hold a 4th grade official position or above, you no longer need to kneel down, you just need to bow to show respect. This is the rule set by the founding emperor, who euphemistically called the Great Mystery, which is shared by my loyal ministers and me. In fact, it was just a means of controlling his subordinates. But Jiang Wang was very satisfied that he didn't have to kneel. Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs recently and is not feeling well. You will not be attending the morning court today. When these words were spoken, the ministers were in an uproar. Throughout history, it was very rare for an emperor to fail to attend the morning court. After all, he was a martial artist, and he would not be unable to attend even if he was unwell. Quiet! Eunuch Lu shouted. When the palace quieted down, Eunuch Lu continued to read. I already know what happened in Kyoto. Black Tortoise has become a demon and is killing the people. He deserves to be killed. Jiang Wang, member of the Kokushi Academy, president of Kyoto University, and top scorer in the Jinki exam, killed Black Tortoise, wiped out the filth, saved the people, and relieved me of my worries. You deserve a reward. Eunuch Lu put down the imperial edict temporarily and waved behind him. A dozen eunuchs came out holding all kinds of precious gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as a set of official uniforms. Wang Zhang has just entered the court and has made such a great contribution. He deserves a higher reward. Reward, promotion to 1st grade, 3rd grade, position of left vice minister of the Ministry of War, reward, 10 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, reward, a BMW and a set of battle armor. I hereby order. Eunuch Lu put down the imperial edict, smiled and nodded to King Jiang. Jiang Wang was a little confused. To be honest, he expected the empress to show some appreciation, but he felt that this was a bit too much. It was not convenient to ask Master Lu directly in front of so many people, so he hurried to the front of the hall to receive the reward and express his gratitude. Holding the brand new official uniform, Jiang Wang noticed that this time the official uniform was actually the official uniform of the left vice minister of the Ministry of War. Could it be that the empress has let down her guard against herself? That doesn't make sense. Right, Prime Minister Wei Yuan is incompetent in governing his subordinates. He is dismissed from his post and appointed as Grand Tutor to the National Academy of Officials. The great Confucian scholars Wei Shen and Zhang San from the White Deer Academy are without talent or virtue. They kidnapped and sold children and harmed the people. They have abandoned their Confucian and Taoist cultivation and are thrown into the heavenly prison. They will be investigated for their crimes and punished accordingly. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Countless Wei party officials were terrified. The biggest backer has fallen. No one expected that the empress would be so decisive as to cut off her own arm. This is the first time in the entire history of Dixuan that the right prime minister has been dismissed. What's even more terrifying is that the great scholars in Beilu Academy accounted for half of the number of Dixuan, and now they are all abolished. This will shake the foundation of Confucianism. Wei Yuan's face was gloomy, but he pretended to be calm and accepted the order and expressed his gratitude. Only he knew that the empress was also clearing obstacles for herself. Is Wei Yuan really on the same page as the empress? If they were of the same mind, why did the empress let him be the leader of the night watchmen but still interfere in everything? If they were of one mind, why did they place Lin Pinggan and spies in various departments under him? When he was still useful, he was a favorite of the empress and the right prime minister of Dixuan. When he is useless, he is just a dog that can be thrown away at will. So what if he is a 2nd grade? In this great Xian capital, if the empress wants to target a Confucian and Taoist 2nd grade like him, she has too many ways to do it. There are too many people who want him dead, maybe the empress doesn't need to do it. Tai Shi, what kind of position is this? If your majesty has a prince, then you can expect a reputation as a future prime minister or the prince's teacher. But in the entire royal family, there were no children who were teachable. There is no crown prince, and the empress is a woman, so how can she talk about the position of grand tutor? To be honest, Wei Yuan was thinking of retiring and returning home at this moment. After struggling for a long time, reason finally overwhelmed the impulse. He still has a chance to turn the tables. The old fox remained calm, and everyone in the Wei party had their own ulterior motives. Night watchman Lin Ping'an discovered that there was a monster race spy in Kyoto and solved the case. He has won my heart. Promote you to the first golden gong for the night watchman, and reward you with skills and elixirs to help you advance to the 5th grade as soon as possible. Several eunuchs brought Lin Ping'an elixirs and new official uniforms. Lin Ping'an looked calm, as if he had expected this. The empress's move was completely shameless. No matter his background or qualifications, Lin Ping'an would never deserve such a reward. On the surface, he was only promoted to Golden Luo, but to put it bluntly, this first Golden Luo meant the commander of the Night Watchman. This means supporting trusted people and completely controlling the Night Watchman. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Lin Ping'an took the reward and bowed deeply. Now he was only one step away from the 5th grade, and the Empress had privately made it clear to him that the vacant position of right Prime Minister was reserved for him. Lin Ping'an looked at Jiang Wang sinisterly, with the corner of his mouth raised. Just keep jumping around, I'll make you cry in a little while. After everyone calmed down, Eunuch Lu put down the imperial edict and said, "Pass on His Majesty's oral instructions. Since the beginning of autumn, the barbarians have been invading our borders more and more violently, and the people are living in misery. I am well aware of the sufferings of the people. It is not easy for soldiers on the border to resist the enemy. The barbarians are brutal and savage by nature, and there are only a few talented people in our great Xian, few of whom can take on the important task. Fortunately, I heard that Jiang Wang, the son of the Jiang family in Kyoto, slashed Black Tortoise with his sword, and he has the power of 2nd grade. I am very happy. Order King Jiang to leave for the northern border today to support King Zhenbei and lead the 3 divisions of the Forbidden Army, the Fire, Thunder, and Fighting divisions, to strengthen the defense of Hang Pass. All wars in the northern border are subject to the orders of King Zhenbei. Kyoto has been in turmoil for many days, and the treasury is empty. However, I know it is not easy to lead an army. I am requisitioning 100,000 caddies of rice as rations for the march. I decree this." Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, what was supposed to happen finally happened. Sending Jiang Wang to the northern border and taking away the 3 imperial guards closest to the Jiang family was nothing more than transferring away the unstable factors around him. Everyone knows that Beilu Academy collapsed, while Jiang Wang Kyoto University was thriving, and Zhu Sheng was inclined towards new learning. At this time, the academic dispute had actually been decided. If Jiang Wang is allowed to develop, within a few years, Kyoto University will be able to consolidate its own network of contacts in the court with the cultivation of the good fortune tree. By then, the Empress's kingdom will collapse. Is it a short-term mission to transfer Jiang Wang to guard Hang Pass? As long as the barbarians are not destroyed, Hang Pass will have to be left alone. There will be no problem in leaving you to guard the northern border for a few decades. The army obeyed all orders from the king of Zhenbei, and the army only had 100,000 caddies of ordinary rice. What is ordinary rice? This is the rice that ordinary people usually eat. Normally, the imperial guards need to eat refined rice once a week to conserve their strength for training. Not to mention that there is the even rarer dragon rice above the refined rice. What a high-quality martial artist needs most is qi and blood energy. Although they can go on a fast and not eat, taking in energy from food can help with their practice. For example, when Jiang Wang was a child, Jiang Wuxian would often get him dragon rice, which laid a good foundation for him in martial dao. Standardized troops like the Imperial Guards need more refined rice and dragon rice to increase their physical strength. 100,000 caddies of rice. This means he is not even given the resources to defect and establish himself as king. The court meeting is over. President Jiang, His Majesty has summoned you to the Imperial study for a conversation. Dismiss. People walked out of the palace in small groups, and many of them talked to each other anxiously, discussing their future direction. Jiang Wang walked down the street somewhat reluctantly, feeling very unhappy. Leaving Kyoto means leaving familiar friends, family, and Manting Fang. It's so painful to leave Manting Fang. Young Master Jiang. At this time, someone called Jiang Wang from behind. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.